Good evening, friends. How you doing? We're back for day 3 of Monster Train 2. Starting a little later than I had planned, but that's fine. I had things going on. We still got many hours to play, so that's the plan. We have almost unlocked all the Pyre Hearts, so eventually we'll finally get to move on from there. But yeah, we're just going to do random, I think. The only Pyre Heart we're missing is Herzl's Horde, so 300 more damage with Train Stewards, and we're good. How you doing, Hearts? I'm glad you're excited to watch and learn from me. How's your day been? God, we have to play Malaka's Pyre finally. I knew this day would come. So I hate Malaka's Pyre because I hate Capricious Reflection. As anyone who has watched me play Monster Train 1 knows, I greatly despise the sort of randomness that Capricious Reflection brings, which is to say, all cards start with a random upgrade, or at least all drafted cards. Our starting deck doesn't get them, but everything we draft does. Don't love it. And admittedly, I think Malaka's Pyre is actually of okay value, especially since there are more large upgrades in shops now, and they're basically all good. And also you tend to be running more units, so it's less critical that like the unit you do run is like perfectly upgraded. Yada yada yada. Point is, I still hate it, although it is not my least favorite Pyre in the game. And strength-wise, I do think it's actually okay. So we got Knockback, Lifesteal, and Savagery. Okay start. I often find myself not as excited for Upbeat Warbler as I would expect to be, but that's okay. Capricious Reflection gave me a -1 cost, Ascend, Spell Weakness 2 right before Dominion Stare, so it's able to shoo him away from my Conduit floor. Hail Capricious Reflection. Yeah. And we have Talos. So, here's the deal. I kind of want both of these. I don't think Fira's Inferno is like that good for me, but we do have a starting dragon unit, and just having a little more Pyre Gel on strike seems good. I also might like dupe the Magma Cultist, and that could be cool. On the other hand, Unstable Pyre Sparks is pretty good, and also I think this damage counts for Herzl's Horde's unlock, and so I'm tempted to take it, even if for no other reason than just to help me get that goddamn Pyre unlocked finally. So, I mean, like, I don't think we really need Fira's Inferno anyways. It's kind of a cool icon, by the way. But yeah, we'll just take Unstable Pyre Sparks. We'll try to explode our way to victory. Alright, do we want to do Enchantress? I kind of want to do Enchantress. We haven't done the third path with Talos yet, the shift melee weakness one, but whatever. We don't have that available here, so we're not going to worry about it. How's your day going, by the way, Ether and Hearts? How goes the monster training? Okay. So I do still want you there. I'm just glad it's over. Hell of a day. Fair enough. Just woke up. Well, I hope you are ready to enjoy some gameplay. Alright, well I got the Warbler that I wanted with his beautiful saxing. And then Talos is going to go here. The problem is, like, with the Whelps, I'm also not very good at... Like, I don't have a good incant deck, which is unfortunate. I can at least sort of, like, thin out my deck by exploding the Stewards and the Imps. Not the Imps, the Whelps. Have you beat Covenant 10 with Titans yet? Not publicly, because I haven't unlocked the Titans yet. Before the game went live, yes, I've beaten them many a time. I'm just waiting to talk about the Titans till we actually see them on stream. Alright, we're just gonna buff here. Watch the credits sometime. Yeah. I am in the credits. I did actually mean to watch it on stream at one point. But yeah, all of the testers are in the credits, which is cute. Actually, did I want to play Alchemy? I actually think I want to play Alchemy. Both because it gets me Horde, although I don't know how much we're going to make use of that, but also because it gets it out of my deck. I do want to play the Alchemy, but we're going to do this and that. I would like to get my Valor up higher, but that's fine. Oh, and it's Astriel. For some reason I thought it was Yoriel, but that's fine. So, we're just going to explode and do a bunch of damage. You do heal a bunch, though. And I can't kill the backliner with the Whelps because of the Titan skin, unfortunately. I mean, none of these really matter. We're just going to play something to get it out of the deck. How useful would you consider Holy Stone? Starting to see more value, and I want to know if I should focus more. I think it's worthless. Which is to say, there are ways to get, like, okay value out of it. And I imagine I know why you're saying that. God, I was really hoping to draw the Spear Steward this turn. Okay, we're going to go with this, even though I think I should be doing the double Inspire and play out a Whelp. I think Holy Stone is pretty terrible. Yeah, fuck this. This is exactly what I was trying to avoid. Okay, but this is workable. Really wanted you last turn, because he basically healed up to full. But if the Steward is the only thing that dies, that's okay. It's just I really want Talos to be buffing the other things. Anyways, like, a Holy Stone has some niche uses with Ancient Pyre Tap, which, again, I still maintain is not nearly as strong as people think it is. Like, yes, it looks busted at low Covenant. At high Covenant, especially versus the Titans, it is not that good. But it does... It is free to play with Holy Stone. So, like, I get the value there. But overall, Holy Stone feels mostly like a waste of gold. Had a good run, unironically, with Demon Fiend and Mystic Hammer Lunachamp last night while having Herzl Horde. Yeah, like, Demon Fiend is okay in Monster Train 2. I still really want them to rework it. I don't want there to be just vanilla, basic, boring block of stat units. I think we have an opportunity to get rid of those and replace them with, like, meaningful designs. Again, I made this argument, I don't remember if I said it on stream, but I made this argument elsewhere, that, big fan. Yeah, I really appreciate you being here, Yuki, and I'm glad you enjoy watching so much. But anyways, I made this argument elsewhere, at least, that, like, if this were something like Magic the Gathering, where there's essentially an infinite card pool, it's not a big deal if there's, you know, some vanilla creatures or simple spells or whatever. Like, that's not a big deal because there's tons of other interesting spells and there's always room to expand. But in Monster Train, where there's, like, a very specific limit to every clan, where every clan has, like, 41 cards. It's 41 or 43. Like, it feels really bad to be wasting those slots on a lame, essentially worthless unit. Or spell, whatever. So, like, I really want to see those get reworked. And especially now that the Monster Train 1 clans aren't even the starting introductory clans. Like, there was at least an argument before for there to be some, like, kind of basic units, especially in Hellhorned and Awoken, since those were the starting clans. But, like, they're a late game unlock now. Like, you can't even use that argument anymore. The Legacy clans just feel like a novelty to me. Yes. And I think that is how they were viewed with their inclusion. But I want them to feel just as exciting as the Monster Train 2 clans. Like, every Monster Train 1 clan has unique mechanics and flavor, and I want them to feel as exciting as the Monster Train 2 clans. So, I did not consider that. I just found it helpful to use to compensate for leaks from Chimeras and other passive Pyre Hunter. Yeah, so here's my point on that Arctic. Yes, there is some value there, but and if you were getting the Holy Stone for free, sure, absolutely, I can see the value. The problem is that you are spending a non-trivial amount of gold for it, and that's gold that you could spend on other things to make your deck better. And so, like, you could spend that 100 plus gold on, you know, Spell Chain, or Holdover, or removing cards, or getting some, like, minor upgrades. And so, there's a fair opportunity cost to buying the Holy Stone that, if your deck is just better, you can prevent yourself from leaking in the first place. Obviously, it's not one-for-one necessarily, but, like, that's the basic idea behind it, and why it tends not to be worth it. Mind you, if the Holy Stone was one of the minor upgrades and so cost a lot less, it would be a lot more worth it. Also, if it gave health equals to the base cost of the card, not factoring in cost reductions, so you could, like, you know, actually always get 3 HP from casting Divinity, even if you had given it a -2 stone as well. That would also make it better. I still don't think it would make it great, but it would at least, like, make it better. Anyways, as far as our actual draft, so we've got a Divinity with Holy Stone, which I kind of want to take. I do like Divinity. I think Cleave is pretty solid, especially since we're up against Savagery. Although we do have... I mentioned Savagery because Savagery has the Sweepers who do a lot of damage, and it can be very threatening to not take them out early. And so Cleave can help us with that. On the other hand, we are maybe going to live a Warbler-shaped life and have Quick. And if we're strong enough, we can maybe just kill those guys with raw damage. I kind of want the Divinity. I do think we're taking Cleave, just because Cleave is just good. Multi-Strike Snotty Whelp is interesting. If it were Endless, I would take that. Spell Chain Pyreball is okay. And Spell Chain Pyrecask is fine too. I don't love it, but if we got, like, Remove Consume, it would be a lot better. So, we would be looking for Remove Consume for this, or we'd be looking for just, like, -1 for the Pyreball. Maybe even just -2 in Consume, but probably just -1. Yeah, we'll take the Pyreball. And I will loot this. Well, I kind of want the Hidden Coffers, because it's cute. We're definitely taking Hellfire Bellows. +1 Pyre Gel every time it's applied is fabulous, especially when we're starting with a Magma Cultist, who now is immediately and can't apply Pyre Gel too. Like, that's pretty good. Here's the deal. I want to go to the Merchant of Magic, but I also really just want to do the Merchant of Steel right now and look for, like, Dualism or Multi-Strike, or both, ideally, for the Magma Cultist. Okay. Avengers not bad. It's not exactly what I want, but it isn't bad, especially when we have Titanite available. Well, it's not that good for us, I guess, if we are using the Warbler, because you don't get to benefit from the melee weakness if you're attacking first. So, I'm going to skip these. It's maybe greedy, and by that I mean definitely a little greedy, but that's fine. Large Stone is good, but I don't really want it here. Dualism is one of the things I wanted. Conduit nice with Fireball, though. It is, but it's not my greatest concern at the moment. Well, -1 Ember feels bad, but fine. Who am I to not take trials, really? Yeah, and you're both the same HP because neither of you survived, so... I could have played out 2 Whelps and killed those guys, which might have been nice too, but... Yeah, unfortunately I can't play the Alchemies. Just impossible for me to play. Do I want to explode you? I think not. You are the wrong Warbler. Not a helpful turn. And unfortunately, you will do a fair bit of damage to my Pyre. And I could move Talos up there, but I was really trying to get the Warbler down. And I could just put a different Warbler. That's not, like, the worst thing, I guess. It's not good, though. God, this is not great. Alright, fine. We'll commit to it. I'm still not killing him unless I explode the Steward, but I don't want to do that. So what we are going to do is we're going to do that and then explode you. I'm going to take some amount of higher damage, which is a little dangerous, but so be it. Alright, we've finally unlocked the stupid Horde, at least, so that's something. So if I do this, we'd apply Pyrogel 3. Plus everything would get +1 attack, so we'd be adding 4 attack and then another 3. So it's basically 4 per unit. So 4, 8, 12, 16, and that would still... That would be enough because this looks like it's further away than it is because there's the 15 health being recovered here. So it's actually taking 29. So we will do that, so then I can play this elsewhere. Unfortunately, like, my deck is not very good at incanting right now, and that is very dangerous for us. Because, like, kind of need to incant. I actually might just die. Oh, no, I definitely died to this guy. Whoops. Well, my bad. I definitely need to explode the thing. I just clicked end turn without even, like, thinking about it. Well, so be it. Fine. That's alright. It at least means that we can start a run where we can actually fight the Titans. We've gathered all the Pyre Hearts. The Pyre should be at full strength now. It's time, Fel. Pyre, show me Seraph. Seraph. I hate that it has the escape skip constantly on screen in these cutscenes, by the way. That's something I tried to get them to take away, and they did not. Fel, it is you. Seraph, I'm here for one thing only. Where are the Titans? How do I reach them? My, look at you. You've changed, little sister. You've grown bolder and uncouth. And those horns. Are you trying to be one of them? I don't have time for this. The Pyre can only reverse the corruption for so long. I need you to answer me. How do I reach the Titans? Careful now. Are you truly foolish enough to think you can command me, Fel? No, I'm not. But you no longer command me. I follow my own path, and as it stands, I'm your only chance of leaving this place. How amusing. Very well. I'll tell you how to reach them. In fact, I'll even make you a deal. Defeat the Titans for me, and I will hand over heaven to you. What? You give me the throne? Why? Isn't this what you've always wanted? A chance to run heaven through your ideals, with mercy and compassion? I don't want your throne, Seraph. I just want this all to end. I didn't say you had a choice. My body is corrupted in its entirety. Once the Titans are gone, there will be nothing left of me. Don't be sad, little sister. Perhaps you're angry at me right now, but when I'm gone, deep down, you'll miss me. Because one day, When you're the one sitting on that throne, you'll realize why I had to do the things I did. You'll clip their wings too, and when you learn the truth, you even turn your back on your Hellborn friends. Believe me, I will never be like you. Now, enough of these mind games. How do I find the Titans? By the way, I really don't like Dominion's design, by the way. Partly because I hate his little, like, hairs sprouting up everywhere. Just looks awkward. The Titans. Entropy, Savagery, Dominion. You'll find them past the final gates beyond my throne. Only I can open the final gate. Defeat me and I will open it for you. Remember, dear sister, no matter how much you deny it, the light that made you, my light, is who you really are. Vel, is everything alright? Do we have what we need? Yes, we do now. Prepare the next train. Heading straight for the Titans. It's time to end this. Woo! Alright, and finally face the Titans. My Monster Train 2 is going and playing on my slowest for my first Under Legion game, and I still have no idea why everything is dying with Trample Bullet. Fair enough. Alright, well. So, Herzl's Horde, by the way, is you gain 4 Deployment Ember, and the deployable upgrade is 50% cheaper, which is pretty fucking solid. Like, deployable Ember is so useful, and, like, I don't really care about the deployable upgrade being cheaper. That's nice, but it's fine. It's really just the +4 deployment energy is very good. It makes it so you can play out a bunch more units easily, or you can play out, like, a deployable room, even something more expensive, like Inferno Room or Silence Room. Yada yada yada. Like, it's pretty good. Anyways, we're gonna play it just because we haven't played it, and we'll do random on the clans, and here we go. Okay. Well, we got Grail and Pyreborn, and once again, starting with Alchemy. This is the first time we've actually had Magma Mauler. I think he's fine, but not amazing. I don't think I want sketches. God, my entire starting deck is just units, basically. Yeah, so, like, sketches is best when, like, it's fine here, but it's generally best when you can use it to pull out something you care about. Like, if we had units that, like, have flying on them, or if we had ascending spells, like, you know, Intrinsic Rising Rage, or whatever that Banish card is called. You can use it to, like, ascend them to overstack your top floor. Does this game have imps? It does. Are there 20 Covenant ranks in this game as well, or just 10? 10 is the max. They wanted to condense it so that there's less of a grind to reach the max Covenant. And then also, like, Monster Train 1, the Covenants were... They sort of repeated a lot of Covenants, so they would do, like, 1 to 10 had, like, more enemies, more HP on enemies, more attack on enemies, etc. Then 11 to 20 had, again, more attack, more enemies, more HP, and so they just condensed this so they don't have, like, repeat ones for the most part. Anyways, we're not going to take sketches. We'll take Wing Steel, even though the stupid Vengeful Shards can make that frustrating. And what do we want here? I do really like Armory Grail. I think we're just doing Armory. Yeah. Yeah, we'll just do Armory. Well, can't play out the alchemies, but so be it. Okay, you're gonna go bottom floor. And Grail and Buddy are gonna go top floor. We're gonna explode you so you can't hurt me. And then you go there. And that's it. So, He applies Pyrogel on Strike, and so enemies on higher floors will suffer a bit. Let's do that, because we can kill you. Unfortunately, I can't use the Bloated Whelp on bottom floor, but whatever. Do I want to play out a Spear Steward here? Kind of. Yeah, I'll do that. Lazarus League is my favorite. I think they're a fair bit of fun to play. They're definitely not my favorite visually, but I think mechanically they're pretty cool. I think in some ways they maybe do a bit too much, but overall they're cool in existence. Okay, well, we're going to feed Uriel more than I would like, but we're hopefully going to get a lot of damage on him. Unfortunately, we didn't get too many strikes of Pyrogel. Oh well, it is what it is. Yeah, we're gonna do this. Because we most of the way kill him here because we just get so many procs of these guys. And they have decent base attack. And then plus the 16 Pyrogel means we just kind of explode. And now we just murder. Ta-da! They have 64 damage, Steward. Does some work. Okay. We're going to take Organ Harvester for sure. Though all the cards there were good. Could take Golden Touch. It's kind of fine. I don't really want 2 Calcified Embers. Could take Pyrocask. I'm not going to. Organ Harvester, my beloved. It's very good. We're going to go here because I really would just like to get Test Subject Alpha. I did not. Meat Hook is fine. Plague Doctor is good too, though. I think we just want Plague Doctor. Unfortunately, I can't -2 the Alchemy because it's already Consume card, because that's how it works. I could do this, which is not the worst. I don't, like, explicitly need Intrinsic, but it does become cheaper, and usually there's still enemies that are good to hit with this. I think that's fine. And I think that's all I'm doing in that regard. I should probably pay for removals right now, but we're going to save it. Yeah, this is the sort of reason for Intrinsic on that. Do I want Grail on a low floor? Already forgot who the boss is. I think we're doing this, even though it means that I'm not going to have the Mauler on a lower floor to apply Pyrogel. That's okay. We'll make do. Okay, so. You're dead. You guys are dead. And I'm not going to play out the Spear Steward. Wow. I was hoping to draw a Graft unit, because it costs 0 and could have gone there. Great, and now I can't kill you. Okay, that is what I was hoping to draw into, so now we can kill the Collector that way. And we still have capacity to play out another dude there. And then you can go there, and then you'll become stronger. Which I would love to protect you better, but here we are. Yeah, we'll just do that. I kind of want to play with the Whelp. Also, I'd like to play out the Alchemy, though I'm not too worried if... I'm just not too worried if we don't play them out. It is not that big a deal to me. Yeah, this is the problem with equipping the Organ Harvester on Grail is now... I don't want to overwrite it, but that's fine. Unfortunately, I don't have good defense for my frontliners currently, which is an issue. Well, enjoy. Great, cool. Alright, that's fine. Yeah, I was expecting this, but I am disappointed nonetheless. Yeah, the problem is I don't have any block. I was really hoping to like draw the whelp so I could block right here. Like, I don't have that many cards in my deck. It was a reasonable expectation. Do I even survive? Maybe. I might die, but that's fine. We'll see it through. Okay, because we have to knock off the damage shield, unfortunately. But he does die to the unstable. Although I lost most of my health, which feels very bad. But hey. Yeah, we want It's Alive. Risky Operation, also good, but I mostly at the moment want something to protect frontliners. And Risky Operation does not do that unless I have Quick. So, we're going to take this. Also, I don't really want the Calcified Ember. I will skip these. So, healing is good. Merchant of Arms is not bad. And what are we up against? It's Pyre Hunter. I actually might just want the healing. Don't love that. But like, Merchant of Arms is pretty good for us, especially since we have Herzl's Horde, so if I like want to set up a room or something, we can do some good work there. Yeah, fine. Hall of Mirrors, you say? Okay. I mean, I do really like Hall of Mirrors, but this is not the best place for it. Kind of. Kind of. I could use it on, like, not my main floor and still get some good value out of it. It's not like I have to use it for duping my champion. I think we're taking it. I just don't know what I'm going to use it with yet. Because, like, currently I could use it, play Grail, play the Hall of Mirrors, and then play the Plague Doctor to dupe the Plague Doctor. That's not bad. It would be way better if I had, like, some upgrades on the Plague Doctor. Nonetheless, we'll take that. We'll reroll. Do I care about Overgrowth Carapace? Kind of. Not really. We're going to do this, so I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do with that yet. Okay, that's fine for now. Let's see this first. Dante. Wasn't that something? Alright. So be it. A mysterious robed figure steps beside the tracks. Care to bring aboard a wandering hitchhiker? The mystery man asks. I must warn you, the stranger continues. My presence comes with certain burdens. But once I recoup my strength, I will make it worth your while. Will you invite this mysterious stranger aboard the train? Yeah, we'll get Dante the Dependable. So, this is the first time I've encountered him since the game went live. So, summon, add a permanent Dante's Candle to your deck, gain a stack of multi-strike for each Blake card in your deck. Yes. The mysterious stranger steps aboard and tips his hat towards you. Thank you. This will be much nicer than walking all the way there. Okay. We're doing this now. That's what we're doing now. Alright, so, now that we have unlocked 9 Pyre Hearts, we can now unlock boss trials. So just like normal trials, you can toggle them on if you want, and if you toggle them on, it makes them stronger. So, and we get a Titan Essence if we take them. So for Pyre Hunter 2, if we have no units on the floor, Archaon deals damage to the Pyre. I believe it's the same 5 damage that it normally is, but he also now has +5 attack, which is relevant because he, on this variant, has multi-strike. Normally he attacks for 4 times 2, so now he's attacking for 9 times 2, which is a lot more damage, more than double. Way easier for him to clear floors now. Okay. We're going to sacrifice the Plague Doctor. And we'll do that, I guess. Alright, you're gonna die, so be it. These things happen. Oh, I actually want you in front. Well, unfortunately, can't use the It's Alive where I would want to. So we're going to use it here so you have lifesteal. And then we'll do this. I did mean to put both Erratic Assistants in front. Oh well. Alright, he doesn't quite die. He almost does. That's fine. Definitely not the draw that I desired, and unfortunately I just don't have capacity for, like, anything. Yeah. We know, things are dying, that's expected. These guys are also fairly threatening, because by the time they reach top floor, they hit for 11 times 2, which is, you know, pretty bad. I'm gonna play you out, and yes, I did want that. Okay, because I really need to be buffing my top floor, but I need to draw things for that. Okay, thank God we have the merged equipment. So I can do this, and then Dante suddenly attacking for 44 times 5, and is quick, so, you know, that's a thing. And then we're gonna play out the Dante's Candle, because I really don't want to take the 3 damage from it. And then you're going to go there and still die, which is maybe not as helpful as I should have. Okay, that's fine. So, now Dante is stacking up Reanimate, which is important. And I don't think I have another... Yeah, those are all of my equipment, so that's that. Unfortunately, no matter what, we're going to take some damage here. That's not the end of the world. And honestly, I don't actually want to kill you. I want Dante to be able to kill you. So we'll do that, and then I guess we'll just play that out. Oh, I meant to play Whelp up front for Dante, but my bad. Okay, anyways, we took a little bit of damage from Archeon. That's fine. I would like to get rid of that Calcified Ember, but I also want to give him lifesteal. So, here we are. I will tell you right now, we basically have everything sorted with beloved Dante here. So, that's that. Like, Dante was a great pickup for us. Especially with other things we got going on. And we even get to play that out. Beautiful. Okay, so, now Dante machine guns Archeon to death. And there we go. Our deck is going to become a little bit of a clusterfuck eventually, but don't worry too much about that. Okay. So, Tome of Horrors. Apply Unstable 50 and Reanimate 1. It's a good card. It's not what we want here. It's actually a very good card. I know some people consider it as like the best Lazarus card, and for good reason. Scrap for parts. It's a maybe. I don't think we really need it, but it could be a way for us to help draw out the assistants faster, which I don't totally hate. And then Soldier of Fortune is a maybe. Yeah, I don't really need that right now. Don't need these. I do really like Pincushion. The others are fine. We're not using them right now. You're taking capacity for a very specific reason. I will save. I hate that the loot button on that screen is lit up, by the way, that it flashes at you. Because A, I hate flashing buttons in general, but B, oftentimes you don't want to loot on that screen. And so it's weird that it's giving you a reminder to do a thing that you often don't want to do. It's just like doubly incorrect. Okay, so what I really want is Merchant of Steel, which unfortunately we don't get for a while. I also want the Merchant of Arms, but I really want the Merchant of Steel. So, we're gonna go here. We just are. I don't have much money to spend, though. And there's not much that I really want from the Merchant of Magic. Maybe I really do want to go here. I just don't know that I care. That's really what it comes down to. I wouldn't be taking the unit here. And the only spell upgrade that I care about right now is It's Alive getting like holdover. And even that is a little questionable how much I care about it. So I lean towards not caring about that. You know what? Sure. Let's go here. I do still kind of wish that I had Meat Hook to Daze flying bosses, but whatever. We're doing Living Armory 2. Absolutely. 100%. Without question. Versatile Ember Staff we do want. Unfortunately, I can't reroll for anything else. Whatever, fine. We are going to get rid of some things. I do want to get rid of the alchemies, kind of. I'm going to start with the Spear Stewards, partly because I am, like, limited on space. And the alchemies I can technically get rid of sometimes. Remnant draft pick, Luna, or Under Legion. What is even in those rare pools? I guess we'll try Luna. Yeah, title turning was really the only thing I was considering. And I guess I'll take that. I don't think it's like super necessary, but I might put it to good use in one particular way. Fucking Kel. All my homies hate Kel. The front bullet slaps once, and so he has 21 reanimate stacks, and the bullet behind is 21 damage shield. This is silly stuff. Yeah, it is. Okay. Well. And then we get some double Dante action. And here we are. Well, I kind of would like to do the It's Alive, but... well, we'll try it. The main thing is I need... oh, we're getting the harvest anyways. The main thing is I need to draw my Organ Harvester equipment real quick. That looks a lot like not drawing my Organ Harvester. Fortunately, these are both blights, not scourges. Which is unhelpful to my needs. Well, Dante's gonna get some blight on him. Alright, whatever. Yeah, I meant to get some of the dudes killed. Okay, that's what I needed. Now, do I want it on you, or do I want it on the one that doesn't have corruption? I think realistically it doesn't matter a ton. Okay, well, you're gonna suffer, but if one of the Dantes dies, that's not a big deal. Really need to have let my assistants die sooner so I could give their equipment to Grail. Oh well, it was a mistake on my part. It's not a big deal. Look at that beautiful stacking power. Again, can't play out the alchemy. This is why I was saying that I wanted to remove the alchemy. It's okay. Doesn't matter that we give him lifesteal. He's not going to get to attack because the other Dante is going to clear everything first. That's okay. God fucking hate you, Kel. All my homies hate Kel. It's fine, like, we're going to survive it because Dante is going to go on a murder spree. And that's going to be good enough. Well, fuck you too. Alright. And then Machine Gun Dante machine guns his ass. Not quite as quick as I would hope, but, you know, we're working on it. Do I want Reanimation Lab? Great question. Maybe. Kind of. I think I don't really need it, but it is still vaguely appealing to me. I kind of want it. I just don't know that it really matters to me. I can tell you right now, the others do not matter to me. Like, Mixology we can get some value out of. It's not really useful for us. Reanimation Lab is questionable, but I could sort of do good things with. I think it's fine, I guess. Probably unnecessary. It's almost certainly not worth it. Now that I actually, like, see here. Could take the stuck-up whelp. I'm not going to, but it would be sort of cute. I'm just gonna save it. Okay. The robed hitchhiker approaches you. Ah, feels good to have my candles burning once more. Now that my magic has recouped, allow me to do something for you in return. Which favor would you like the hitchhiker to grant you? So, you get Dante's Inferno, which has piercing and consume, and deals damage to enemy units to all floors equal to 10 times the number of Dante's candles in the deck, which we already have 3 of. Or we can gain Dante's Candelabra, which gives the Pyre Titan Skin 2. So it takes 2 less damage from everything. I'm going to tell you right now, we're going to take Dante's Candelabra, especially because I'm using a Slay equipment, and so we don't ever want to cast Dante's Inferno to kill things. And this way, we take less damage from the candles, and we never have to worry about taking damage from the Vengeful Shards, because they do 1 damage, and that's not enough to hurt us. I think we're going here. I do kind of want the removals, and there are things that I want. What I really want is the Merchant of Steel. I could take Meat Hook. I was just talking about how I kind of do want him. I don't know that I really care about Meat Hook. But fine. I should have looked at the shop first is what I should have done. But Intrinsic on you. Sure, enjoy. No, I can't afford that. That's fine. Okay. I don't know. I don't really need the meat hook anymore. Also should not have spent as much as I did there. That's fine. I have 7 capacity. Okay. I might dupe this. The problem is that only one Dante is really going to get major benefit out of the, like, slay part of this. But I could still be using it just for the quick, which is pretty decent. Into the game with front bullet having 172 reanimate, 40 unstable, with the back bullet with 126 reanimate, 138 damage shield. Yeah. Yeah, you can do some cool things like that for sure. I guess we're going to do this. It's a little awkward. I'm still doing it. It's whatever. I really should have not spent all of my gold there. Minus Ember is a bit annoying, but fine. Yeah, I don't know. I have so many units that, like, don't matter to me. Alright, we're gonna play that on you. I don't take damage from that. Thanks to the Candelabra. I just have a lot of junk in my deck. I really need to be, like, removing things. Well, I'm not killing you unless we get lucky. Also, I'm very bad at triggering Versatile Ember Staff because I just am often not playing 3 different kinds of cards in a turn. That will get easier if I am actually using my holdover spell, but I elected not to play it right here. So, whatever. It's fine. Unfortunately, I can't play out the Calcified Ember. Well. Problem is, again, I don't actually want to kill anything with spells. I just want to do other things. I thought I was going to draw into another Dante's Candle right there. You know what? You can have that. Doesn't really matter. Okay, well, my turns are rather limited, but that's fine because I've got a Dante who does this. Alright, and then we start machine gunning off his reanimate. Ta-da! Dante! Doing work. I could do Replicator Ray. I think I'm not going to. I don't need those. I will save this, though once again, it's just pretty worthless for me. We are definitely going here. Could do multi-strike. Honestly, I don't need to. Honestly, I'm just gonna reroll. That is one of the things I wanted. I really wanted Large Stone, was the thing I wanted. Could also do Avarice if I felt like it. Alright, this is gonna look silly. We're gonna dupe a candle. I'll just hold on to my gold. I really need to get rid of cards, though. Alright, so, Kayle. So instead of Kayle and his cherubs gain +7 attack and lifesteal, or grant +7 attack and lifesteal 1 to enemy units, now it's +12 attack and lifesteal 1. Which is pretty scary. Like, it's gonna be fine for us right now, but if you ever let them attack the pyre, like, they will just murder the fucking pyre. What's the point of making Dante 1 if you fill the floor full with either 2 or 1 cost Dantes? The point of reducing its capacity is that it allows me to do more things with them. Kayle's music is my favorite. The Under Legion song is my favorite. This one's pretty good, but I definitely prefer the Under Legion one. The other reason for doing it is because if I hit Large Stone, I can do Large Stone on him, and then it doesn't increase his cost, or his capacity. It still locks him to 1 capacity. And I mostly want Large Stone for the just big block of HP. Which I don't think I, like, super need, but it is a thing that I desire. So if I do this, I go down to 5 capacity. It's like I could dupe Grail. I don't think I really need to, but I can dupe Dante. Dante plays nice with Pyrogel. He does. He also plays very nice with Grail giving +16 and soon to be +24 per equipment shoved into him. Although it'd be nice if I had more equipment to give Grail, but that's a whole other issue. Have you won any runs recently where you multi-floored builds? I did a little bit of that, but mostly I haven't been. And that's partly just because of my personal playstyle. I definitely... Well, okay. I have been doing things like putting Meat Hook on his own floor and just dazing bosses constantly. So like that I've done pretty commonly. But I haven't been doing too much where I am like putting multiple like meaningful damage floors together. I was watching other streamers, they did retry coming to play multi-floors, which surprised me. It's definitely doable, and there are some like high-level players who definitely tend a lot more towards multi-floor setups than I do. But it's definitely not necessary in the way that people have been talking about it. Anyways, so if I play you... Yeah, here's the deal. I guess we're just gonna do this. And then we'll make 2 of you. And then we'll make Meat Hook and a Magma Mauler there. Alright, you get dazed, though it's a lot less impressive when we don't have dualism on him. That's good enough. Okay, and also Kayle has a little bit of Pyrogel on him. These guys aren't going to matter if they don't get a chance to attack. They'll get a tiny bit of attacking done here, mind you, but it's not a big deal. I just need to buff... Well, it's that Kayle is attacking. That's why this guy dies. Anyways, I just need to buff Grail, and then we're solved, basically. Come on, let me click. Stupid candles. There we go. And there. And there. You know what? I'm willing to take just a little bit of damage. We only take 1 damage from each candle now, since we have the Candelabra, so it's not like a big deal. And I very much want the stupid Calcified Ember out of my deck, finally. Okay, play that out. That out. And we have the Ember to play that. Kale does beat Dante to death, but it doesn't matter because he's got 9 reanimate, and Kale's also suffering greatly. Sinner South is crazy good in Monster Train 2. It's okay. It's not bad. I don't think it's like insane, but it is nice. Need explosive reaction anymore. And I forgot to daze you. Whoops. Well, that's fine. Okay. And then we're just gonna murder Kale. And that's all that matters. Because turns out I'm reasonably pretty strong. I definitely have like things to solve about my deck, but we're pretty good. I do like Cursed Dragon Staff. It doesn't really help right here too much, although I might want to take it just as another thing to shove onto Grail. I'm going to do that, even though it's kind of diluting my deck. We are going to take Ember, though I do also kind of want Draw, but this is useful. We'll save that stupid 2 Horde still. We're going to go here, although I do want the Merchant of Arms too. Yeah, that's not what I wanted, but fine. Okay, I was really hoping for Large Stone. Alright, well, it's gonna be Reanimate. The just like raw 14 attack is also not too bad, but we're gonna go with the Reanimate here just to avoid catastrophes. I just unlocked Monster Train 1 clans after my 6th game. After 7 hours, I think that's a bit on the early side. That does seem a bit early, but... Would Dualism affect how many stacks of Reanimate you get from the Organ Harvester? It would, which feels weird to me that that's the case, but that is how it works. And I thought about it for that reason, but... The thing is, well, yeah. It's not my biggest concern right now. Okay, we're going to get rid of the Alchemies, because they're hard for me to play out, even though they're a little easier now. And then we're going to get rid of you. And get rid of you. Lazarus is same best clan like Remnants in Monster Train 1. Maybe. They're definitely very strong. I don't know that I would call them the strongest clan. Like, Under Legion is also quite good. And also, there's an argument that Wormkin is stronger in Monster Train 1. And also, like, there's just a lot of good clans in Monster Train 1, but... Yeah, Under Legion is also quite good. And, I mean, like, none of the clans are bad. Okay, so there's that. Well, this is unfortunate, but we can do that. We're not quite killing you, but okay. That's why I wanted to play the Cursed Dragon Staff on Grail. And also I didn't want to set up bottom floor, but I was trying to avoid taking damage from the Amalgams. I think Under Legion feels slightly stronger than Lazarus. Under Legion definitely were the strongest, but did undergo a number of nerfs, and I don't know if I'd still call them the strongest currently. Because I do think they got over-nerfed in a number of ways. But they're still good. Okay, this is gonna look a little silly. We're gonna blow up our own dude, so we can do this, and now we can wipe that pretty comfortably. Could do the reanimation lab. Don't think we need to. Unfortunately, I need better ways to get my assistants killed, but I'm also doing a better job of proccing the versatile Ember Staff, which is nice. And having that extra Ember is definitely helping. It's not like super necessary. If I take a little bit of damage, so what? We'll still do that. Do I usually take Dante if he's on offer? It really depends. I couldn't remember the last time I'd even seen Dante, so it's a bit of a moot point, but like, he is strong. There's a lot of ways to utilize him very well in this game, particularly since, like Primordium, he benefits hugely well from equipment existing. So, like, he is generally quite good. Oh no, it's a Thane! How will we handle the terror that is a Thane? Well, she got one attack in. And then she died. Okay, I am having trouble buffing Grail as often as I would like. I'll take this, even though it gives me another Calcified Ember. I will skip that. I will save this. I should just loot it, because like, I don't have any way to generate Horde anymore, so. It's only 25 gold. Is it Soul Smelter or Souls Melter? It's Soul Smelter, as in you are smelting souls into gold. Advanced Growth is cute and does not matter at all here. Dragon Supply Pyre Gels, kind of cute. Life Insurer doesn't really matter for us. Does not matter. Hellheart is cute. Sacrificial Chris doesn't really matter to us right now. Okay. Fight Club is a maybe. And by that I mean it's probably... I mean, I should probably take it and use that instead of the Reanimate Lab, but I think I'll just leave the Reanimate Lab. I'll do that. I will make this deployable. I sort of meant to dupe Dante, and I never did. That was the other reason for making him smaller, but then I ended up getting caught up in other things, and I probably should have gone here and taken the healing and done that. It's fine. Gotta keep those sewers for the damage challenge? No, we got the damage challenge, which is why we're allowed to do the Titans now, which is partly why I was so annoyed that we couldn't get that stupid unlock for so long, because that was the last thing preventing me from unlocking the Titan fight. I might just get rid of the Calcified Ember. By that I mean I think I am going to do that. Okay, we're gonna get rid of Explosive Reaction. And then we'll buy this just because I got gold for it. Okay, on to Entropy. Sal, delete stewards. Also Sal, why does it take so long? I mean, I know what I was doing. I just wanted to not be dumb. And there were plenty of times where, like, I've been keeping the shield stewards with me to the end of the run most of the time. It doesn't help. Anyways. So, for Harbinger of Entropy 2, it's now, he enchants us with Sap 10 instead of Sap 5. So he now, instead of debuffing your dudes by 10 attack, it's now 20 attack. And he still adds a Curse of Entropy every turn, like a jerk. Side note, I was considering duping the mirror room so that I could make a second meat hook so that I could just double daze Entropy. Sap Seraph definitely carries multi-strike. Well, we didn't take Fight Club, but it's not going to matter. We're going to have way enough attack for him to be inconsequential. Okay, yeah, we should be fine doing this. This fight does have the Scourge dudes, which are the worst. Not the Scourge dudes, the Silencers, which are the worst unit in the game. I strongly maintain that to be true. Okay. I could have played out the Steward. I put Intrinsic on the title, turning just for a fight like this. But we're fine. We'll just sacrifice the Plague Doctor. Wait, does Dante summon double candles when you mirror him? Yes, he does. Which is why my deck is so many candles. No, I didn't totally mean to kill all those, but that's fine. I just wanted to give Grail some sweet extra equipment, even though it overwrites the Oregon Harvester. And we're dazing you, so you at least don't give me a Curse of Entropy for once. Nice. Got more candles than Grandma's birthday cake? We do indeed. Okay, so, oh, I did this in the wrong order. Well, fine. Because I meant to have you die, but I also want to buff up Dante. It's fine. Like, I'm not in danger. And he even gets +7/+7 on Reanimate, so he's a little stronger. Okay. Oh no, I give sap to my dudes. How will I deal with such a fate? Okay. I do take 1 damage. So be it. I'm gonna have some trouble with the Titan fight. A little bit. Maybe. But that's okay. Alright, we're killing Seraph right here. I do not have the strongest Grail, but that's okay. In the ideal world, I would be jamming a lot more equipment into him, but that's okay. We're still making some pretty powerful Dantes. So, you followed the rail through the gates of heaven and defeated those sent to stop you. The great abyss comes into view, a truly terrible sight. Looming beyond its vast expanse, the Titans sit and wait. The essences you've gathered calls to them. It's weird that both this is pluralized and that is pluralized. But, do you continue forward to the beyond, venture forth, fight the Titans, or leave and end the run? We're going to fight the Titans. The great abyss opens before you. You enter past its threshold into a vast expanse, a place beyond even heaven itself. Alright. Clash of the Titans. The Titans of Savagery, Dominion, and Entropy await. Defeat them all, once and for all. Alright. It's time for me to rant about this fight a little bit. Although we're going to set up our units first. And then we'll rant appropriately. I think we're still setting up just the same way as before. You go there, you go there. You're going to go there. Okay, so, there's a lot going on in this fight, so let me explain their abilities, and then I'll tell you why I hate this fight. So, first off, we're just going to read the units and I'll explain. Essentially, there are 3 bosses that we have to beat, and the fight does not end until we've killed all of them. So, Dominion is camped out in our Pyre Room. His abilities are Resolve. Add Pyre Light to your hand, which is a spell. Costs 1. It purges. It's ephemeral, so if you don't play it, it doesn't shuffle back into your deck. It just disappears. Apply plus 10 attack to the Pyre. Then the Pyre immediately attacks. So, essentially, you will strengthen the Pyre, and then it will attack Dominion. And that is sort of your main method of interacting with Dominion. And, on the Resolve, he also applies Corruption 5 to your front unit on each floor. Which is, again, a reason that it does seem a little at odds with this game encouraging you towards multi-floor setups, when, again, you've got a bunch of things like this that punish you for focusing on multiple floors instead of focusing on a single floor. Anyways. And then he also has Fate Link. Cannot be killed until all units with Fate Link are at 1 HP. He's immune to Rooted, and Entropy is immune to Dazed. And then he'll attack the Pyre once per turn. He has 3 attacks, so he'll do 3 damage to it. So that is Dominion. Oh, and also, just for fun, he also has Spell Shield 4. Because why would a unit that you can not interact with units not have Spell Shield as well? So, then we've got Entropy, who has 20 attack and has a presence on every floor, so he attacks every floor for 20 damage every turn. Again, further punishing you having a presence on every floor. And then Resolve, add a Curse of Entropy to the deck. Same Curse of Entropy that Seraph of Entropy has, so get shuffled into the deck. If you don't play it, it will deal 3 damage to your Pyre. If you do play it, it will apply Sap 4 to all friendly units on every floor. And so again, further punishes you for focusing on a bunch of units, because that's a lot of Sap being split up to your units. And then similarly, he has Fate Link, so can't be killed until the other units with Fate Link are also essentially dead. They do have their own separate health bar, it's just that they all have to be at 1 HP before they die. And then there's Savagery, who is actually on the floors and ascends them like normal, kind of. His deal is he has 15 attack, bunch of HP. On Resolve, he gains Rage 2. And if you have no units on the floor, he directly does 5 damage to the Pyre. And then he has a loop, which is when he is on the top floor, instead of ascending to the Pyre Room, he loops back down to the bottom floor. Or if you ascend him with like a spell while he's on top floor, he will then loop back down to the bottom. Whenever he loops, he gains Multi-Strike. So, every turn, he gains more damage output, and every 3-ish turns, he gains an extra attack. And if your floor is ever undefended, he will deal 5 damage directly to the Pyre. And then he also has Fate Link. Just like the others, all of the Titans have to be at 1 before you can kill them. So, in this fight, there is no Relentless. It just goes until either you're dead or the Titans are dead. You have to kill all 3 of them. You cannot kill any of them individually. There's just a lot going on in the fight. Now, I'm going to clarify that I do respect this fight for trying to do something differently. And I think it's ambitious, and I appreciate that. That said, I do think this fight is not great. In particular, I really dislike that Dominion is so uninteractive, because you can never interact with him with your units. So, you have to wait for your Pyre to kill him, or hit him with spells, except that he has 4 spell shields, or apply debuffs to him. It's just... I don't know. Let me get my thoughts in order. Dominion is the thing I really dislike about this fight, because it often ends up in a situation where... So, let me back up a step. This fight is positioned and designed to be a constant series of choices and deciding where you want to devote your resources to. And that's cool in theory. I don't think it works very well. Because ultimately, mostly what this fight ends up being, because so much of the fight is built around the bosses just directly damaging your Pyre, is it mostly just says, do you have 45-ish HP? If so, you win and it just takes a while. And if you don't, then you lose. It's a little bit more than that, but basically that's what it boils down to. And I don't think that's a very compelling situation. You can stack Pyrogel on Dominion, I guess, or Corruption. Yeah, you can stack Pyrogel on him. You can also give him melee weakness. You can also... there are things you can do, but Dominion is particularly weird because he's so uninteractive that they gave him the ability to give you a Pyre Light each turn, so then you can play the Pyre Light to damage Dominion, but then the Pyre Light becomes basically the most efficient way to kill Dominion, because, like, for most Pyres, mathematically, if you're playing the Pyre Light every turn, you have to be doing at least 200 for some Pyres, because they have different attack stats. For some Pyres, it ends up being like 250 or like 300. You have to be doing at least 200 damage to even shave off a single turn from Dominion. And so it becomes a question of, is it actually even worth you investing the spells in knocking off his damage shield and then hitting him directly? Like, does that actually buy you any... Is that worth investing that time when he's already naturally dying to the Pyre Light? Like, what ends up happening with Dominion is largely it's just a 1 Ember tax per turn, which is pretty lame and uninteractive. Like, that's basically all he is. He does 2 damage, well, 3 damage now to your Pyre every turn, and you pay 1 energy every turn. It's not very exciting. You can daze him, but daze is actually fairly bad for you to do, because since his Pyre Light generation is on resolve, he doesn't generate the Pyre Light for you, and so then the fight just ends up taking way longer. Because at base here, he has 2,000 HP, and so that would take 20 turns of my Pyre attacking him to kill him. And so, yeah, you can sap him, but sap is available in only a handful of clans. Also, like, you know, you could kill him with damage spells, but for instance, Luna, the spell damage clan, most of their spells, basically all of their spells, are scaled around the expectation that you're going to be buffing them with Conduit. So their base stats are like between 10 to 30 damage. And so, because he's up in the Pyre, you can never actually benefit from Conduit. And so again, even the spell damage clan doesn't get to do good damage to Dominion with spells outside of Heavenfall, the rare spell, because it hits every floor on the train, including the Pyre. And so you end up with a situation where even the one way you should be able to interact with Dominion can't interact with him very well. Like, it's just not good in execution. And they could do a lot of things to make it better. Like, they could, like, reduce his HP by, like, half. And then make it so he doesn't generate the Pyrelite. Or the Pyrelite does something different. Like, you apply Corruption to one of your units in exchange for, like, giving a damage shield to your Pyre. So that it is a choice between, like, damaging your units at the cost of, you know, protecting your Pyre. And him having less HP means that, like, lower base damage spells or, like, damaging debuffs actually mean something to him. Like, I just think he's just really bad in execution currently. There are other complaints I have about this fight. Like, again, the fact that it doesn't have a time limit means that it just kind of goes until it goes, which I think is not great. I just have a lot of problems with this fight. I think while it looks cool at first, and I appreciate how ambitious it is, it mostly comes down to just being an HP check. And they've made it a little better in a number of regards. But, like, it's just not great. So, that's the situation. There's also some weird, like, things to it. Like, if you're constantly descending Savagery, he never gains the multi-strike. But if you are ascending him, he gains it faster. I really wish that he just had a timer that ticked down every 3 turns, and then he gained multi-strike, rather than it being tied to him ascending. I also wish that you could kill each Titan individually, so then, like, there would be a reason to, like, focus down the Titans. Like, so, here's the other major thing about this fight, is just, because of the way this fight works, and especially because it has no time limit, I never find myself actually, like, drafting for this fight. Like, if you can beat Seraph, and if you have, like, 45 HP, you can beat this fight, no problem. There's nothing, like, there are technically ways to draft for the Titans, but I think that it just basically doesn't matter. Which I think is disappointing to me. Like, especially in Monster Train 1, I find myself often drafting for, you know, the particular Seraphs I'm going to fight. For Divinity, I always had in mind trying to piece together, like, I need to make sure I have 5 hits to be clearing all the waves. I need to have some sort of scaling to be able to deal, you know, with the Relentless portion of the fight. I need to have some, like, early defense to deal with Divinity's sweep, or I need to be setting up on a lower floor, and I need to have, you know, some way to deal with that. Like, there were things to draft around and to keep in mind for the entire run. And for this fight, I just don't think there's really anything there. Slay Adams also useless against Titans? No, kind of. They will have waves coming in a moment. On turn 1, there are no waves, but they will make waves, which we can then slay. But anyways, that is my rant. We don't need to hear me talk about the Titans endlessly, but here we are. Also, for whatever reason, you can't daze Entropy. There are reasons for it, but it mostly feels just like a weird exclusion. Here's the Pyrelite. Yeah. I mean, I still want to play this so I can have it later. Also, having Dante's Candelabra greatly reduces the incoming damage. But, like, yeah, I'll take a little bit of damage from the candles occasionally, but mostly we're in good shape. Also, we've basically already killed Entropy. Unfortunately, there were Scourge dudes, and that's annoying, but it is what it is. I think to make the fight fancier, Entropy could give you a special card every X HP and let you lock your spell values so it can be used on Pyroflor. I assume you mean Dominion. I don't know. Anyways, Savagery has the same mechanic where the card would transport your unit up 1 turn and back. That would force more interaction. Like, that seems, like, overly complicated, but, like, honestly, I will take basically anything that makes this fight more interactive and meaningful. So, yeah. Alright. I just don't think this fight is well executed. Again, I really respect what they were trying to do. I just don't think it works particularly well. Anyways, you may notice that I've basically already killed Savagery and Entropy. Which, unfortunately, hitting them while they're at 1 HP does not count for Slay triggers, by the way. So, that's cool. But it doesn't, for whatever reason that they chose. Oh, I definitely did this in the wrong order, but that's okay. Anyways, we don't need to do this, or we don't need to worry about that. And we'll just play out the other things. So, I've already basically killed Entropy and Savagery, but I still have to deal with them for the rest of the battle. And now I just need to slowly wait for Dominion to die. Really compelling stuff. And, like, yes, you can say, okay, well then I should have drafted things for Dominion. But what did I actually see available in this run that even would have, like, sped up this? I don't really think there was much that I saw that would have sped this up. Like, I could have given him, like, Pyrogel 10 at one point, but that barely changes how much damage he's taking every turn when my Pyre is essentially doing... Like, on this turn, it's going to be doing 280 damage. And so it would be doing 300 damage instead if I had done that, which is not a big difference. Like, at best, again, maybe it would shave off 1 turn of fighting, which is okay, but it's just not, it's not exciting. Well, we'll do that. And again, it also is just, like, it's kind of stupid to me that, like, one of the few ways to deal with the minion is to use spells on him. And he blocks the first 4 spells you play on him just as an extra kicker to make him annoying. And then all my Dantes just get to sit here and chill as I wait. This is also, by the way, one of the reasons that Ancient Pyre Tap is not nearly as good at High Covenant. Well, not necessarily High Covenant, because you can fight the Titans on any Covenant. But if you are fighting the Titans, Ancient Pyre Tap is much worse, because people have been putting themselves down to like 1 HP all the time with Ancient Pyre Tap, and if you're coming into this fight with 1 HP, you essentially instantly die. Which is the other thing that I really dislike about this fight, is that, again, it's basically just a Pyre HP check. And in both Monster Train 1 and 2, everywhere else in the game, no matter how badly it's gone up till that moment, you always have the chance to, like, try to fix your deck or pivot and stabilize. And so, like, I really like that, for instance, in Monster Train, especially Monster Train 1, you can go into Divinity at 1 HP, and like if you were able to cobble together your solution and like pick yourself up after some bad fights, you can still win. I like that. I really dislike that if you go into this fight and you had like a bad Seraph fight and you lost too much HP, then you essentially just like instantly die and there's not really anything you can do about it. I think that's pretty lame. Hey, this is new? Yes, this is the Titan fight. Also, I really definitely did not need Reanimation Lab, though it is kind of cute. Well, these all do 3 damage, so... Although I could have played this out, I forgot that they're Blight, and I could have procced the Versatile Ember Staff. Whatever. Not a big deal, I took a tiny bit of damage. And again... It doesn't really matter what my units are doing. I'm essentially just waiting for Dominion to die, which he does die this turn, finally. Why is there a guy up there? Because that's how this fight goes. He just hangs out in the Pyre room, constantly attacking your Pyre, and being a loser. So anyways, we did take 31 damage, but I wasn't really ever in danger of losing. I killed 2 of the Titans on turn 2, basically. Or turn 3, I guess. Because I had to wait for Savagery to get to top floor. And then the other turns, I just waited for Dominion to die. So, great. And like, if for whatever reason you're not playing out the Pyre Light, then again, it just takes even longer to kill him. And like, I don't know. It's not a great fight. Yeah, anyways, here's the credits. Because we beat it for the first time. I will let the credits play out for a moment just because, I don't know, I always like watching the credits on screen at least once. And especially for a game like this that as much as I've been complaining for the last 20 minutes about the Titan fight, I love this game. Like, I've already sunk in so many hours into it. And I think it's a great, like, successor to Monster Train 1. In so many ways, it, like, improved upon the formula, and the new clans are awesome. Also, here's the playtest list. There I am. Right there. Yeah. But anyways, as much as I have some complaints about this game, like, for the most part, I still think this game is so good and is a great, like, improvement upon and successor to Monster Train. In just so many ways, this game is fabulous. Like, the art is great. I love a lot of the visual designs, both of the clans and of the enemies. I think they did a great job with, like, deployment phase, addressing one of the, like, major problems of Monster Train 1. The new mechanics are cool. The addition of rooms and equipment are great. I like that they greatly reduced how much sweep is in the game. I like that they reduced how many, like, repeatable buff cards there are. It's just a good game. I just also wish that they would do things like rework the Titan fight and get rid of these silence enchanting enemies. But I know they're not going to do that, or at least not anytime soon. And they are already very aware of my vocal disdain for this fight. But I am in the minority. I know that there are other people who like this fight a lot more than I do, but I just don't think it's that good a fight. How you doing, Garamoni? Alright, we've gotten to the point where we're doing a localization. We'll skip ahead through the rest. And now we have unlocked truly the last 3 Pyre Hearts. So, first off, we have Pyre of Savagery. Actually, I'll look at these on a different screen because we can actually see their stats then, which is a little better. And we've unlocked the Bone Shaker room, which is the Monster Train 1 train backdrop, which is cute. Okay. And we've gotten our first Platinum Crown. And so, now we're going to start trying to work on crowns. All 180 of them. Although I might still put off the Monster Train 1 clans for a little while. But for the moment, we're going to work on Monster Train 2 crowns for the most part. What do you need to do to get to the Titan fight? So first off, you need to unlock all of the Pyre hearts except for these last 3 that you get for beating the Titans. And then while in a run, well, there's a cutscene you have to watch at the outpost first. But after you watch the cutscene, in the run, when you get to bosses, you can now enable a trial for the boss, just like you could for like any normal fight. And so if you do all 3 boss trials, then after you beat Seraph, it will allow you to fight the Titans if you want. So that's what you have to do. Just makes each boss fight a little harder by amping up their individual abilities. So, the 3 new Pyres. We have Pyre of Savagery, which gives friendly units a Slay trigger to gain +1 attack permanently. It is kind of cute. Of note, though, it is the Pyre with by far the least starting HP. So you do... It has higher attack, but if you let any enemies leak, it is very bad. And also, it's fairly dangerous going into the Titan fight because you are going to have a lower max HP, and because the Pyre healing nodes on the map, they heal by a percentage, and so having a lower max health also means you are healing a lower total amount every time you use those. So you typically are going to end up going into the Titan fight at lower HP, which is dangerous. Does it have to be Covenant 10? No, you can do it on any Covenant. Lazarus League is kind of hard. I'm getting pwned in my 2 tries. They definitely have a learning curve. They have a lot of powerful tools, though. Mix, in particular, is very versatile and can be very strong. But it does take a little bit of getting used to. So, Pyre of Dominion. I actually really like Pyre of Dominion. I don't want to play it like all the time, but it makes for some interesting runs because it has you remove Train Stewards and your starting cards, and then immediately draft 4 packs and double each card picked. So you essentially draft a totally different starting deck, which leads to a lot of like interesting situations, especially since you can start with a lot of like powerful cards, but you are also missing your starter card, and a lot of champions like are built with the expectation that you have your starter card available all the time. Like Fel not having Just Cause means that you can't shift her. You can't shift any of the other banished units, really. And so, like, it is fun and it is fairly powerful, but it can lead to some really awkward moments, especially when you're doing random. And now, for my least favorite Pyre, by far, there's Pyre of Entropy. Pyre of Entropy adds a Vengeful Shard to your deck after each battle. And you draw 1 extra card for every 2 Blights in your deck. No, it's not randomness. It's garbage. It fills your deck with garbage. And in exchange, you draw more cards every turn. And now you might be saying, but Sal, isn't drawing cards so good? Isn't it wonderful that by the end of the run, you are, by base, drawing 10 cards? And I would say, if I didn't have all the Vengeful Shards in the deck, yes. But the fact that you have, like, a third of your deck as Vengeful Shards means that most of the time, you are drawing, like, 2 Vengeful Shards, or even more Vengeful Shards. And so, drawing extra cards doesn't really mean anything if you drew garbage. Like, drawing a Vengeful Shard is actively worse than just not drawing that card at all. So, I really dislike it. And also, so, I really dislike this Pyre for a number of reasons. First off, beyond just that I hate having garbage added to my deck, I also, for a different reason, really dislike that it is a draw pyre, because we already have a pyre that is about drawing extra cards. And so it is weird to me that we have devoted 2 pyres to having overlap, and I don't think we should do that. I think Pyre of Entropy should do something totally different. Also, I like to talk about, like, what's the design intent of this? Like, what is this pyre encouraging you to do? Because, again, like, Fear is Greed is encouraging you to be greedy and to allow yourself to take some early pyre damage and, able to get extra gold. Aquest's Reservation is encouraging you to take some, like, expensive spell or merge an expensive equipment or something so you can set up, like, one powerful turn to use it on. Herzl's Horde is encouraging you to play a lot more units or to put rooms or equipment into your deployment phase. So, there are clear reasons to be using those pyres. Also, thanks for the raid, Banhammer. How you doing? Get him, everyone. He's distracted by pyres. Anyway, so, like, what is the design goal of Pyre of Entropy? If you have more cards in your deck, it waters down the number of Vengeful Shards that are there. So is the design intent to just force you to never skip cards? To never be removing cards? Because the more cards you remove, the more you're going to be drawing just Vengeful Shards instead of real cards. That feels pretty bad. One of the things I think is best about roguelike deck builders is the process of, like, refining your deck over the run. And so a pyre that just says, like, don't refine your deck feels pretty shit to me. You could also just, like, get a bunch of holdover, but that's not really in your control. Like, it just, in so many ways, I really dislike the existence of this pyre. It's not even, like, strength-wise, it's okay, partly because it has higher starting HP than the other pyres. It's the lowest damage, but it has higher starting HP, so, it's whatever, but I really hate it. It's by far my least favorite pyre. I've lobbied time and again for them to change it to a different effect, and they have not done so, and there are a couple very vocal supporters of Pyre of Entropy who I disagree with strongly. Hey Salve, I played Blueprints. I have been playing it for, like, the past 2 weeks. I am seemingly towards the end, but there are definitely a couple things that I've yet to figure out. But yes, it has been very fun. Been very much enjoying Blueprints so far. Anyways, we're going to do random. Why is it win streak 1? Did I actually lose a run? I'm pretty sure I didn't. Am I crazy? Also, there's probably story now, isn't there? Hey, thanks for the follow. Well, did we do it? Is it over? Our victory against them certainly weakened them, but it's not over yet. Far from it. We need to keep fighting. Each victory against them, no matter how small, brings us closer to getting rid of them for good. They are Titans, after all. I didn't expect us to take them down that easily. Well, guess that means I got more work to do around here. I better prepare the train for the next assault. Herzl, there's one more thing I need to tell you. In the pyre, Seraph said something to me. He told me that defeating the Titans would be the end of him, and once he's gone, he wants me to take Heaven's throne. If he's telling the truth, then somebody needs to take the throne. Heaven's light needs a steward. But should that person really be me? What if it changes me? Turns me into someone I'm not? What if I end up like my brother? You are not your brother, Fel. Seraph ruled through fear and cruelty. That was the only way he knew how to lead people. I've watched you bring hell together. Not by force, but by giving them hope. That's something Seraph never understood. And he won't be alone. You've got Hef, you've got me, and all of hell behind you. Will you come visit me in heaven? I'll miss this place after all. Of course we will. And you better come visit us here too. That's why I built the rail after all. Maybe once this is all over, it'll be like old times again. Me, you, and Hef. I'd like that. I'll be looking forward to it. Oi, you two finished yet? Fel, your troops are waiting. The train's almost ready. You better get to it. One battle at a time, right? Right. Time to get to work. Side note, it is weird to me that Fel is the main character of this game. Like, I really like her being one of the champions, and I like her being in the game, but it is weird that, like... Not that story's been, like, a big thing for Monster Train, especially Monster Train 1, but it feels weird that the story of Monster Train 1 is Heaven fighting Hell, or Hell fighting Heaven, and then Monster Train 2 there's basically no major representative from Hell, especially because, like, you have the champions for the new clans, but you don't have the champions from the first clans talking at all. And it's weird that Fel, a enemy from the first game, is the main character. Anyways, minor thing. Oh, that's right. I was going to look at the run history. Oh, no, I did lose this one. I totally forgot. Absolutely lost that run. Got smashed apart on Ring 2. Yeah. Was a terrible start. Alright. So, complaining aside, we got Talos again. We got Pyreborn. We got Seraph of Savagery. Knockback. Damage shields. Damage shield KO is way worse with the Titan trial. I mean, KO in general, I think, is a little too binary right now. Because the damage shield goes to damage shield 2 with the trial. And so, if you ever let a unit feed, it just becomes dramatically harder to even touch them. And God forbid you let them get to the Pyre with damage shield like 4 on them. They just start beating your Pyre to death before the Pyre can even hurt them at all. Just not good. Anyways, Crusader's fine. Selfless Sacrifice is not bad. Pyreball's okay. We have some expensive cards, but fine. We don't have Whelps, so I don't really want that, but we'll do this. When a unit without Pyrogel gains Pyrogel, gains plus 6 stacks, so the first fire starter we play on every unit is going to give Pyrogel 8. That's pretty okay. And then there are also other things we can do. Honestly, I was expecting it to be 3 different Titan fights instead of a squad of Titan besties, and I do agree with Dominion being the timer unrelated to the other 2 is something I'd like to see addressed. Yeah, there are people who are going to tell you that you just need to draft for Dominion more, but like yes, you can draft for Dominion to some degree. But part of my argument is you don't need to. Drafting for Dominion means you're taking focus away from fighting the others, and the people who tell me that they usually kill Dominion fast and kill, like, Savagery, slowest, are usually taking the same amount of turns as me anyways, on average, and are usually taking more Pyre damage to do it. In which case, that doesn't really smack of a convincing argument when you're essentially telling me that you have a harder time fighting the Titans and take the same amount of turns to do it. And more to the point, as long as I have a certain amount of HP, Dominion just dies no matter what I do. I don't have to draft for Dominion. Yes, I could kill Dominion a couple turns faster, but why bother? Like, it automatically just dies after a certain number of turns, whether I'm involved or not, so long as I'm paying the 1 Ember per turn tax. Like, that's essentially what Dominion comes down to. 3 damage to your Pyre turn, 1 Ember tax. That's it. It takes between 7 to 10 turns to kill. Great. And also, like, it just... defensively, there's not many ways to interact with Dominion. Like, you can sap it. Great. Only a couple clans have sap, and even in those clans, it's a little, restricted. You can daze it, but then it just makes the fight go on a lot longer, which feels really bad. And that's it. You can't heal your Pyre. Well, you can heal your Pyre with a couple of things, but there's very few spells that heal your Pyre. Holy Stone doesn't heal your Pyre that much, but it's technically a way to do it. You can't armor your Pyre. You can't stealth your Pyre. Like, there's just not a lot you can do defensively to reduce the damage that Dominion is doing. Anyways, so here's the deal. I kind of want to take Enchantress because I kind of want to redeem ourselves for failing with Enchantress before. Also, Steadfast Crusader is actually pretty cool with Enchantress since it does damage based on HP. Enchantress gives more HP than it does attack, and so increasing the HP of it means that then we can have a whole squad of like slamming crusaders who just do a bunch of damage based on their HP, which is kind of appealing. Alternatively, we take Celestial Radiance because I haven't taken it yet and I would like to fill out the logbook. Is there a quick Pyre Core, as in one that attacks first? No, there is not. I mean, I think I'm still gonna take Enchantress. No. Also, what are we even up against? I was spent so long being angry that angry is a bit of a strong word, but... Alright, we're just gonna do... shift melee weakness, because we haven't done it yet. And we do have a couple ways to shift her. Celestial Radiance with Windy Room would be a big high roll. Kind of. It does work sort of nicely. As long as you have a lot of units in the room, because you need there to be still more units behind to benefit from the melee weakness that's generated from the shifting when they advance. But yeah, it can work well. Alright, let's try it like this, I guess. Alright, so she moves down, gives the melee weakness. You can have some Pyre Gel, and then that happens... Oh, whoops, I messed this up. I put Talus in the wrong spot. There we go. Because she was supposed to go here, and then there. Because then we trigger the shift a second time, so he gets melee weakness too. So even the moderate attack power does that. Alright, we're gonna do that. I would like the damage shields, but I also want to wipe them and kill that. Well, that feels a little unnecessary, and I don't like them getting rid of my damage shield, but it is what it is. Alright, well, not quite killing him. All the way. There you go. Alright, well, he does have more health remaining than I want, especially because he now heals repeatedly. Had we gotten the Pyre Gel on him, that would have been good. I never did draw... Or I always didn't play out the shield steward, or the spear stewards like I should have. There we go. Okay. Yeah, it turns out having 10 Pyre Gel on him does help out tremendously right here. I wait the day when Sal ransoms into Malakapyre and starting artifacts as Capricious Reflection. I'll tell you right now, I'm not gonna take it. If you want that, you talk to other people who are not me. There's at least one player I know who will do that. But I don't want to name them because I don't think they've told people they're a playtester yet. So I do want Benediction, because I do really like Benediction. Windblade is kind of cute when I'm doing some shift things. I don't think it's that insane for me. The Resolve trigger shift on Talos, though, is kind of cute. It only matters if I'm not killing all enemies on a floor, or if there's, like, a flying boss, but that's still probably worth it. I do like Benediction, though. Whatever. I'll take Windblade. Do I want Lava Armor? Kind of. Sure, I'll take lava armor. Okay, so what do I actually want here? I think I probably want another banish unit. And by that I mean I'm pretty confident I want a banish unit. Okay, holdover something. Well, I was considering Firebrand. Kind of okay with Firebrand. Battle Dancer is a shift unit, but I'm not like shifting super well. Fine, I'll just take you. I don't know that we're going to use you long term. Could do a holdover Pyreball. Hey, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. I don't think I really want that. Do I want this? Nah, we're just gonna reroll. Well, double stack would have been nicer for Benediction, but I didn't take that. I don't really care about Inspire. I mean, I could double stack it and then -1 it. I don't think that's worth the gold, though. I think I am willing to do that, although I probably like Firestarter more for that. I don't know. I'm gonna do that, I guess, even though it bankrupts me, which I find a little questionable. We're not great into Mark of Invasion, but fine. Okay. Yeah, the problem is, like, my damage output is overall fairly low. Also, I should have put you on top floor. I spaced out that we're up against the, haste dudes, which makes this whole situation a lot worse. We can at least do this, which is something. Alright, we're gonna kill you, even though then I'm not applying melee weakness in the way that I want. Or not melee weakness, but, Pyro Jump. Firebrand's so good, just solos the floor for so long. It is a good unit. It is a unit that I don't think is as good at High Covenant as people think it is. More specifically, like, in the demo, people were constantly saying, like, oh, Firebrand is, like, the best unit, it needs to be nerfed. I don't think it needs to be nerfed. I don't think it's as good as people make it out to be. Because at least at higher Covenant, like, enemies attack for a lot of damage, especially once you are on flying bosses. And more importantly, you need to be doing massive amounts of damage to clear waves. Because, like, again, Savagery, you've got, like, double heavies who have 300 to 450 HP each. Actually, 500 now. And so, like, yeah, Firebrand is pretty good, but, like, you need to be creating a lineup that can deal with those things. But it is a good unit. It's just that it is not the, like, totally self-sufficient unit that people were making it out to be. Yeah, this is the problem with the Steadfast Crusader, is he's dying a cruel death. Well, shit. So I do want to kill the backliner. But then that would mean I can't use the Self-Sacrifice, which I also want to do. But we'll do this and that. Unfortunately, Talos doesn't get to give him any melee weakness, which is not great, but Firebrand gets to kill now. I did take a fair bit of damage on this fight. It was not ideal. I could have played it better by playing the Firebrand top. Whatever, here we are. Also, if I had drawn the Fireball turn 1, that would have been very nice. Divinity is solid. Cleave is pretty great. I think I probably want Divinity. I'm not making a good deck at the moment is the problem. I can technically use Challenge as a repeatable way to advance Talos, but then she'll just be stacking melee weakness on herself, which is not ideal. I will take Divinity. I will skip these. Kind of want to go here looking for like -2 and consume on Divinity and remove consume on Self-Sacrifice. I also kind of want to go here looking for like Mind Cage and like Zephyr Room would also be good, like Ether was talking about. But I think like the chances that I hit what I care about here is pretty low. If I did hit it though, it would be very nice. It would make my life tremendously better. It's knockback Archeon or Archeon. I don't know. I'm hesitating real hard here. Part of the problem is, like, my dudes have very low base attack, so even when I apply melee weakness, doesn't fucking matter when I'm hitting them with a Steadfast Crusader who has no attack power right now. There are ways I can solve that, obviously, but I am not there yet, sadly. Alright, let's go here and be disappointed. Well, Bloodthirsty Blade is interesting. Overgrowth Carapace is pretty nice, though I'm not sure I want to pay for it with my meager gold. I'm willing to take Historian's Razor right now. That does help my low attack situation. It's not perfect. Do I want Bloodthirsty Blade? I don't think that I do. Though it is cute. And it's maybe not going to be that hard to get slays, since I am giving melee weakness to things repeatedly. Yeah, there's the Mind Cage I wanted. There's Imprisoned Zephyr. There's Hall of Mirrors. Well, isn't that an interesting group of options? Unfortunately, I can't get them all. Alright, we're doing this. We're doing that, I guess. Unfortunately, I don't have enough to combine them, which is really not what I wanted, but fine. Okay. Oh, and I spaced out on reading the thing. He is plus 150 HP as his bonus. Okay. So, how do I want to do this? So, have some melee weakness, have some more melee weakness. Yeah, we'll do it this way. Have some more melee weakness. Have a dude. Unfortunately, we're not doing like crazy damage, even with the 3 melee weakness. Which actually goes to melee weakness 4 because it gets knocked back. But it's intriguing, and that's right. I forgot that there was a reason I didn't want to move you. It's fine. Alright, so we get zapped a little bit, so be it. Alright. I should have done these first, because I would have done slightly more damage. Not a big deal, though. Yeah, so again, like, it's a little weird, but fine. If I had some way for my dudes to attack from back to front, it would work out a lot better. I don't. Also, you're just going to die, and therefore I shouldn't have bothered putting that on you, but here we are. Well, I'm going to take some damage no matter what, but... Yeah, also just like Zephyr Room. Oh, you died to spikes? How lame is that? Zephyr Room is awkward when you're trying to rely on Valor Armor because it can be hard to... It can be hard to manage who ends up in front at the end of the turn. Oh, you die if I do that. Well... Let's not do that. Oops, wrong ordering, but fine. Okay. And now Talos does take a lot of damage, but doesn't die from that damage. And then we hit Archeon for 215 and apply a bit more melee weakness to him, because that's just the kind of guy we are. Also, it would have been really helpful if I played the Divinity earlier. We do have Mind Cage on her, so now she can fly every single turn, which is why I went out of my way looking for that. So I think you're ending up in front. Nope, I definitely did not do the math right, which is the problem of not actually doing the math and just making assumptions. Alright, well, we'll do that, and I don't want to use the Inspire here because I don't want to get sapped, especially... I just don't. Anyways, this way I do take damage on the Pyre, because I didn't actually kill them like I was before. There we go. There we go. Anyways, my deck is a bit of a mess, but it's getting better. It's getting better. Okay. Do I want Cursed Dragonstaff? I kind of do, because Cursed Dragonstaff is awesome. I don't think it's great for us here, though. Death Roar is cool. Don't know that we care about it right now, though. I'm not generating, like, a ton of Pyre Gel. I'm doing okay work, but... I'm gonna skip. Ooh. Do I want Zealot? I kind of want Zealot. Turns out Zealot is a really cool unit. I don't know that he's what I want right here, but, like, he is quite good. Magma Cultist is my jam. Yeah, Magma Cultist is probably my favorite Pyreborn unit. He's just very good. Zealot, I really like. I also think he's got one of the coolest visual designs in the game. He just looks so cool. But, like, he's a good unit, especially because it's an action trigger, not a strike trigger. So he applies the Pyre Gel before he attacks. So he gets the benefit from the Pyre Gel on the attack. Also keeps applying it during Relentless, though he would do that if it were a strike trigger as well. Also of note, because we do have Spark Flint Catalyst, for any enemy that doesn't have Pyre Gel, he would be applying Pyre Gel 11 to them. I feel like you can shove a Zealot into basically any build. Kind of, yes. The biggest problem is that he costs 3, and Deployment Ember is very scarce. So that can be a problem, but overall, like, yeah, he's just great in most situations. That's it. We're gonna take Zealot. I think we're taking Ember, because I am struggling with that. And we don't need capacity so much, so we'll do this. We are definitely going to go here for upgrades. Celestial Radiance 2. Now it's Melee Weakness 2 to enemy units. Titanite, not bad, but I don't have a whole lot of gold, which is the problem. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. I do like Titanite. I think I'm still skipping it. Well, shit. Because what I want is both of these. Maybe I want the quick more than the multi-strike. I really want both, though. For a number of reasons. Yeah, we're gonna do this. Again, I do really want the multi-strike. Unfortunately, I can't afford it. Oh well, here we are. Draw -1. What jerks. Well, sorry, Firebrand, but you're gonna get neglected to some degree. There it is. Okay, so you move there. And then that happens. And then we'll give you even more melee weakness, probably just so I can get the shield on Talos. And then you strike and absolutely blow them up. Yep, and that's all we need for the kill. Yeah, Yeah, I thought you might survive if I did that. Oh, that's fine. You're basically dead. If I'd gone the multi-strike, that wouldn't be an issue. Okay. Again, you're taking a small bit of damage. I think that's okay. Yeah, whatever. I'll just kill you, even though we're depriving him of things. Yes, look at all that beautiful damage. Alright, we'll do this even though I'm getting sapped a bunch and I don't love that. I do wish that Bogroom was giving me the extra capacity on bottom floor. Oh well, here we are. Yeah, I'm gonna do that even though it gives me more sap, but like I want to have a bunch of damage shields, so here we are. I should have played out the other Spear Steward there, but okay. Oh, and I could have done that better. Oh well. I really wanted this a long time ago. Whoops. Alright, we're not quite killing you, but we're basically killing you. I'm pretty confident that we win this. It's just that my dudes are not defended well in certain ways. Anyways, it's okay. You're dead. Ta-da! Alright, my deck is a bit clumsy, but it's overall pretty decent. Although we are going to need ways to buff the Zealot's attack later, kind of. Do I really need Deadly Plunge? Kind of like it. Demonize... It's kind of cute when dealing with savagery later on. I don't really want the Calcified Ember, and this is very expensive, but I'm going to take it anyways and maybe make it work. I like Fanning the Flame, but like we need the right build for it to actually be useful. And I'm not going to take Greed. Okay, well, kind of want the Banish Banner. Don't think I really need the Banish Banner now. I think we're just going here, get some removals, and buy some more stuff and make things deployable. Pyre applies Pyrogel 2 to enemy units on all floors on Revenge. Yes, we will take that. I could take Bloodthirsty Blade. I actually definitely want Bloodthirsty Blade. What am I talking about? What do you think is the hardest clan combo starting out? You mean at like ring 1, 2? There are some awkward ones. I don't know what I would say offhand, and I'm gonna not count the Monster Train 1 clans in this because I just haven't played them enough in comparison to the Monster Train 2 clans in this game. I will say, like, Ekka can be pretty awkward with some setups, especially when she's starting with, like, Grail's Erratic Assistance, or especially Gilda's Whelps. A lot of this more has to do with, like, what random unit you get, the, like, banner unit. Because, like, if you are doing Ekka with Pyreborn, and you get randomed into Gilda's Whelps, and you are given Miser, You have very little defense and very little offense. Hey, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate it. Wait, how do you get the fancy crown? Is it Titans coming at 10? Yeah. If you're talking about this, then yes. Covenant, rank 10, plus Titans is the platinum crown, whereas the gold crowns are just Covenant 10. But yeah, so like Ekka can have some bad starts. A lot of starts with Ardune's Moon Ritual can be awkward because it's very easy to be in a situation where you have nothing that benefits from magic power, so the conduit doesn't matter. Nothing that benefits from the phasing. Nothing that benefits from being in full moon or new moon. And so his starter is just a dead card. And so yeah, you can run into some bad starts with things like that. On that note, and for other reasons, I do wish that Madame Lion's main starter just did like 1 or 0 damage. I don't even remember what it's called offhand. And that's bothering me that I can't think of what it's called. Am I blind? There it is. Sport Touch. Looked right past it. Even saw the art, didn't register with me. Yeah, Sport Touch. Really wish that it did damage. Even if it said deal 0 damage, then it would be able to benefit from Conduit. And I feel like a lot of the starters, especially the Monster Train 2 starters, don't benefit from Conduit, and that's a bit annoying. But also, she has an edge path, and Under Legion has a minor like edge focus. And so I'd really love if her starter card could take the plus 20 magic power and consume upgrade, so you could more easily turn them into edge cards. And I think it's a shame that that is not a thing you can do. We don't need Steward Quarters. Cursed Dragon Staff is good, but it's not what we want. Equalizing Rings is interesting. Meat Shield is something. I do want Imprisoned Zephyr. I also want Mind Cage and Bloodthirsty Blade. I think we're just doing this with... I should also double check. How much Ember do I have? 6? So currently I'm using it all, but partly that is to play out Firebrand, which I think I can accept not doing. I think we're going to do this. There are other very important things to me, but so be it. I could also fuse the Windblade. I don't really need the Windblade, but it would be a way to get... Do I want to do that? It's sort of a removal. I don't really care about the Windblade that much anymore. And it would allow us to stack up Valor, which maybe matters to me. I don't think it matters that much, but it's a maybe. I think we're just going to skip. Anyways, and then for removals, I do want to get rid of the Calcified Ember. I think we're just getting rid of Stewards or maybe Inspires. Maybe even the Pyre Balls. Okay. Let's get rid of... Let's get rid of the Pyre Balls. This may be wrong, but that's what we're doing anyways. And then let's enjoy. Titan Skin 4 is a bit of a problem for me, but probably not that big a deal. Okay, we're going to set up on mid-floor with these dudes. So have a little bit more time to get situated. guess I'll do that. Okay, so you're flying here. I did forget that I have more Ember now, which is nice. Alright. I really wanted Mind Cage, and I am disappointed that I have not gotten Mind Cage, but let's see what we can do. I kind of forgot that I had the melee weakness, and definitely ended up doing a lot more damage there than I thought I was going to. I don't want the Divinity, but I think what I want is this. Stupid sap. Anyways, yeah, he doesn't quite kill one of the guys because of that, but so be it. Here's this, which I badly wanted. Okay, so you end up in front, which is what we want. Enjoy, although I should have done that differently. It's fine. And then he moves up front and murders them. And then she moves. Yeah, you can go there. You don't really matter anymore. Also should have given you the lava armor. I didn't. That's fine. We're just trying to get Slay triggers on our best bud. I did kind of forget that would have been the reason to set up on top floors to get more Slay triggers. I think overall we're fine as is. Okay. He's going to get more armor, which also confirms for us that he's going to be the one getting the kills because he ends up in front, and that means that no other units are attacking after him during the turn. Okay, so so we don't actually get the kill this way. Well, let's see what happens. Oh, the Zealot just got popped, like, immediately was the problem. I see now. Definitely not how I'd hoped for that to go. Followed by Hubris. Yeah, we're going to restart the battle just because I was curious how that was going to work out. Turns out I fucked my own plans. Really was the situation. Well, we're going to set up again as we did before and just, you know, try not to be as bad this time. But it does feel bad to... I don't know. I don't know why I committed to it that way, but I did. Here we are, stupid sap guys. Nobody likes the sap guys. And it would definitely be nice if I had drawn... If I had drawn the Mind Cage sooner. Oh, I was like, why are you not dying now? It's because if I let it hit the pyre, then it would give pyre gel from the magma core. But that's fine. Well, we'll see what happens. Here we are. Here we are. Yes, look at all that beautiful melee weakness. Yeah, whatever. We'll just play it out this way. Don't love that my dude is getting corruption. It's pretty lame. I probably could have prevented it had I played correctly, but I didn't. Also, again, I should probably be saving that for next turn, but I didn't do that for whatever reason. Okay. Yeah, he dies to the corruption, is the problem. I suspect this goes rather badly. Can I actually beat you if I leave it like this? Because the problem is that if I let him go to the Pyroom, he just instantly kills me. I do think that this boss is a little... I don't think you should gain the resolve going into the Pyroom, because it basically reads, if you don't kill him on this floor, you automatically lose, because he does 20 damage, and, you know, what are you going to do? He would do 140 damage before he dies in the Pyroom, and I'll tell you right now, my Pyro does not have anywhere near that HP. Anyways, we're restarting this one more time to not fuck it up. Basically, I just need to be less greedy is essentially the problem here. And or maybe set up my things on bottom floor. I wouldn't have the shield steward there, but that's probably fine. Okay. I think this turn is the problem where you're taking damage because I'm not wiping them this turn. Which means you get corruption on you, which then causes me grief later. Well, let's give you some Valor and see how that goes. But you already have corruption on you, which is a problem. Yeah, I forgot that that was also going to give them melee weakness. Anyways, here we go. Zealot just kind of slaps them around, as one does. Aesop Covenant 8 is absolutely kicking my ass. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, we are actually killing this time now that I played correctly. But again, this is why Zephyr Room Imprisoned Zephyr can be awkward, is like, it can be difficult, especially if you're relying on Valor, it can be difficult to put your dudes in the right positioning. I do like Everlasting Light. Alright, I'm gonna take that. I would love Hell Furnace, except I can't really use Hell Furnace for my needs. Dragon's Breath is good. We're not going to worry about it. I mean, I do kind of want the Merchant of Magic and the Empyrean Well, but we're going to go here, I think. Like I said, the removals would be nice. Getting, like, multi-strike on the Zealot would be good. Sure, it's bad with Quick because you're getting with Quick exactly pushed to the enemy attack. Yes-ish. There are reasons I wanted Quick specifically. Namely, it means that I can always be getting melee weakness from Talos when he attacks. That matters more if I have, like, a second Zealot or if I have... or if he has multi-strike, but I would say think for how the time works out. Either way, the point is, there are reasons I wanted to do it, but yeah, it does end up with some awkward situations where I need better defense for him, which is partly why I am looking at A, combining the Everlasting Light with the Bloodthirsty Blade, and B, why I would like to be doing Remove Consume on like the Selfless Sacrifices. Which is why I'm tempted to go here. Quick is good, but it isn't good with Zephyr's Room. Again, it can be, but Zephyr's Room is pretty awkward in a lot of ways, and this is just one example of that. Okay, we're gonna do this. The healing doesn't matter to me. Do I care about holdovering you or you? I kind of want to hold over Demonize. I think it's wrong to do that, but I kind of want to, nonetheless. Sure. Okay, well, we'll do that, and we'll double stack this, or that. I actually might do this. Yeah, we'll do that. Whatever. And then we're gonna do this. And here we are. Alright. I'm sorry. It's not that it gives damage shield 2. It's that it gives damage shield 1 and spell shield 1. But regardless, the point is, it's very difficult to knock off his damage shields if you let them go higher. I think maybe once upon a time it was damage shield 2. Either way. You're going there. You're going there. You get that. You can go there and get blasted by Kale, I guess, and you'll go there just for the heck of it. This is definitely unnecessary, but we're doing it nonetheless. Forgot that I sort of meant to do Intrinsic on you. Oh, well, that's fine. It's just a little awkward, but that's okay. Alright, and then he just blows them up with way more damage than necessary, and we keep stacking the blade as one does. Or Demonize. I do want to use you so we can murder Kale, but so be it. Yeah, unfortunately, that guy survived because of my choices, which is awkward. Okay, so you do die. All those guys die. Talos gets a little bit of armor from the Valor. The other reason that I wanted Quick is because I really want just to ensure that he's always getting the kills. I mean, there's a lot of things that I want Quick for. Nonetheless, here's Zephyr. And they're dying. I could work on, like, killing Kayle early, but I also kind of just want to feast upon his units to power our Zealot. Whatever, you can have that because I'm full up on the other floor. Well, enjoy your big stack of melee weakness, my dude. Enjoy an even bigger stack of melee weakness. I mean, it gets wiped off, so it's a moot point. But can a champion ever get removed from your deck, like by equipping the weapon that removes it when it dies? Yes, Void Armament can purge your champion. Do be aware of this. It is something that is easy to make that mistake. Alright, well, Zealot didn't get the kill on Kayle, but he did power up his blade a fair bit. I will take Sanctuary, even though it's another expensive spell. I'm just going to take Hell's Flame. The draw would be nice, but I put myself in a position where I do really want a lot of Ember. And the blade is up to 41 attack, which is pretty nice. I do not need these. So I do like Everlasting Light. I don't think we need another one. And we're going to go here because I really want to merge my equipment. Duping is not bad. Yada, yada, yada. Here we are. How do I feel about dualism? I feel not bad about dualism, especially because if I give you Everlasting Light, then you're also giving Valor 6 to everybody, which stacks up pretty quick. Or is it Valor 4? How much is Everlasting Light? Valor 4, not 6. I mean, what I really want is Multi-Strike. I would also take a Large Stone, honestly, but yeah, we'll do that. I do think this is a little unnecessary, because again, when I go to the Titan fight, I'm basically just going to be waiting on Dominion to die. Anyways, we now do Melee Weakness 3, because we're just kind of cool like that. And I heal in a way that does not matter. Got a whole lot of things that I need to remove from my deck. I'm unfortunately not going to have the gold to do so. Alright, well, we're up against Rax the Overblessed, as, you know, is sometimes the case. Yeah, unfortunately the Reanimate guys do mess with me a fair bit. The Multi-Strike helps, but it's not gonna be ideal. Alright, let's do this. Hey, Coven 10 with Trials to kick my butt. I'm thinking whether to finish Coven 10 without Trials at once first, just say I did it. I mean, you know, again, I always say play however you are going to have fun with. Certainly nothing wrong with playing that way. Not entirely sure why I chose to put you there. I mean, I kind of know why I put you there, but I could have gotten much of the same benefit from just playing you on this floor. well, we take a little bit of damage. It does give them Pyre Gel from the Magma Core. Because I did Covenant 0 to 9 without Trials, but I unlocked Trials on Covenant 10. Set the Lost Streak in 10 now with Trials. Difficulty spike from 10 plus Trials is crazy. Only got to Covenant 19 on Monster Ring 1 before Monster Ring 2 release, so no experience with Covenant 25. Yeah, I mean, like, if you're struggling, you know, tone it down some. Nothing wrong with that. Is there some strategy or easy way to get the Frozen Cards Pyre? I'm at like 0. Just put Permafrost on something and then just leave it in your hand instead of playing it. Like, you know, you can also put Intrinsic on it if you want, so you draw it on turn 1 and then you just leave it in your hand for the entire fight. Or if you really want, play it out on the turn where the boss is there, if it's something that will have a meaningful effect. Like, most fights are 9-ish rounds long, so that would only take a couple fights of doing that for you to unlock it. Oh, I forgot that it... Alright, whatever. We'll leave it like that, but I totally spaced out that that was a Spell Chain one. Yeah, unfortunately I don't get the Collector, and I really want the money, but here we are. I'm also disappointed that I never made my Damage Shield cards remove Consume. Because that would have been nice. Also totally forgot that I have the Lava Armor, which is wholly underwhelming. It's really just these guys. I suppose if I give them Pyre Gel, I could then be shooting them with the Fire Starters to knock off some of their stuff, but well, here we are. What happens if I do my deployable merged equipment 5 times? I think that's a bad idea. It's probably a bad idea. Because you do still hit the hand cap in deployment, so you can come into a situation where you just don't have enough space in hand for it. I didn't actually need to do that. The only reason he's meaningfully taking damage is because these jerks are here. And I don't have enough multi-strike to kill them before they cause me grief. I'm sorry, we're actually doing this a little differently. Oh, actually, that doesn't really change things. Well, whatever. I might be in a bad situation, because he is gaining a lot of corruption, and I don't think I'm going to be able to give him more damage shields. Yeah. I did think I'd kind of messed up the situation, but... yeah, there we go. I thought that might be enough. Because, like, I do so much damage per hit that even with Zealot getting ruined by corruption because of the stupid reanimate 2 crossbowmen still isn't working, I can get Demonize, which I don't really need another one. I could do this to really fuck with bosses. I don't think I need to. The Brain Spike is cool. We're not going to worry about it, though. Yeah, I thought it would screw with deploy phase hand hard. Yes, it does. Slay, gain, reanimate 1, and strike +5 unstable is what I'm having. They don't combo, like, super well together, but yeah. Like, they are individually both quite good. I don't think I need another Mind Cage. When an angel moves, it gains Valor. Unfortunately, you're not an angel, and neither is Talos. I do have an angel. Not sure that that's worth it. Pretty confident we just want Fearless Inferno. Captain's Halo's okay, but I also need to spend my gold elsewhere. Because we do want to merge those. And we want that deployable. And I don't really have enough to reroll, so I'm pretty okay with taking the Captain's Halo here. I could also just be spending on removing cards, which I kind of want to do, but we're going to do this. Okay. And then what do I want to dupe? Because I could dupe the Zealot. I wouldn't be able to give him the... I wouldn't be able to give him the Bloodthirsty Blade. Which I was looking for the Bloodthirsty Blade art, but it's the merge equipment now. So like I could do that, and I just wouldn't be able to give him that, but he'd still be doing tons of damage. I don't know if that really matters. We do tons of damage already. I think what we want is just to do more damage shield things. Or I could do the Divinity. Really saddened that I wasn't able to minus cost the Demonize. I think we're just doing this so I can get more damage shields. Though I am still setting myself up for sort of awkward moments in life. Oh, I don't actually need to do it in that order. I need to play you. Okay, and then I don't even have to play these guys out, but that's fine. And Talos ignores all that. Yeah, whatever. We'll just get rid of that. We'll do that. Although I probably should have just played that on the Spear Steward, even though he's probably never going to get attacked. I don't know. That's fine. Okay, so. Alright, whole bunch of damage shields, and Savagery's already taking, you know, a couple thousand damage. And poor Firebrand is gonna die, but that's okay. No, because Pyre just gave me Test Subject Alpha with Multi-Strike 1. Now I just need Firestone Housing Dualism. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. And then Zephyr Room, which again, we probably don't need. It is very awkward. But I do still like using it. It's just... It is just awkward. Alright, well... time to murder his ass. I could drag out the fight longer to, you know, feed off of his units longer. But I could also just do this. Oh, he's actually not quite dead yet. I thought for sure he would be. He's very close. He's for sure dead this turn, though. Because, oh look, get demonized again, my friend. And you're up to melee weakness 8. And, yeah. He's pretty good. Alright. And now, we get to fight the Titans. Ugh. I'm glad we can finally fight the Titans. It felt really weird doing the last, 20 hours or whatever of streaming that I couldn't fight the Titans. Okay, so I think we're still going to do all of this. So there is the possibility that we have a bad first turn, but we'll deal with that eventuality when it comes. Okay. I could have played you on bottom floor, actually, but that's okay. Okay, so we're gonna play that there. Get some melee weakness. And we're already doing a couple, almost 2,000 damage to both of them. And we'll give you some Pyre Gel. And because you hit my Pyre, then you give Pyre Gel to everybody. Alright, you are going to take a hit from Entropy, and you're going to take damage from the Corruption. Oh no, I get sapped. So be it. We'll do Firelight to hurt you. And we'll give you more Pyre Gel. And then I take damage from Savagery, which also gives more Pyre Gel to everyone. Okay. I was hoping to get the Zephyr Rune by now. It's not a big deal that I didn't, but hey. A man can dream. Well, we applied 12 melee weakness. Turns out you can do a lot of melee weakness with Talos. And then we'll just keep bullying Dominion, because he's the one that we actually have to wait to kill. Because, like, Savagery is mostly dead already. Entropy is dead. We just need to wait. So, like, this is actually a death sentence now, because I haven't... no, you have damage shields. Yeah, it's unfortunately a death sentence. Which is a shame. I would like to use it, but this is also part of what's frustrating about this fight, is like, because there are multiple units attacking every turn, basically, if you don't get Valor set up like right at the beginning of the battle, it can be very hard to get it set up any other time. Especially because you can't even daze Entropy. I don't know. It's doable. Just a little annoying. Also, again... the Corruption from Dominion bypasses stealth. Like, I don't know. It just... don't love it. It's fine. Like, I don't think this fight is hard. In fact, I think this fight is kind of boring, which is why it annoys me in the way that it does. Alright, so enjoy your Pyrolite and enjoy your melee weakness. Oh, and I left myself unable to play that, but that's okay. I could have prevented myself from taking some pyre damage, but I'm not too worried since I came in here at, I think, full health. Alright, so you're dead. You're not quite dead, because I believe you got healed by something. Yeah, so we're just going to move Talos so that she can get the kill this turn. Because he's at 4 HP. I just need to hit him once, and then we win. Anyways, there we go! Took 34 damage. Doesn't matter. I was never in danger of losing the fight. And again, if I didn't have to wait to kill the minion, like, fight could have been over way faster. I just had to sit there and wait for Dominion to die, which is why it annoys me. Ta-da! Another crown acquired. Still quite a ways off from mastering all the cards. Even just on the Monster Train 2 clans. Like, there's a lot of them that I haven't done. And several that I haven't even seen yet. Although, like, poor Underlegion, despite being my favorite new clan, we've just not rolled it nearly as much as the others. It's the only one not at rank 10. But, whatever. All right. How exciting. Well, that was a fun run. I like Zealot a lot as a unit. It's cool. And it's nice that we finally did Talos' last champion path. And it is good, so long as you can get some way to, like, shift her, you know, regularly. It's a lot of melee weakness. The, like, biggest problem is that her flight has a 2-turn cooldown, so you can't use it every turn. You can't use it every turn at base. And there's no cooldown buffing in Banish. That's all Pyreborn. And she doesn't start with a shift card like Fel does, so you have to be drafting other ways to shift her regularly to make use of it. Nonetheless, it is potentially very strong, as you saw there, where we were pumping at thousands of damage very easily. So I still haven't done... I've only done, I think, one run with Phoenix when we first did Pyreborn. Gilda, we failed with Guild Mother and all that, but that's fine. Echo, we still need Lunar Steward. Bullet, we've only played once. Whoops, there we go. Yeah, we still need to do Hierophant with him, which I would have done on one of the runs if it had shown up, but it didn't. We've only played her once. Still need Mad Scientist, and then we haven't done learning them. Alright, so we're doing okay on completing those, but we got a ways to go. I feel like we should probably force Underlegion here. Does anyone have a preference between Bolette or Madame Lion's Mane? Because unfortunately I can't random it, so I have to pick. I'm going to refill my water, so if you have a preference, you know, let me know. You can also give a preference for the ally clan if you care. Okay, I'm back. And it looks like Ether says he wants Bullet, so Bullet it is. And then we'll leave it up to random for the other things. There we go. I should eventually stop doing random so we can actually do, you know, all the crowns. But for the most part, we have tons of crowns to do yet. And I like doing random. Well, we got Bogworm's Growth again, which is not bad for Under Legion. Entropy's fine. Pyre Hunter's fine. I expect that a lot of, like, newer players are probably going to really dislike Pyre Hunter Archean, but especially when you're not taking the Titan Trial, he's not that bad. Like, he only hits for 8 damage a turn. Even just playing out, like, a Trained Steward, like a Shield Steward, will block his damage for most of the fight. With the Titan Trial, he's definitely a lot more threatening, but he's not too bad. Kayle is definitely much more threatening. More specifically, Kayle's just very binary. If you kill things on bottom floor, nothing fucking matters. If you don't kill them on bottom floor, they're a big, huge problem. Anyways, Proliferate is very good. Potion Kit is fine. Prickly Puffball is pretty good. Those are an awkward set of options. Okay, so I don't have any monstrosities. Not sure I care. It's kind of cute because then I can, like, proliferate to increase their spikes via propagate, which is kind of nice. And catalyzing agent, I don't have any unstable, but I can make unstable with the secret ingredient. I'm not sure I totally want that, but I think I lean towards that. I'll take it. It's fine. And then we'd already done Hive Minder, so I guess we're probably doing Executioner, even though it is far and away Bullet's worst path right now. It's just not great. To explain why, so a couple things. Number one, gaining regen doesn't matter when he has such low HP, because a lot of enemy waves, and especially bosses, are just going to kill him in one round, making the regen worthless. Additionally, having regen positions him as wanting to be a frontliner, but his starter card summons Fungi, which always spawn in front of him, so he can't be a frontliner, so he can't block for them, so he can't be a tank. And then also, it is balanced around the expectation that you're going to be getting a bunch of harvests from the Fungi dying, and so if you do find a way to advance him in front of the Fungi, which there's only one way in Under Legion to do that. Otherwise, you have to do it with, like, banished cards. So he's not even great at doing that in his own clan. But if you do it, then he's not getting a harvest from the Fungi, which means that he's not scaling up very fast, so he's pretty weak overall. Can you give him extra HP at a merchant? No. Champions cannot get merchant upgrades. Additionally, if you are summoning Fungi, which you pretty much should be doing with Executioner, like, that's the expectation for its scaling. If you're summoning Fungi constantly, Hive Minder just ends up with better stats anyways, such that it takes, like, you know, 20 to, like, 80 harvests to even equal out your starting stats on Hive Minder in later battles. And so, like, it fulfills a lot of the same identity as Hive Minder while being worse at it. Like, there's just basically no reason to ever use Executioner. And, like, of the Monster Train 2 champion paths, this is the one that I want reworked most of all. Most of the other paths in the game are pretty good. I think there's a couple that are a little weird. But, like, this is the only one that I think, like, really deserves to be replaced. Like, if you want to keep it Harvest, fine. There are other ways you could keep it, harvest, and make it more meaningful. I would also be plenty happy for it to just be totally changed, to be something different, like, to be... What am I looking for? Squad leader. Like, to make it, you know, squad leader's big brother, and make it just, like, buff fungi, so that you are rewarded for, like, keeping fungi around. Maybe give him an ability to advance himself to the front, and so then, you know, if you want to, like, give him regen in some way, and some way to advance to the front, and give him, like, very low attack, and have him buff fungi, great. That would be, like, a meaningful, distinct, useful pathway. It would also still work well with his other paths if you wanted to, like, multi-path him. Like, that would have a point. Executioner doesn't. That said, we're still going to play it, but really want to see it reworked. Alright, Marker Invasion, sure, enjoy. Yeah, we'll put you on bottom floor, even though you would be nice to deal with some of the other things. Also, annoyingly, we can't fit Bullet and Shield Stewards together because they're too high on capacity. Oh well, such is life. Alright, unstable is what we wanted. They're too damn thick. Yeah, it's true. Alright, we'll play the troops so that he can die. I probably should have done Secret Ingredient, looking for another blue infusion to take care of these guys, but I didn't. Well, fuck. Yeah, I don't get the collector now. That would have been the reason to... Had I killed these guys last turn, then I could get the collector now. So, whatever. Unfortunately, not the case. If I glazed over it, by the way, Prickly Puffball's ability is Revenge, applied Decay 5 to the attacker, which is good. I do think after some recent nerfs, he is less good than he should be, and he ends up being kind of just a worse Titan Sentry, which annoys me. They at least sort of rolled back the nerfs, but I still would like to see him be a little better than he is. Because, like, the fact that it applies Decay to the attacker, similar to Glugsider in Monster Rain 1, means you can't, like, self-proc it, which makes it a lot more limiting. He's also already kind of a weird unit in the clan, because you can't utilize him with spawn on the same floor, because they will spawn in front of him, thus making his revenge mechanic useless, because it only works when they're actually attacking him. And again, there's only one advance card in Underlegion. And then also, in addition, most of the Underlegion units have a rally trigger, which means that they are requiring you to do the spawning to have any effect. So you can't go on the same floor as most other units and have any effect. So he just is kind of awkward. He is still good, but he's just inherently kind of awkward. Do I care? I guess I will do this. Speaking of which, do you think they'll ever add Wormkin to Monster Rain 2? I mean, I haven't heard anything, and I couldn't say even if I had heard anything. But yeah, I expect that it's something that they'll probably do. I said this before, and I've said it elsewhere, but I expect that they want to support this game long term and are just being cautious, depending and waiting to see how well the game performs financially. Which makes sense. In the current climate, a lot of indie studios are like really suffering and struggling to survive. And so I like, you know, as callous as it sounds, they have to always be working on something that's going to keep them funded and able to keep their jobs. So, like, if Monster Train 2 doesn't have, like, a long-term, you know, financial success, then they have to work on something else. But if the game is performing well, I'm sure they want to do, you know, post-launch updates. I imagine Wormkin will come back at some point. I would like to see them update the Monster Train 1 clans to be, you know, reworked, refreshed, yada, yada, yada. I imagine they probably want to implement new clans altogether. I'm hoping they add alternate modes like the Hat Trick Challenge. There's a lot of things that like they could do, and I imagine they have a lot of plans, and I think it's just really going to depend on, you know, how much demand there is for more content and how well the game performs. And so far, it seems like it's performing very well, which I was confident it would. Game is great. Like, in only several months, I've already sunk hundreds of hours into this game, even trying to restrain myself to not get too burned out before I could actually stream it. Anyways, game is great. The fuck you're talking about is the prime season for indie games, with how the vast majority of AAA games are doing. Indie games made by actual passionate people are high in demand. Yes-ish, but there's, like, I don't know how much you followed the news on this, but, like, there's a lot of indie studios that closed recently, like, in the last year. It's not just AAA studios that are having issues. A lot of smaller indie studios are having trouble getting outside funding, regardless of how well their games in the past have performed. Sal does not know the word restraint. Yeah, I do have problems in that regard. And my point is mostly that, especially if you are, like, expecting long-term support, a game needs to be able to justify the long-term support. Like, that's just the nature of things, is, like, you know, they have to be working on something that is gonna keep making the money. And that's totally fair and reasonable. I meant to do this first. It doesn't really matter. He's very dead. As Bullet just slaps him to death. And again, this is speculation on my part. Like, don't take this as me speaking for the studio, because I don't know. And again, even if I did know, I couldn't say. But, like, that's my expectation of the situation, just on what I know of other indie studios currently. I think we're taking Mushroom here. Maybe. Another Proliferate is good. Infectory is definitely good, especially since it gives us... It gives us bigger stacks of Fungi, so that then Bullet can harvest their deaths. That's a maybe. But Mushroom is pretty decent. God, and we're up against Entropy, which means that we need to deal with the Silence dudes, which means that we can't rely on Puffball, because he'll just become worthless whenever a Silencer is around. They are the worst enemy in the game. I will never not feel this way. I don't know. I don't know if we really want Mushroom. think we probably just want one of these. I don't know. Sure. Sacred Factory, I guess. Pseudoscience is good. Overworked Assistant is surprisingly solid. I might just want to take Overworked Assistant. Yeah. Okay, I'll take Overworked Assistant, though that does mean I need to pivot my desires. We're definitely going for Merchant Magic. I would love Holdover if I had been able to remove Consume. Oops, that's not what I meant to do. Okay. Like, that's fine. It's not what I wanted, but it's fine. Amorous Inoki. Rally, apply regen 1 and 1 HP to friendly units. You are not bad. But not really what I want. I could take another Prickly Puffball, which is something. Again, with the knowledge that we have to deal with Entropy Silence, that's a lot less appealing. Maybe I want Puffball. It doesn't work like crazy great with Infectory. Sure, I'll take him. I might remove him later, but for the time being, I'm okay with that. And we want Proliferate on Spell Chain. And here we are. -1 Ember is a little painful. It is what it is. Oh, I did forget that I have Bogworm's Growth. Though that is only relevant if we actually hit the things I care about. Okay, you already have Reanimate, so we're going to do this now, even if it doesn't affect Bullet at all. Okay, so he's going to start exploding as he gains unstable every time we incant, and then he will die and explode and hurt all other enemies. Yeah, we'll do that. That's fine. Yes. Look at all that extra harvesting power. And we're just feeding Bullet. I think I just want to do the Proliferate. I kind of want to do the other potion kit though, but this extends his Reanimate, which is the main thing I care about. Whatever. That's fine. Unfortunately, while we wait for the boss to get up here, he already loses a fair bit of Reanimate. It does not really matter. Like, we're just going to bully the boss real hard. He's already got 18 decay on him. He had some melee weakness, which Bullet slaps him pretty hard with. And we're just bullying him with the unstable every turn. Loam Coat is real good for us. Oh no, a wave of Spell Shield 2 invasion. Whatever shall I do with this Surgical Strike? Yeah, that is exactly the sort of situation where Surgical Strike shines. Surgical Strike is a cool card, but like, the way that I play, I don't tend towards direct damage pings too much. I know there are definitely some other players who value them very highly. I don't like relying on them too much, but there are times for it. But Surgical Strike is like the coolest direct damage ping. And there's a lot of like cool things that you can do with it on, you know, killing your own minions. We're definitely taking a Lone Coat here. And Twisted Back is pretty good for us too, kind of. Yeah, that's fine. Turns out Trample is good. Well, I could make Infectory deployable. I don't think we care. I do think we just want to go here and look for, like, Remove Consume. Double stack. Doesn't help. Yeah, Remove Consume is going here. Unfortunately, I can't. Like, I won't have enough for a holdover, so we're just gonna do this. Meat Hook is fine. Plague Doctor is not bad. I'm just going to skip nonetheless, I think. An ominous figure looms over the tracks. On its head rests a red crown with a singular eye at its center. The eye blinks and fixes its gaze toward you. I am the one who waits. I require a vessel, a sacrificial beast, for whom death cannot touch. I will grant it my powers, but take heed. Choose only one, for a crown cannot sit upon two brows. Something about the crown unsettles you, but you cannot deny there is power behind this creature's offer. Do you place the red crown on one of your units? Which game is this supposed to be referencing to? This is the Cult of the Lamb crossover, which I haven't played. People definitely seem to like it quite a bit. So, if we take it, we get to put the red crown on somebody, which is an upgrade. Gives them Endless, and on summon, they equip a random equipment. And you get 2 followers, which are a 0-cost, non-banner unit that has Multi-Strike 2 and terrible stats. Unfortunately, we are not in a good position to use this. I could put the Endless on, like, Prickly Puffball, and that would be okay. I might do that. I don't really want the followers, though. I'm just gonna skip it this time. I am disappointed. Very well. I shall find a new shepherd for my cult. It can be good. Turns out just getting free equipment and Endless is fairly solid. But it's not really what I want right now. Okay, so. Oops. There we go. Yeah, I need to keep in mind that I bought Worm's Growth, which does make taking extra units a lot less painful. Unfortunately, I really didn't want to draw these things right now. I want these when I have the Overworked Assistant, who unfortunately is not a banner unit. But we'll do this at least and make a chunk of fungi. I will take that for future use, I guess. I equipped the potion belt on fungi this time because I wanted to equip the twisted back on Bullet so we can make better use of his large stacks of attack. Unfortunately, I am burning off your Reanimate, which is a little concerning. Overworked Assistant is good, but he can definitely be awkward since he's not a banner unit, and you can end up burning off his Reanimate at times you don't want to. So let's try to get him some Reanimate. Yeah, okay. That's much better. Okay. Much better. Although just like having Trample on Bullet is also going to do plenty of work for us, even if we end up messing up the Overworked Assistant situation. we're just going to keep trying to stack Unstable on him. And we'll weaken Archeon a little bit. Yeah, so every turn, he's doing at least 63 damage. If we ping him, he'll die in extra time and do even more damage. But overall, we're doing well. We are mostly just using him as a way to do backline damage to ensure that Bolette is not insufficient. That was more of a concern before we got the trample, but even then, it's still very helpful to get the harvest rolling. He also contributes to Bolette's harvest every turn, which is nice. Also, this is why I wanted Loam Coat, so it increases reanimate every turn. Bit late for that, but, you know. We can also put the Loam Coat on the Fungi, and they will increase the troop stacks every turn. Do you think this game has balance issues right now? Not majorly. Like, I'm not sure what you have in mind. I do think there's definitely room for more balance changes over time. That's true of most games. But, like, the game has gone through a lot of testing already. And, like, yeah, I think there are some things that I would like to see changed. Like, I think I would like to see a little less backline damage. Like, not have Kel, the Corruptor, apply corruption to all units on the train when he summons. I think that's pretty lame because it just ruins the ability to use any, like, low health support units. And I do think there should be, like, design space to have low health support units or low health champions like Tethys or whatever. I think the game tips a little too hard towards backline damage right now. It's better than it was, but I think it still is a problem. Not a huge problem, but a problem. And some things like that, but also I think things like Spore Launcher needs to get reduced to capacity. There's a number of, like, small tweaks I would like to see. For the most part, I think the game's in a good position. Well, it sounds funny, but I had in mind that in demo, I lost most runs, and yesterday I won 3 runs in a row, especially the Luna Coven with Conduit Spam made her spells really crazy strong. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of, like, inherent to Monster Train that like, things are going to pop off sometimes, or that you should be looking for ways to get your deck rolling very well. And also, they definitely reduce the difficulty at low Covenant. It does definitely ramp up on higher Covenant a pretty hefty amount, especially if you're doing the trials on bosses. But yeah, I think it's in a pretty good state overall. Like, without getting into, like, really nitty-gritty specific changes I would like to see, I think for the most part, things are in a good state. Enemy units propagate 4. I don't think I really need that. If I had taken the mushy room so that they were all getting sap, that would be a different story, but they're not. I don't really need the spikes on Reanimate. Although it could be cute if I were doing different things. And Minds of Their Own is great, but I'm not gonna take it here. It actually probably would still be good. Well, there's Hydra Armed Horror. I really wish that he was a different color. I don't like his sort of, like, flesh coloring. I mean, I don't love his, like, visual design either way, but, like, it works as a Lazarus design. Just wish he was a different color. Anyways, his ability. Equipped. The equipment is removed and he gains multi-strike 1, which is pretty good. Once again, I really like this style of rare unit where it's something that's not inherently strong, but is strong if you build into it. Because, like, Hydra Armed Horror requires you to have a lot of equipment to give it, and it requires you to have other ways to be buffing its power. Because unlike, say, Dante or a lot of other things, it can't gain stats from equipment because it eats the equipment whenever you equip them. So you have to have some other source of attack buff for it, which is somewhat rarer in Monster Train 2. They definitely limited how many attack buffs there are in each clan for a number of reasons. So, does it give the stats to the equipment? No. It does not gain the stats from the equipment. It just gains multi-strike immediately. It has no other effect from the equipment. That said, we are definitely not taking it here. I do not have the equipment to support it. I might take Squad Leader, even though I'm not really building up my fungi stacks. And I think it's probably a waste for me to do so. I could take Amorous and Noki, but then I think I risk putting myself in an awkward situation other ways. Synergizes well with Pyrogel, I guess. Yeah, synergizes well with Pyrogel. Works really well with Living Armory Grail. Yeah, so already has a bunch of Graft units in the deck, and so you can give the Graft equipment to the Hydra, or if you need to buff the attack, you can give them to Grail to give plus 24 attack to the Hydra, which is a non-small amount. There's also Lazarus spells like It's Alive, which gives plus 10 attack and lifesteal. Like, there are ways to do it to make it fairly strong. But again, it's something you have to like build around, which I think is cool. You can also buff its attack with mixes by giving it rage, yada yada yada. There are plenty of things you can do. Anyways, as for what I'm actually drafting, I kind of want to take Squad Leader. I don't think this is actually a good time for us to take Squad Leader, but I still kind of want to take Squad Leader. Fuck it, we'll take Squad Leader. And then I don't need Capacity. Kind of want the Ember. I think we're going to do Draw, though. Which is actually very rare in this game that I start with Draw. I think we're just going here so we can try to get, like, Dualism on Overworked Assistant. Titanite is not bad for the Puffballs. Though they do kind of mess with the general harvest plan of Bullet. Still, I'm willing to do that, I guess. Alright, Dualism on you. And then, guess what? Have more Reanimate, because that is basically all we care about with you. Boiler Room is kind of cute. I don't really need it, though. I don't want Stoic Plate Mail. I really generally disdain Stoic Plate Mail, but it has its uses. Meat Shield is fine. It's okay on a Puffball. I'm going to go ahead and not worry about that. Market Invasion is fine. I really need to start removing cards from my deck because I badly would like to... get the Overworked Assistant quickly. I think we're going to just try to do bottom floor things and maybe cry. Oh god, they're everywhere! Okay. Well, I will just give you the Unstable. Unfortunately, Bullet's going to get a little bit of corruption. It doesn't really matter because Bullet also has, well, it's going to be gaining a bunch of regen, which will sort of combat the corruption, as long as it doesn't get too much. Well, I am taking some damage. You die because you got just so much corruption right off the bat. Well, fun guys are gonna die, so be it. So I didn't really want to be setting up bottom floor because it would give me a lot more time to bulk up if I were not doing that. But that's okay. Because you are dying. Unfortunately, the puffball dies too, but we knew that was going to happen. And thus, we murder! Especially now that Bullet is hitting for a pretty hefty amount. The game did give me Firestone Housing and Dualism. Entry Seraph is so dead, even with my units at 30 sap. Yeah. Turns out, it doesn't matter that much. Alright, it's Corrin. Already forgot that it was Corrin. Also doesn't matter. We are very much in position to just murder the shit out of Corrin. And then they die. It's also cute that the overworked assistant, every time he dies to unstable, he procs the Infectory, which creates a new fungi in front. So enemies in Relentless, enemies will hit the it'll create a fungi, so then the enemies will hit the fungi and kill the fungi, and then harvest for Bullet, which is nice. Inhale is okay. It would be a way to kill the silencers, which isn't like crazy bad for me, but I kind of want it. Mushroom Cloud, sack a fungi, deal 10 damage, applied decay to enemy units I kind of like. Wax Cap is a cool idea in theory. Summon, apply sap to enemy units. Except that capacity is at such a premium in Under Legion, especially with the fungi oftentimes even over stacking your floor, that it's hard to find a place to play Wax Cap. Nonetheless, we're going to take Inhale, even though I get the Calcified Ember. I don't want Reanimation Lab. Fraudulent Spikes is cute, but no. It's, again, a pretty good card, just not what we want right now. We're going to go here. Holdover is exactly what I wanted. Finally beat Covenant 10, use Melting Lazarus. Very nice. Congratulations. I'm just going to remove these. Feel that since you play Covenant 10 and have to try to win, you're minimizing the amount of cards you can gold border. Yes-ish. More specifically, it's that I know that I'm going to play so much of this game that it does not matter if I try to master them right now. I will take them and master them when it's appropriate. Like, I'll make a push for that later, but at the moment I'm just having fun playing, and like leveling up the clans and all that. But like, especially the way that I played this game, like long term, as people have seen me do in Monster Train 1, I like variety quite a bit. I like playing different kinds of decks. I like forcing different builds and cobbling together random awkward shit. And so, like, while I might not be taking Wax Cap right now, there's definitely going to be a run later where Wax Cap is going to be appropriate for my needs. Same with Faulty Body. Doesn't matter here. I could take it just to master it if I wanted, but I don't really like taking cards as, like, a dead weight to master them, like some people do. I like mastering a card when it was actually a meaningful part of my build. So I'm totally fine skipping it now and waiting to master it at some other time. Are you not liking Pyroborn heroes at all? Like, if that's directed to me, I like the Pyroborn heroes a fair bit. I like Phoenix quite a bit. I suppose I don't have most of his paths showing all the way yet, but, like, all three of his paths are good. I think Overlord in particular is very fun, especially if you can get cooldown support, so that you can just be, like, nuking enemies every turn. It's also a lot of fun if you get, like, Hall of Mirrors or Replicator Race, so you can make multiple Phoenixes who each take turns blowing up the floor each turn. I think that's a lot of fun. I think Golden Crown, while good, is my least favorite, just because it's kind of boring. It's just a way to get extra Horde. It's still good, because turns out getting guaranteed Horde and doing some damage to enemies is quite valuable. And then Pyromaniac is very strong even after the nerfs. It's just not the insanity that it used to be, where it was like +9 Pyrogel at rank 3. But like, I already love Magma Cultist. It is probably my favorite Pyroborn unit. The only other one that it might compete with is Zealot. And combining Magma Cultist with Pyromaniac Phoenix is very satisfying. It's a very fun build, especially when you get things like Flicker and you hold over and spell chain it. And so your 1 damage Flicker is doing hundreds of damage every turn. So, like, there's a lot of cool things you can do with Phoenix. I really like him. It's just that I also really like, you know, Madame Lion's Mane and Bulette and Grail and, like, even Fell is very cool. Like, there's a lot of competition. Gilda, I'm, like, a little less excited for, but she's still good. I just haven't played with her too much just because there's a lot of content in this game, and I'm trying to play with all of it. But, like, her Avarice line is solid. Especially, I like the way that it interacts with her Whelps, where playing them out and exploding them triggers the Avarice on every unit they hit. I think that's a cool interaction. Similarly, Bloat Matron can do some good things, and I like that it even encourages you to do, like, even just doing, like, Endless on a Bloated Whelp ends up being pretty solid with that pathway, which I think is a cool interaction. My least favorite is Guild Mother, which again is protect the egg, get some Horde. It's fine. It's just not my favorite. Does Unstable trigger Avarice? No. Because the way that Unstable is currently coded is that it is essentially Unstable doing the damage, not the unit. Same reason that Unstable does not trigger Slay bonuses, like it doesn't work with Organ Harvester to get you extra reanimate when it kills things. Are the Monster Train 1 heroes also playable? Yes, they are. They have to be unlocked, and the devs kept it a secret as long as they could. But yes, they are also in the game. Can't wait to see Sal doing good old Frostbite Soul Guard with Reanimate. I mean, it's gonna happen at some point. You're gonna need a lot of Reanimate, though, to keep him alive. Okay, anyways, what did I actually do? I did a holdover on Inhale, wherever that went. Now, what do I want to dupe? I probably just want to dupe the Spell Chain Proliferate. Remove Consume will go there. I'm telling you right now that every time I think this icon, the Remove Consume icon, I think is the Spell Chain icon. Don't know why, but every time at a glance, I think it's the wrong one. Alright, we're gonna minus cost that, because I'm already having Ember problems, and I think we're going to dupe that. Yeah, let's do that. I really would like to remove cards. I'm not doing a very good job of that, but hey. I just saw you not winning Pyroborn Heroes of Covenant 10 even once, so I guess you aren't liking them. It's mostly just I have been doing random, and so I just haven't rolled into them on Covenant 10 yet. Because, like, there's a lot of things I haven't done at Covenant 10 yet. And we have randomed into Lazarus quite a bit. Poor Underlegion has not gotten played as much as the other clans at all. Which is why they're at level 7 and why we're forcing them right now. But yeah, no, it's just purely a just RNG thing. That's all. Alright, we'll do this. I don't totally want to deprive the harvest, but that's okay. By the way, I was wondering, what do you feel about the units/weapons with shift effects? I find they're pretty underwhelming all around, but I'm probably just not finding a way to scale. They are very good, mostly. Again, I don't think they're as good at High Covenant as people think they are. And that's partly just a function of Valor looks a lot stronger at Low Covenant than it is at High Covenant. Because, like, Valor, especially with Titanite, at Low Covenant, you just need, like, 10 to 20 Valor and you're protected most of the way, or even all the way, from most waves. And so, like, it looks and feels very strong. But at, like, High Covenant, especially when you're fighting the Titans, you need a lot more than that. That said, Banished has a number of ways to, like, overstack a floor, and so if you are putting, for instance, God, I haven't even drafted a single Demonic Fledgling yet, I just realized. But again, I have been playing kind of weird lines. For instance, if you have, like, 3 Demonic Fledglings, and Fel, a single shift is gaining you, like, even unupgraded, it's gaining you 4 attack per unit, and so you can get, well, 4 attack per Demonic Fledgling, plus whatever Fel is doing, and so you can get, you can do a lot of shifts in a turn, and getting, plus 12 attack from a single card is pretty good. Factor in, they can also put on, like, Dualism. You can also put on Multi-Strike. You can also be doing other things. Like, there's a lot of power you can get from it. It's very good. The biggest problem is just that you have to manage how you are shifting, and also that, like, which unit is ending up in front. And because there's a good chunk of backline damage in the game, you still often need to be finding some other way to defend your units, which is kind of the awkward part of it. Again, Banished does have some ways to do, like, damage shields, especially damage shields to the whole team, like Benediction and Sanctuary, so you can use those as, like, good defensive tools, especially since they scale even better when you have a large floor. Anyways, rambling aside, the point is, they're very good. There's a lot of good options. I'll say Battle Dancer is my least favorite of them, but even Battle Dancer is good. So, they certainly work a lot better when you have Fel's starter, since you have inherently a way to advance. But even if you don't start with that, there are plenty of ways to do it. Like the last run we played, I had Shift Talos. There she is. And even with no starting shift cards, we were able to draft into a way where I was shifting multiple times a turn, and we were applying tons of melee weakness to enemies. Like, even without Fel's starter, you can still make good use of that. So, yeah. Overall, I think they're quite good. Anyways, so the problem is I don't really want to kill this guy because it will put a fungi in front. Also, them having reanimate is a bit of a pain. It's okay. We're definitely going to play that out. Well, we're going to take a little bit of fire damage. That's fine. Unfortunately, we are going to end up with... Oh, no, never mind. You don't have Infectory here. I keep thinking that I have... Yeah, whatever. We're all good. So we want Infectory. Unfortunately, we don't have Overworked Assistant yet. I did do this in the wrong order, but we'll still do that. Hey, thanks for the follow. Also, I think I forgot to say it on the prior person, so thank you too as well. Yeah, we're not quite killing you. I really need to thin my deck out so I can get more consistent setups. Oh, I have Heaven's Seal. That's bad. You're gonna kill me at this rate. Did not realize. Okay, we're gonna restart the battle. I totally spaced out on that after all that talking. Don't mind me, as we actually play this appropriately. Because under that very important knowledge, I do actually need to be setting up top floor. Because I cannot let them just harvest my... I just cannot let them harvest my fungi until I'm actually set up to deal with that. Yeah, what I want is red right now. I mean, mostly what I want is I want to draw the stupid Overworked Assistant. Unfortunately, these guys are going to die before they reach top floor. That is a sacrifice I have to make, unfortunately. Oh well. Okay. Damage shield would have been nice. Nonetheless, we're doing this so we can get a rage up. So we have a better shot at killing this guy. Although it still worries me. Okay. So it's going to look a little weird, where we're going to kill him to spawn another. And that's enough to get the kill. And then you're not dying and whatever. Unfortunately, that's just what it has to be, I guess. Don't love that. Not a fan, but it is what it is. I might have been able to kill the Collector. I just wasn't sure that I'd get enough damage on the guy if I didn't do it that way. Which is unfortunate. It is what it is. Yeah, the sapping is not great. This is why I need more Ember. Okay, so here's what we're going to do, and this is partly why we took the Inhale, is we're going to shoot our own dude to trigger his Unstable, which is pretty decent. Going to play you out, and we're going to give you the Rage this time so that when I proliferate, it hits more targets, which is fine. We're not, like, crazy strong yet, but... doing okay. I definitely need more Ember per turn. But I wanted the draw because, like, hitting the Twisted Assistant... or, not that Twisted Assistant, the Overworked Assistant is so important to us. Okay, I'm going to do this. It does mean that I'm not playing out the Calcified Ember or the Inhale. Again, these are reasons that I need more Ember. But just getting... more reanimate on you seemed pretty important to me. I think we should be in pretty good shape now. Oh, I didn't realize you were surviving, otherwise I would have done that differently. Well, fine. I take a hit. So be it. Okay. Yeah, we get a bunch of sap. Does not really matter. These guys are so dangerous when you're relying on fungi, by the way, because they just harvest so much from your stupid fungi. Anyways, we're playing this. I'm going to take damage on the Pyre, but it's worth it to me to get rid of the Calcified Ember. And thus, Quoto dies real hard. Who cares about Titan Skin when you're hitting for 200 plus damage a turn? Mushroom is a no, but maybe. We are not doing Pox, though honestly I can sort of utilize it. Because Bullet will have enough HP to withstand it. The Fungi, I don't really care. And the Overworked Assistant, it would just trigger his Unstable. Still don't think I want to do it. We're not going to do Fertile Ground. If the infusions were consumed spells, I would, but they're not. Faulty Bodies, no, no. And if I could combine this with the Twisted Assistant's Trample equipment, I would, but I can't, so I won't. That would be nice. Organ Harvester, my baby. It's a good equipment. Like, it's very strong. Kind of want to go for the Merchant of Arms. Like, I could make the Infectory deployable. Unfortunately, the problem with the Loam Coat being deployable is I want to equip it to the Overworked Assistant, and he's not a banner unit. So, here we are. On deployment, add a random graft unit to your hand. Probably not. Spotted Spore would combo with the whole squad leader situation, but I'm not doing that very well. I'm not making big stacks of fungi. Well, we're gonna heal, which is more relevant in a world where we have the Titans. I still don't think it's good, though. I might just get rid of the potion kit here. They're doing okay work for me, though. Could get rid of the secret ingredients, but they're good for the incanting. I think we're just gonna get rid of... So how much am I actually using in deployment? I've currently got 4... So I'm not playing one Steward, but that could change when I take Ember, and I am going to take Ember. Alright, I'm just going to get rid of these. They've been doing okay for me, but like I need to cut some things from the deck. Also, I'm just going to reroll those. Okay, fine. I'll take Dante's Footstool. It's not like the craziest room to use it with, but it does just pull out another card from my deck. And it is at the cost, like, I don't have to commit Ember to it. Alright, so, Nourishing Feed 2. Kale and his Cherubs grant plus 50 HP and Spike Stick to enemy units. So if I let any enemy survive, they very quickly get to a ridiculous amount of spikes. And again, we'll just basically blow up my Pyre. This turns out when an enemy with spikes 12 to 18 gets to your Pyre and has plus 50 HP each time, very quickly that's going to cause a death. Alright, we're going to try setting up mid-floor, even though I do worry about this. But, again, if I don't, like, get the right start, I'm not going to be able to kill things. I'm just not going to be able to kill things. Like, and that's a problem. Alright, well. Yeah, this is not great. It's also not ideal that I am preventing... Like, I'm killing units before they get to mid-floor. Also, I should have given you the magic power. This is why I was considering that. But we're going to do this. So you can get that, and then that. And then, unfortunately, we're still not killing you, which I might spell my doom already. It might even be better if I am setting up on top floor. God, but then I'm getting these, and that's just awful. Yeah, this is the problem. Yeah, maybe have to set up Bullet top floor. But, like, these guys just gain so much HP that it's just catastrophically bad very quickly. Again, he's got 24 spikes. Like, 2 rounds of combat on my Pyre and I'm dead already. And that's not even taking into account that he's going to eat this one and he's going to get the bonus from Kale, which is going to give him another 12 spikes. So we go up to the Pyre room with 36 spikes. Like, this is why I describe the Kale fight as being perhaps a bit too binary. And unfortunately, the morsels don't attack into the puffball, so I can't even kill them with a decay that way. Yeah, and the fact that he's going to have Scourge dudes makes me worried that I'm still not going to be building up strength fast enough. Because they slow down my draw substantially. Yeah, I'm just not that strong, but we'll see what we can do. Yeah, you're 1 damage away from dying, which feels really bad, and I take those. Yeah, it's real bad. Okay, at least you're there finally, but you have so much HP now. Okay, I actually need to do this differently. Okay, so what if I did that? Yeah. Because then I triggered the unstable, which works. Here we are. It's still very bad, but like Bolette can handle attacking into the spikes. Unfortunately, like, I need to increase your reanimate, otherwise this very quickly goes off the rails. I mean, like, Bullet's getting to a point where he can just do very strong damage, but it is worrisome nonetheless. Okay, we're at least going to reduce the Scourge cards incoming, because I need to draw into things. Unfortunately, you don't have Reanimate anymore, so even if I draw the Proliferate stuff, it's not going to keep you alive. Yeah, you're just dead. But that's okay-ish. It's not good, but again, I think Bullet is strong enough now that he can just kind of withstand that. Alright, well. Okay. Well, you're getting the Loam Coat now. Oh, whoops, I forgot that you need the Trample. That's not happening. Very specifically, there's a reason we can't do that. Alright, I'm going to take more Scourge damage, but I do want these things available. Oh well. I probably don't need the Inhale anymore, and I really should have used on the Scourge dude there. Yeah, fuck this. Yeah, I'm going to do that even though I don't need a Fungi on that floor. But whatever. We have a lot of regen. The problem is that Kale is getting a lot of spikes. And with enough spikes, doesn't matter. Not what I was hoping for. It's really hoping for Reanimate just so that in case things go wrong, Bullet would have a couple stacks of Reanimate. Okay, unsurprisingly, we're fine now. I worried for a moment, but we're alright. Bullet does take a lot of damage because there's just so many spikes. But we get there. Bit of a catastrophic fight, but we do survive. Oh god. But again, I don't really like that this fight means that if you ever leak any enemy, you just die. That's true of all three variants, and I think that's a little not great. Fungi in a suit is good. I don't think we really want it, though, because we do want the fungi to be dying constantly. Racking Pain is a no, and Brain Transfer is a very awkward card that we're not going to use. We definitely want the Ember, because I'm really struggling right now to not have enough. We don't need Merchant of Arms, especially now that we don't need Deployable on the room. So we're going to go here. We're going to get Executioner Bullet. Which again, like, you can see that it can do good stuff, but also, basically the other two paths would just be stronger. And I really want to see this reworked to be a different path altogether. Holdover is a no. Yeah, so I kind of had left open a slot here for minus cost. I don't know if that matters as much anymore. I still might do it, though. It's either that or I give it the magic power, but I think for most things that I want to kill, 10 is good enough. Yeah, we're just going to do this. And I think we're just going to do the Proliferate. I was thinking about duping the Overworked Assistant. The High Wizard art of that card. Yeah, it's pretty silly. Under Legion has a lot of weird card art. I was thinking about duping Overworked Assistant, so I'm more liable to draw him early. And if I am using the Proliferate, it doesn't matter having two of them because they both get the benefit of the Proliferate. So I might want to do that. And I can dupe again here. You know what? Sure. Okay. And I'm going to get rid of a conscript. And a secret ingredient. I can probably get rid of a lot more of them and still be pretty happy. Because, like, most of my spawning is not coming from the Eager Conscript. We're making them for very different reasons. Alright, well, we want to set up top floor because of the invasion. I could have just used a prickly puffball. That's fine. The stupid silencers are in this fight, which means that the puffballs are worthless. Yeah, it's not quite as bad because I have Inhale, so I can kill them if I want to. But still. Okay. That's what I was looking for, so I can kill you guys with that. Unfortunately, I can't use the Loam Coat yet. I will kill you, I guess, even though I am depriving myself of kills for Bullet. Maybe I should have just left it. I don't know. Whatever. We'll play out the Vengeful Shards. I don't think I really need to, but we will do it. We're definitely going to kill you. And get the first collector in a while. Since I have mostly just missed them up until now. Okay. And suddenly we're sitting on big fat stacks of Reanimate. Come on. There we go. Sometimes it can be weird to try to put them in the right spot on the floor. Yeah, whatever. Well, the stupid spell shields mean that I can't kill these guys with my spells, and I don't have enough magic power to kill the Ardent, but I can kill the Heralds. I don't know. It's fine. Honestly, a little surprised I'm not killing you, but I guess Bullet hasn't gone super strong yet, especially because I deprived myself of a lot of these guys getting to top floor. So, we'll do that. And that's all we need. And there we go. How thrilling. Okay, so we always want to kill you so that we are not deprived of the harvest stacks, among other things. Well, let's just play these out because we don't really have any reason not to. I'll just save that for next turn. Alright, it's a Thane. I think we'll be fine versus a Thane. Yeah, I'm already doing it, but I will do that anyways. And just murder them. Yeah, Bullet is pretty strong. Squad Leader is pretty worthless. And my backliners are doing a lot of work, especially now that they have 20-some Reanimate. Which, again, triggers whenever the unit would... or the unstable triggers whenever the unit would die. So, bare minimum, having the 25 reanimate and the 170 unstable means that they're pumping out, you know, quite a lot of damage. And we'll be just fine. But yeah, I'm glad that we were able to get holdover on the inhale. It is quite good for us. Because now we can do things like this, which is real cute. She is getting spikes on Incant. Not too worried about that. Technically, I could have done more Incanting with the secret ingredient. Again, not too worried about it. My big fat stack of fungi. And Bullet is suddenly up to 800 attack. Ta-da! There we go. Again, he can do good work, but I still want to see it rework to something better. Cheery Deathcap. Not appropriate to our needs right now. Mulch is fine. It's a good card that does not help us at all right here. Honestly, the Horrify... I don't really need it because I'm going to roll into the Titans with plenty of HP, but I'm going to take it just in case we hit, like, holdover right here. When unit has a third unique status effect applied to it, propagate 2. Don't think I'm really applying third status. Well, I could with the mixes. Either way, we're definitely going to take Unstable Explosion, deal twice as much damage. We don't consume cards anymore. I had to leave before we did the last Titan fight. I'm looking forward to seeing it. Fair enough. Well, you're not going to get my whole rant that I did the last time, but we are going to see it soon. Yeah, it's worth a mix shot. Yeah. I'm going to double stack that. I'm not sure I actually really want to intrinsic this. Because I really just want to draw into my other things faster. Sure, I'll take that. I don't know if we're actually going to do it most of the time. Spells get an extra upgrade slot is something. Shroom units applied to K1 on summon. Sure, go for it. Why not? Realistically, I should have spent that money just purging something, but who cares? We're going to dupe the Inhale, though it will slow down my draw with multiple holdovers. That's fine, though. Breath of Heaven with Lazarus is also a great combo. It's fine. I don't know. I generally dislike Breath of Heaven. Again, the silencers make the prickly puffballs worthless unless I'm killing them with my direct damage spells. I think they are the dumbest units. So be it. Also, the squad leader, wholly worthless to us. Okay, well, you can kill him for us. Oh, whoops. Yeah, that's fine. I'll leave it. I could sort of salvage it by retreating the fungi. It doesn't really matter. We'll do this. But I definitely did that in the wrong order. Okay, so we want you. We want to give you the Loam Coat. We want to kill you. And give that to him. And I'll just play the Vengeful Shard instead of doing this. Like, at this point, I have more than enough Pyre HP, but for my own satisfaction, I'm still going to try to keep some of it. Okay. Alright, look at us go. Stacking a whole bunch of reanimate and other things. And now I need to shoot the Herald, who at least doesn't have Spell Shield. That is some small mercy. Because that would be really dumb. Also, minus costing things and getting a, and getting the extra embers definitely made my life so much better. Alright, so we're gonna kill you so you no longer are buffing every unit on the floor whenever I can, which is what these do, by the way. I'm pretty sure I said it before, but the chosen variants of these grant all non-boss enemy units +5 attack on Incant, as opposed to only doing it on a single floor. They do it on every floor, which is way more threatening. Yes, become harvested, my fungi. Well, look at all the curses of entropy, everyone's favorite. I gotta say, that's very satisfying. And it's not like we're in danger of running out of reanimate, so, especially with the Loam Coat just giving them a whole bunch of reanimate every turn. I definitely should have done these in a different order, because I could have had the unstable explosions hitting for a little bit more. I'm not going to bother horrifying him, because I want him to kill the fungi so I can harvest. Because that's just the kind of guy we are. God, he has so much HP. Like, I've done thousands of damage to him, and he's still a long ways off. The Seraphs definitely have much higher HP in this game. Also, he is giving Titan Skin to his allies, which is why we can't kill those guys with a single damage ping, which is even rougher that the stupid Heralds are in this fight, but hey. I probably should have done double secret ingredient instead of playing the Earcon script, but that's fine. Again, it's not like we're in danger of losing at this point, especially if I had ever gone out of my way to give Bolette reanimate from the mixes. That would have been cute. But I didn't. Whatever. You can have even more unstable. Okay. Once he shows his face up top, he's a dead man. Once again, I have to ping him twice, because why would we not have to ping him twice? And my big chunky stack of fungi swaying in the breeze. And then we'll just explode all of them. Again, slightly wrong order, but yeah. So my unstable is doing 600 from just a single guy, and Bolette is gonna hit him for 1,000. And there we go. Exciting times for exciting people. Yeah. This is part of why I like Under Legion so much. I mean, like, half of what we're doing is Lazarus, and again, I also like Lazarus quite a bit. But yeah, turns out Monster Train 2 plans are very good. Alright. Let us fight the Titans again and be a little annoyed at them. Okay, so Bolette and crew are going here. Puffball is going to exist on the bottom floor for now. Alright, you're going to get dazed for a couple turns so that you won't be bullying my dudes as much. Okay, I'm going to kill one to generate one because I can, and this way Bolette actually has some statuses on him when I start harvesting. Also, we generate a little bit more decay on him. I forgot that we even had Sap Suckling Spring, but it ends up not really mattering. Okay, Firelight. Well, we're gonna get the Scourge cards, which I really don't love, but I can't do enough to stop that, so we'll knock off your Spell Shield. I should probably wait on using the Inhales till I actually have the Twisted Assistance. Because, yeah, this is the problem, is, like, if I don't draw them, it gets really painful. I just have to wait. I have to wait until they show up. Because that's how it is. Oh, God. And then I draw into all this garbage. Well, here we are. And now Savagery does hurt me because he's not dazed. Oh, well. At least Bolette is a monstrosity. Okay. So. Yeah, these guys are generally too high health to just ping off with damage spells, which is also not ideal. Yeah, even if I debuff you, you're still gonna kill the squad leader, which is fine. Like, we don't need the squad leader. But I can now do it because I got him strong enough. Oh, the other thing to complain about with, again, so I described this fight as, it looks like what it wants to be is, you know, a series of constant, like, choices. Like, you have to choose whether you want to play the Firelight every turn or not. You need to choose whether you are going to try to defend your floors against Savagery or forfeit them and start taking damage from Savagery. And then with the Curse of Entropy, you need to make the decision on whether you can afford the sap or whether you're going to reserve it and just take pyre damage instead. The problem is that, like, with the Curse of Entropy in particular, and again, it's a little better now, but most runs, especially with how chunky these enemies are and how much HP every one of the Titans has, you need a lot of damage scaling anyways. And so, or you're going to be doing a build that is not doing any, like, attack damage. Like, you're going to be doing spells with Luna and Conduit, or you're going to be generating, like, Decay with Spore Launcher or something. And so, the Curse of Entropy often ends up being meaningless. Like, either you have so much attack scaling that Force Sap doesn't do anything to you, or you are never doing attack damage anyways, and so Force Sap is not a debuff to you because that's not where your damage is coming from. Anyways. There you go. I am glad that we got the trample for Bolette, because boy, would this be working a lot less well if we didn't. Okay, now we have the other overworked assistant. I could be using these slightly better. You know what? Just for kicks, we'll sap you. I could even proliferate to increase your sap, but then I wouldn't be doing that here. You know what? Just for kicks, enjoy your sap. Boy, do I love drawing 4 Curse of Entropies all at once. Truly compelling stuff. I definitely should be shooting the backliner, if anything, since I'm running out of reanimate. Okay. I was hoping for green here, because I'm kind of running out of reanimate due to my own choices, but... Well, Dominion's almost dead. I was really hoping we would draw the Horrify on better turns so we could daze... What's his face? Daze Savagery. But that did not happen. Oh, by the way, you finally get to see the Chosen Herald, which has Stealth 2 and has 60 HP, making an already terrible enemy even more terrible. At least currently, they are only limited to this fight as far as I'm aware. But, like, man, do I hate these, and I think they're awful design. Like, as much as I love this game, there are a couple things I hate, and this is one of them. Like, I have fought hard to have a lot less of those sorts of things in this game, and I think for good reason. Okay. Wow. Alright, now we're getting the kill since Dominion goes down to 1, and thus we are finally allowed to kill Savagery, and we win on turn 9. Like, on average, I win this fight between turn 7 to 9. And again, we took 39 damage. I usually take between 35 to 45 damage. There are definitely ways to take less, but again, it just doesn't matter. Like, as long as I have, you know, 46-ish HP, it's fine. We have unlocked Unearthed Treasure. I'm always surprised by what are in the unlocks here, because I'm so used to having everything in the pool already that I forget what we haven't unlocked yet. Anyways, Unearthed Treasure is pretty cool. It's a consume card that draws 1 random spell for your consume pile that isn't Unearthed Treasure. Which is a bit of a weird caveat, but they want to prevent infinite. If there are at least 5 cards in the consume pile, draw 1 more. Anyways, it's pretty cool. I like that it's another way to do, like, edge synergy. Even though Under Legion doesn't have a ton of edges, I still think it's a cool part of the clan. And if they ever bring back Wormkin, it would combo very nicely with that. Ancient Roots. First spell played each turn has -1 cost for every 15 cards in your deck. Alright, well, we're at level 8, almost level 9. Defeat the Titans with all clan combos. 3 of 180. Assume they will make a DLC for Monster Train 2 and they will bring Wormkin along. Yeah, I fully expect they're going to bring them along at some point. Like I was talking about earlier. I mean, as far as I expect, as long as the game does well, I think they're going to support the game long term. I expect they have a lot of plans, and they're just waiting to see how financially viable that is. So, I'm hoping the game does great, because this game means a lot to me and I love it dearly, so I badly want even more content, even though it's already chock full of a lot of stuff. Yeah, anyways, I think we're back to random, unless anybody has any specific clan combo they want to see, at least among the Monster Train 2 clans. I'm still ignoring the Monster Train 1 clans for now. We'll play them eventually, but, like, it's Monster Train 2. I'm here to play the Monster Train 2 clans, so here we are. Also, we're rebuilding our win streak. But yeah, I guess we're just doing random. Or more specifically, random. Oh, you're a little too late, Squeak. If you're around after this run is over, remind me, and we'll do Banish next. Hey, thanks for the follow. That is good that you can set the random to just Monster Train 2 stuff. Yes, it's a good feature that you can do, like, full random or random with a caveat. Did you unlock all the pyres? I did. Yeah, no worries, I'll be around, though. Yeah, just remind me if I don't immediately pick it out. Okay, so we got Phoenix for the first time in a long time. We're starting with Moon Ritual, which at least we have something to benefit from the Conduit. Gravity is always a bit interesting. Nightingale I don't love. I think it's an okay unit, but Luna, as I've said before, doesn't have any, like, spells to buff damage. They have they have 2 equipment that buff damage, but, like, it's much harder for Luna to benefit from the multi-strike than most other clans. Well, I'm glad the Monster Train 1 clans are there. I feel it'll be a big pain to get all of the unlocks and borders again. Yeah, I mean, it's gonna take a while. I look forward to doing it because I like the variety and being able to play different sorts of runs back to back. So it gives someone like me tons of things to do. And you know, in general, I love the clan combo system because I do think, for the most part, it really does add up to, you know, the whole is greater than the sum of its parts, because every, like, clan combo does have, like, intricacies to it and how you want to approach it. And so, like, some units or cards that are not great in one clan combo can really shine in another. And I think that's just great. And so having truly a staggering amount of clan combos just gives me tons of things to work with and play around with and really master, and I think that's a lot of fun. Anyways, we got Golden Touch, we got Gravity, we got Nightingale. Okay. Fae gain Conduit 1 and +5 on Moon Cycle. We don't have any Fae. We could draft some Fae. It is pretty good, especially since we already have Moon Ritual as a starter. This cat is shedding, and it is a problem. I'm probably going to take Expanded Coffers. We do already have Golden Touch, which isn't, like, crazy at generating Horde, but it is something. And I still need to do Golden Crown Phoenix, so if that's offered, we're taking Golden Crown Phoenix, who also is generating Horde for us. So we're going to try to get to high Horde. Minus Ember is whatever. Yeah, unfortunately, you're a terrible banner unit for Phoenix to be paired with. At least early game. How you doing, Cap? Okay, we're gonna have to put you up top, even though your Pyre Gel could be nice for bottom floor. But we're gonna try this. Well, not exactly what I was hoping for, but fine. Well, okay. So I want you so I can use his ability. I was honestly tempted to shoot a Spear Steward if it showed up in my hand, but we don't need to do that anymore. Oh, I don't have enough Ember for that because I get the reduced Ember. Oh well. Okay. Well, so be it. I'm not killing you. Whatever. Those stewards would be very sad if they had a soul. You're not wrong. Honestly, I should probably be using Gravity instead of the Golden Touch, but... Also, of course, the one turn that I don't get Moon Ritual is when it's the boss. Which feels bad. And I want to do that, but I also don't think that's correct by any means. Yeah, I probably should have had Phoenix on a lower floor. The real question is, can I even survive Astrial? I mean, this is not good. I really should have set you up bottom floor. Yeah, I mean, it's Proto Heart Cage. We got a bit of extra HP and a bit of extra attack. Even with him healing 30, we survived. It's not great. It was a pretty poor showing. The -1 Ember return was quite bad for me. Flicker's okay. Pyreball's pretty good. I mean, I like Flicker a lot, but I like it a lot better when I'm generating Pyrogel, which I'm not confident I'm going to do. I wonder if I'm playing too safe. I noticed I've been skipping a lot of trials. I think taking trials is very important. Mind you, I don't think you should be doing what I do and just take every trial all the time forever. I do think that is legitimately the wrong way to play, but the way that is currently balanced, that's still viable. And it's kind of a weird situation because taking early trials makes it easier to take later trials because they do give you a lot of extra strength by giving you a bunch of gold. Trials force you to learn. That is also true to some degree. But like the amount of extra power you get from taking the trials is very meaningful. We are generating conduit for Flicker. We are generating some, yes. We're also generating a bit of Pyrogel. So the Flicker's not bad, and I like it a lot as a card in general. I'm just not sure I want the Calcified Ember when I'm already struggling to play things out. Among other concerns, my biggest problem right now is I want, like, a better unit to pair Phoenix with. Which, like, we could maybe see Moonguard, which I still have not seen, I think, at all. And unfortunately, like, Shade Guard is too large. Though it would be at a Merchant of Steel, I could potentially get Smidgestone. I do like Flicker, and I'm a little surprised that I haven't taken a single time before now. God, I just cannot get all the cat hair to stop bothering me. Yeah, let's take the Flicker. I don't really want the Calcified Ember. Celestial Storm is quite good, but I don't think I want it here. I don't really care about Hexcalation, but people do like it. It is also nice for being able to bully bosses or key enemies out of the way. Bloody Moon is okay. I think Bloody Moon's probably worth taking here. Yeah, it's not like my favorite card, but it's decent. I am going to loot because getting... Fine, I'll take it. I do want the other things more, but just like guaranteeing that I can hit the 13 Horde now is pretty cute. Okay. Holdover -1 cost Bloody Moon is cool. It is. And I kept saying Moonguard. I meant Silent Sentinel. But, yeah. So... yeah? What I really want now is some way to give Phoenix better cooldown. But I'm pretty sure we're going to use him finally. We're going to Smidge Stone him, and then we're going to Large Stone him. And then do I want to give Avarice to, like, the Nightingale? I don't know that I do, but it would be nice. Silent Sentinel, since we haven't used it before, it is normally a 0-30, or 0-40 now, I think. Either way, its ability is Spell Slam, cooldown 3, restore to full health, and then apply Spell Weakness 1 to enemy units. So, he's an interesting sort of tank unit. Do I want to do this? Like, the chance that it pays itself off is high. Full heal ability is crazy. It does have a 3 cooldown. And also, it's a little bit weird because it's in Luna, which has sort of like the best healing anyways, because it has Phase Blessing and Tidal Turning. And so oftentimes you don't need a unit to full heal itself. But it's still a cool unit. And it works well. It's just like a frontliner on any given floor. Yeah, it's a pretty cool unit. It's not like my favorite, but that's just for playstyle reasons. But it does solid work. I don't know. I don't really want to do this, but I don't think I'm really going to utilize the Nightingale better than this, so I'll just go ahead and do it. And here we go. Alright, this time we're sending out Phoenix on the bottom floor. I have too many problems. At least he has a buddy now. Sadly, I don't have another one cost or one capacity unit to put him with. But here we are. Okay. Well. God, you have 5 HP, god damn it. Because if he didn't, I could descend the Nightingale. Currently, I cannot. I could ascend Phoenix, technically. I don't really want to. I could even ascend both the Sentinel and Phoenix, which is honestly not the worst thing I could do. Maybe I want to do that. You know what? Fine. Oh, I did that in the wrong order, though. Whoops. Okay. You're dead. You're dead. And then we send you. And we send you. And then that happens. So. Okay, let's get rid of you so you don't fuck with me. So if I leave it on this, you get me a bit more gold, but I think we just want to do that so we can get a little bit more conduit for later turns. Okay. Yeah, well, can't play the Calcified Ember and also the Golden Touch, but I really want to be doing Horde since I have big fat Horde Gaming. Okay, so I could use your ability now, but going to save it, I guess. I'm going to get a Scourge, which I don't love. And yeah. Alright, well, here we are. Yeah, you and your stupid thing. Yeah, unsurprisingly, you're dead now. The Nightingale dies because we have, like, no defense for them. But he at least gets a couple hits of Avarice in first. It's underwhelming, but acceptable. And this is why we gave the large stone to the Silent Sentinel. So we can just kind of slowly chunk things down. Once again, we hit Horde 4, which is fine. I wasn't really expecting to hit more than that, but it would have been nice. The lava armor is not bad. It's another goddamn calcified ember, but it's not bad. Yeah, we'll take that. Starstruck is good, but I'm not taking another thing. The Meddler's okay. No, we'll skip on those. I will loot again. Shell is okay. All of these are fine. The medallion does mean that I can, like, descend Nightingale without killing it at base, which is kind of nice. Whatever. We'll just take the medallion for now. Not that exciting, but the more things we get from that, the more we take out of the pool. Probably am going here, although I could also get Mind Cage from here, which I would like. What I wanted was a Pyreborn banner, so we could get, like, Magma Cultist. Although Magma Cultist works a lot better with Pyromaniac. Nonetheless, here we are. I worry that I do not have enough sticking power for Relentless, as evidenced by my general poor showing. Regardless, let's go here. Magic Mirror is probably better tempo. I would agree that it probably is the better choice. Nonetheless, it's not the choice that I did. Now, I kind of want Lunacycle Staff, just because I like permanent scaling. I'm not convinced it is good for me right now. Mage Blade is fine, though I'm generating a pretty underwhelming amount of conduit. Still good even then, but I will take that. It at least works for me right now. God, this is an interesting set of options. So I'm definitely taking Mind Cage. Eclipse Chamber makes Nightingale good. Because he then always has multi-strike, and he has scaling, which is what Luna lacks for Nightingale. What you need is a Hall of Mirrors for Phoenix Gaming. I mean, that would be nice. And then Inferno Room also just, like, hashtag solves problems. Also, we are up against Knockback Archeon, which is a little annoying. Okay, so I could take Mind Cage and Eclipse Chamber. Or I can take Mind Cage and combine it with Lunacycle Staff, which is fine. Or I can give Deployable to one of them and take Mind Cage. I might do Lunacycle Staff and Deployable so we can give it to the Nightingale, who can actually make good use of it. I am definitely taking Mind Cage. It's just a matter of what I want to do beyond that. My monkey brain seeing Infernaroom and taking it. I mean, it is good. Always Moon equals more money. You mean for the avarice? Like, that is true, but if I buy it now and not have deployable on it, then I have to wait to draw it, which is a little awkward with my deck. And I'm still not, like, totally committed to the Nightingale right now, though it does get a lot better. But, like, I already have some phase control, so I'm not, like, too worried about that. I think we're doing this, even though I really like the Mind Cage on deployable. But, like, if we're using Luna Cycle Staff, we need it to actually do a job. So, we'll do that. Well, wish I'd seen this first. Alright, so we could gain a random craft unit. We're not doing that. We could craft a random equipment on a unit. We're not doing that. We can craft an equipment from our deck on a unit. We're doing that. So you are going to get your lava armor. Why not? Because if I could have given the Mind Cage to Phoenix, I would give the Mind Cage to Phoenix, but I can't, so. Unfortunately, this fight, not ideal for us, but it is a thing. Okay, that's fine. That's not how I meant to do this. Well... yeah, definitely not how I meant to do this. Partly because I keep spacing out that I don't actually need to get Slay triggers with Phoenix. It's just not a concern. Okay. Just debating if I want to use his ability this turn or not. I don't really need to, but I kind of want to. Yeah, I'll do it. I don't really need to, but we kill you, we conduit, and then I guess I'll put that there. And then you're totally safe. Well, I don't really want to do all this, so we'll do that and let you attack. Alright. So I think I need to ascend you so that you don't fuck up everything here. Except then you'd be killing you, and I can't really afford that either. Well. Yeah, I don't know. I'm making bad choices. Again, the problem is that this is just a very bad matchup for us. Mechanics with phase, swap, gravity are so neat. Yeah, there are some cool things you can do. It is weird, by the way, that currently Spell Weakness amplifies the damage of abilities. I understand why that is the case. It shouldn't work that way, though. What I kind of wanted to do was, like, ascend and then descend Phoenix to, like, get him into the right arrangement. So we'll see what we can do. I was thinking that I might need to set up this fight where Phoenix starts in the front. No, this is going to work out okay, except that you're a jerk. I don't really want to sap my dudes to death. Okay, we're going to do that, even though it does sap me a fair bit. Unfortunately, I have no way to heal or protect the Nightingale, which is an issue. He doesn't even get to attack, unfortunately. So also there's a reason that maybe I should be giving the Lunacycle Staff to somebody else. But I was trying to avoid that. Could send you, well, not anymore, but... Turn the Nightingale into an egg. I mean, I would if it wasn't even worse than my current situation. But, like, I don't think I kill Archaon if I do this differently. We're going to do this slightly differently. Where we do this, then ascend that out of the way, then change the timing, and then we get the kill. I don't get to do the Golden Touch, which is a shame, whatever, because, like, I have the Horde max increasers, but I'm getting nowhere high enough to do it, but that's fine. There we go. Okay, my deck is still somewhat of a mess, but we got past a major hurdle. Tidal Turning is very good, although it's another Calcified Ember. Death Roar is something. I do like Death Roar. I like it quite a bit. But I don't know that this is the run to use it. We might be able to get some very solid value out of it, though. I'm not generating like a ton of Pyre Gel though. But as we get the like Horde artifacts, we're gonna get things that like do just passively generate Pyre Gel. Yeah, both Gel and Conduit buff it so it's worth. The problem is I'm not generating a lot of Conduit though. Like the amount of Conduit I'm generating is pretty insubstantial. Like I wouldn't base things much based on that. Nonetheless, it is still a very strong spell. Doesn't really help me kill Dominion though. But that's fine. And the Tidal Turning helps me with like shitty backline damage. Which is the reason I was considering it. But we'll take Death Roar and see how it goes. I mean, honestly, I could take a Shade Guard and just leave them on a higher floor. It's not a terrible plan. I guess I will do that. As for this, I think we're taking Ember, though I kind of want to take Capacity so I don't have to do awkward gravity things, but we're going to do this. I'm going to not loot yet. We are going to go here. Golden Crown 2. Which, again, doesn't increase the amount of horde that it generates, but it does give me golds now as well, which is nice. Reduced to 1 capacity. Honestly, not the worst thing I've seen in my life. I don't know, fine. It wasn't what I was planning on, but... I'm just gonna give you HP, I think. My life is a little awkward, but here we are. God, what do I even want to dupe here? My deck is a mess. I might just do the Cycle Staff. I don't know, fine. Dupe Sentinel for beef value. Yeah, except I can't fit him. I don't know, we're doing this. I really need to remove a lot of things, though. Start with the Spear Steward, even though it's more impactful to remove a spell. But here we are. I'm going to take it, though. It very easily might get me killed. I already forgot that I took Capacity. I thought I took Ember for some reason. Cool. Good to know. Problem is I'm eventually going to replace that. I might just give this to you so it keeps stacking up. You know what? I'm going to do that. I really wish I could play this out. And yes, that does look a little silly. Nonetheless, it's what we did. Yeah, and you gain Titan Skin on Resolve, which is concerning, but let's see what we can do. Know your upgrades. New class with Sarcastic Salamander. You're not wrong. God, I do want to take the Calcified Ember, but I think I need to just be getting some damage out. Also, I don't know if I can afford to actually do Phoenix's ability on the first turn. God, you and your stupid Titan Skin. Alright, well, let's see how this goes. He does heal to full. And he does hurt my Pyre a fair bit, thanks to the Titan Skin, unfortunately. You're a bit late to the party, dude, but... Yeah, you don't do a lot of damage. Problem is, nothing I do does a lot of damage. Well, that's enough to get a kill now. I don't think it's enough to get a kill on the next floor with all this garbage. Yeah, without Heaven Seal, this would be a lot more doable. But now I'm gonna get murdered by one of these guys. Well... Okay, so that is enough to kill you as is. So we descend you, and then we kill you. And then we're going to save that for next turn. See what we can do. Ajax is also going to ruin my shit, though. Okay. Yeah. That's not good. I think you just kill me. No, you don't. You don't kill me. It's not great, but you don't kill me. Pretty sure you don't, at least. Yeah. Alright, now, can we actually beat Ajax? Well, not when we're not in New Moon, so that's a problem. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Alright, let's try restarting the battle. Again, this is about as bad as I expect it to be. First floor stack, yeah, I mean, that is what I'm considering. I do want the Shade Guard, though. Maybe I want you instead of the Cycle Staffs. The problem is, like, if I don't draw the Cycle Staffs in a reasonable time frame, things get real bad real quick. I do think I probably need that on you, in which case we just play you out there and cry. I don't know. So you got 4 Pyre Gel. If I were to do this, would it be enough to get the kill still? Because it'd be 25 plus 24, 49, and then another 35. Yeah, definitely not enough. I do definitely need that. So, sadly, that is how it is. Oh, I forgot that I was getting more Pyre Gel from the Revenge. I even had factored that in earlier. Totally forgot to factor it in now. Unfortunately, you're just going to heal a bunch, but at least now you have a bunch of Pyre Gel on you. Well, I'm not killing the Collector, and I'm not getting Horde, but... There's 2 waves remaining, and so this will come back up from cooldown in time. So we'll kill another there, and we'll just wait on yours. Why Staff on Phoenix? Because I want the Mind Cage on him. Okay, so that makes it so both of them will die. And I think we're doing the Moon Ritual. So here's the deal. If I do the Moon Ritual, my Cycle Staffs are a little stronger, but I also risk not drawing a Moon Ritual on the next turn. And so I think we're actually going to skip that. Because we need to be in New Moon. And also, the Shade Guard doesn't get his Resolve bonus, which is a little sad, but I need to be in New Moon for this. Sure enough, we drew one. But... And it would be nice to ascend this guy out of the way, which I can no longer do, but fine. Yeah. Definitely have the kill there. And we kill you. And we do that. And there we go. Alright, well... Bit of a clusterfuck, but we're alive, and we're at 10 Horde, but not 13 like I was trying to get to. I do get a lot of gold from beating down Ajax, but just not quite as much Horde as I need. Pyroclasm is cool. I'm maybe taking the Brain Spike. Yeah, I'm going to take it even though it has questionable decisions attached to it. I will take the Lunacy. God, I might just cash this in. It feels very bad to cash in, or to not cash in right here. I'm going to save for a moment, though, and evaluate things. Holdover's not bad. Remove Consume is going to go here. Alright. We're doing it. We're making a choice. I mean, I do kind of want the Magma Cultist. Do I actually want the Magma Cultist? It would compete with what I've already selected, but it is nice. I think we're not going to take it, though. -2 on the book. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Well, so I'm getting rid of the Calcified Ember. It feels bad to do that, but I have struggles. Also, we are going to do this now. I mean, the Conduit's kind of cute. Flaming Talons is also good. But we're going to do this, I guess. We're going to do Hellfire Bellows. Although other things were good, too. Sure. I don't normally care that much about it, but we do have some silent units, and I do actually want the things that that gives. Spell chain -1 an egg. I mean, there are other good things that I can do too. Like, I'm also tempted to do this because it helps power up my Cycle Staff much faster. But I think we're doing this nonetheless now that I have some Conduit in my deck. I'm gonna do that too, even though I normally would skip that. And then we're going to get rid of a steward, because I definitely don't have it for the stewards right now. But we're doing what we can. The reanimate is bad, but who am I if I don't take things? And we're gonna try setting up top floor. We're gonna try it. Okay, decent, even though we gave away your equipment. Okay. I also could have done this turn 1 and shot our dude, which I kind of wish that I had done. But I didn't, and here we are. So. There we go. Totally forgot that we had that to do still. Anyways, yeah, now we can use his ability more frequently. And look at us go. And we're phasing right back. Kick a brain. Yeah. I am proud of what we're cobbling together. Which, again, this is, like, why I love Monster Train, is because, like, this is a viable strategy. Yeah, I don't love you. You are a problem. Yeah, that's not looking great. Turns out everything comes together with a minus, a 1, and -2 sprinkled in the mix. Yeah, I mean, this is fine. I take some damage. It's not great. But we're just at a bad break point where we just don't quite kill things. It turns out reanimate is a big fucking problem. Turns out. Yeah, it's not quite enough because the reanimate is bad. Could have sort of done more. The problem was that we were in full moon and not new moon. I could ascend the boss right now. And honestly, well, it causes other problems. Do I think I'll be able to moon cycle next turn? Probably. Do I think that I'll be able to win the fight, though? Uncertain. Okay, so. There we go. Probably didn't need to do that, but... And then I don't quite get high enough on this again. 20 reanimate, yeah, it's a lot. He's definitely a boss that heavily punishes you for setting up top floor. So don't do it. Don't do what I'm doing. I took a lot of damage on this fight, and I still did not get to 13 Horde. I really tried, but not quite. We're getting close, though. Yeah, I may as well save the Horde even feels bad. I do think I need to do that. I will take Payoff here. Although, Inequivalent Exchange is also pretty good, but I'll take Payoff. Yeah, I think we want Eclipse Chamber. And then I think we save this, even though it sucks. But it's maybe worth making Eclipse Chamber deployable right now. I wouldn't be playing out one of the Cycle Stabs. That's fine. It more than makes up for it by making the Nightingale super consistent. Alternatively, we go here and we heal, and that's not bad. We remove some things, and we buy a whole bunch of stuff because I have 832 gold. Which is maybe also what I want to do. I think that's probably what I want to do. Yeah. We don't heal with spells. No. I don't think I need to fully heal champions. I will take Dante's Footstool. That's a little unnecessary. I don't totally want the Moon Rituals now, but they still are okay for me. I'm going to get rid of a Fire Starter. Conduits do good. Yes, but it's the amount of Conduit I'm getting. Because it's only going to be Conduit 4 because I basically just play all my units at the same time. Like, yes, at the moment I am playing Shade Guard at a different time. I don't think worth it to care about that. It's a little risky to be getting rid of these, but on the other hand, it makes it more consistent for me to draw the things I care about. I've got the quest with Dante. Was this because I've got his stool? No. It's just an event that can show up. It shows up randomly, just like every other thing. Anything that helps Golden Touch is good. I mean, it's nice. Okay. I do think I still want to set up top floor. I think I'm still going to do this, even though I'm missing out on other things. But I just wanted to be cycling, and soon we'll be able to use other things better. Okay. I take 1 damage from that. That's fine. Kale's already taken a big chunk of damage, and we are truly the greatest the world has ever known. Okay. Oh yeah, gravity gets real awkward now. Or at least it does if I'm casting in this room. In other rooms, it's fine. I'm going to do that so we can kill you. And I'm going to heal because I can. No, he gave me the reward. So you should only be seeing the Dante like follow-up reward if you have Dante. You just have to have him for a couple fights. Yeah, that's a lot of damage. Maybe I should not have done what I did. Okay, thought it gave me because of a stool. Yeah, no worries. But yeah, it just naturally happens after A little bit of time has gone by. Well, I'm at 13 Horde, so that's something. Okay, unfortunately my dude is very low on life. Yeah, fucking lifesteal morsels are truly the end of all decent people. Could descend you. Question is just, if I do your attack, it's not going to kill you in time. So I guess we're going to do this and try to find a way to keep our dude alive. I mean, even if he dies, it's not like the end of the world, kind of. Cooldown the tank, totally didn't even think about it. You are 100% right. That is the thing to do. It's what I should have done last turn, so I wouldn't have to now protect from all this garbage. Yeah, absolutely 100% the correct play. Yeah, unfortunately, because I did that, he's still dying. I'll still play it out to see what happens, but I think we probably need to restart and actually protect our dude correctly. Or not set up in such a way where I'm letting all of these guys eat obscene amounts of garbage. As is the current world we live in. I don't actually need to play those. Actually, I did need to play this all the way. Why are we on top floor? Because I was trying to give myself more time to scale. But I do think I'd probably be succeeding better if I were not on top floor. But that was why. Which of 3 morsels do you think you'd enjoy eating the most? I'm blanking out what one of them is, because there's the meat, there's the, like, golden nectar, and what's the last one? It's an apple. I don't know, maybe the nectar? Yeah, it turns out this is real fucking bad. Yeah, we're going to restart the battle and not be on top floor. Because turns out that's just a little too gross. It's almost like I've described multiple times how Kale really fucks you for being on not bottom floor. And then I still decided to not be on bottom floor. Someone made not the best decision. Apple should be durian, because why would Apple give spikes? You make a valid point. God, if only you were a little stronger, Phoenix. Realistically, I could probably give you the Lunacycle Staff now. Also, I kind of want to merge it with your Mind Cage. I was avoiding doing that for reasons, but now with my ability to use your ability every turn, having it shoot for, 90 damage each time is a lot more appealing. I don't really need to do that, probably. Well, alright, we'll still do that, and that, and then we take a little pyre damage, that's fine. Alright, we kill those. Unfortunately, he does survive, but that's sort of okay. The problem being that KO can still eat those himself, which is not great. Alright, we'll just take more pyre damage. It's okay. Who needs it? Yeah, it turns out it's a lot easier when we're not being murdered wholly and completely each and every day. Well, we'll just give you more avarice. Oh, you don't actually kill here. Well, that's fine. Now everything dies. And our dude isn't quite dead yet. He does mostly dead. And then the cherub just dies because why would he not? Okay. I probably should have killed these. Oh well. I will kill one of them now, so we take a little less damage on the frontliner. Okay. Well, here we are. Yeah, I could prevent myself from taking pyre damage, but that's fine. I do appreciate that we got Spirit Breaker's charge. Like, turning my active abilities into buffs is also pretty cool. Okay, well. Yeah, I don't really need Death Roar. Let's get more hot, sweet, beautiful gold and power. And then he naturally gets his cooldown up, like a cool dude. Yeah, I don't really need to do that, but we do it anyways. And then we do that. Alright. Well, yeah, tremendously better setting up on, you know, the correct floor. I just thought I was going to need more scaling time than that. Turns out I was wrong. Hell Furnace I would take, except that I won't. Ritual Tome is a maybe. It is worth taking. Does Titan Skin wear off? It does not. Not on you, not on enemies, other than Quoto, who specifically has a revenge trigger to lose Titan Skin. I mean, we're probably taking the Ritual Tome. I don't think we, like, super need it, but... Alright, we're taking this. And then we're definitely looting. Fine. I don't have any dragons or whelps. I think we're just doing Flaming Talons. Taskmaster's Lash is also sort of cute, though. But we'll do that. Okay, so we don't really need Merchant of Steel. Okay, we're gonna go here, I guess, and I'm not entirely sure what I'm doing, but we'll figure that out in a moment. Golden Crown 2, now it gives 2 Horde and 25 gold. Merge equipment for Felix, yeah, that, or Phoenix, not Felix. That is what I was thinking. I was thinking you to take the copy of the card to speed up egg generation. I don't think I'm going to do that. I have a few thoughts on what I might do. I also might take Inferno Room here. Because I could. Like, we have enough that we can easily, like, deployable it now. And I think I have enough for that. Now that I have... I guess I've only got 6 because I didn't take the... I didn't take the extra Ember. So 6 would get me 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 5, 6. Oh, and there's a possibility that it gets pulled by Dante's Footstool. Yeah, I don't really want to do that. That's fine. But I do think we're going to merge these. I was just debating if I want to make a 3rd Cycle Staff. And I think the answer is yes. And then maybe make another... Maybe make another Nightingale. Merge and the dupe to the tank. Not sure... I know what you mean. Because I assume you're talking about... So... If you mean giving the Mind Cage to the Silent Sentinel, yes, I could do that. I was considering it. He would lose the Lava Armor, also loses a little bit of HP. The Mind Cage is still probably worth doing that. Is merging two of the same equipment possible? No. Used to be. They changed it a while ago, as was the case in the demo. I try to only talk about changes that are visible in the demo, because I don't know how much they're okay with me talking about things that happened off screen. But that one I know was a change that was seen in the demo. Yeah, like maybe... Again, if I do that, though, I run into the same Ember problems as before, but we are going to get another Ember thing soon, probably. Maybe is fine. I suppose I should also just see... I don't really need to do this, but I'm going to see what else is available here. Zone of Silence is cute. I don't think I care right now, though. I don't know. I'm losing my mind considering the options. I think what we're doing is we're just going to... So the other thing I was considering duping is we dupe like the payoff, so I can just heal my pyre ridiculous amounts, which makes the Titan fight a little silly. Which I might do. I don't know. Better dupe with upgrades. Yeah, but I don't know that I'm actually going to do or upgrade the payoff. If anything, I'm probably upgrading the Ritual Tome. So maybe just want to do the Cycle Staff and then make another Nightingale at the next thing. Except I'm not totally certain that that's going to work out the way that I desire. I think that's not worth me caring about. I wish that I had another upgrade slot available here. Because then I would dupe one and it would be cool. Well, it wouldn't work the way that I want. It's fine. Anyways. We're just going to dupe... Fine, we'll do this. I don't know. I spent too much time thinking about it that I no longer care. We're gonna fuse the slightly less good one so that the unit I care more about has slightly more attack. Don't know that that matters. I could make this deployable and then still take like Zone of Silence and have that get pulled with Dante's Footstool. But we're not gonna worry about it. I think we're fine. What I am gonna do though is I'm going to remember to remove things. I think that's good enough. It is very important to me that I draw the right things fast enough. So I think it's just better that I do that. I do kind of want to be on higher floors so that Flaming Talons we get a benefit from, but I do think overall it's better for me to be down here. Anyways, so you get that, you get that. I still can't play you out, which is sad. Oh well. I mean, I could just, like, not play the Silent Sentinel and then I'd be able to, but that has its own problems. Well, I was going to play the Ritual Tome, but I can't quite kill him if I don't. At least not if I had avoided using his spell, which I did. Or his ability. But that's fine. Alright, I don't quite kill one of you, but that's manageable. Well, I'm gonna kill you, even though that means I'm not killing you. Oh no, you have like so much Pyre Gel on you. I already forgot that that was a thing. Well, except you guys are somewhat concerning. I'm still gonna do that, though I don't know that it's the right choice. Well, yeah, unfortunately, like, alright, just not a great break point. Well, so be it. We're gonna take a little bit of pyre damage. That's not a big deal. Oh, this is Heaven Seal, which makes this a little bit more of a big deal, which I totally spaced out on, but that's still okay. Not great, but this is sort of why I wanted Zone of Silence and all that. God damn it. Fuck. We can just heal back. I mean, that is the plan, since I'll be able to heal, like 52. Which is a lot. Yeah, I really could have used this earlier. I mean, I can still use that to at least kill you. Yeah, I'll do that, because, like, you're not going to reach the pyre. It's just not going to happen. Alright, I take some more pyre damage, whatever, so be it. Okay, that immediately wins it for me. You are going to deal some more damage to me before I kill a Thane, which feels bad, but still. Alright, we're not gonna play... Well, can I? Yeah, I still get the kill. I wanted to do it because it made the Cycle Stabs stronger, even though she gets more spikes on everything, but that's fine. And then look at us go, chock full of cash. We don't need another Mind Cage. We don't need the Greed. Inequivalent Exchange. Fine. I will take it. I don't really need to, but I will. I'm not going to take the Lunacy just because I don't want another Calcified Ember, even though I can deal with them. We're definitely looting this for another 150 gold. I could take Taskmaster Slash. Kind of want to. But we're just going to take the Shale Shell. It's okay. You know what? Just in case we end up using it. I suspect we won't. Alright, look at us go. I don't know what we're doing here, but so be it. I do kind of like the holdover Flicker. I also kind of like the holdover Death Roar, even though it's a little cumbersome for me. But I do now have more stuff than ever before. Manifold Mirror does not matter to me. Breath of Heaven is dumb, and Pyrostone Housing we're on the wrong side for. I will take that, and I'll maybe take that in a moment. Oops. You know what? I'll just take it right now, since I accidentally clicked on this anyways. So I kind of want to do this, but it's honestly not that good into Dominion. So maybe I do this. Fuck it. Done. Salamander, the Rich Dreameroni, makes 1,400 plus gold with the Rich Dragon Clan. Yeah. That is exactly the case. Alright, we're gonna do this or that. We'll do this. Just to ensure we always have it. Remove consume. I could have also done that on the cycling. I've chosen to do this. I have a lot of expensive things. Whatever. I don't know. We'll get rid of that. I did not spend my gold terribly wisely, but it's okay. What do we even want to dupe here? I could do the Pyreborn Brain Spike. I don't think I want to. I think we're just doing the Ritual Tome because it's kind of cute. It's either that or the Inequivalent Exchange. I actually might do this. I might do this. Dupe the Tome for lulz. Anyways, so now Savagery enchants Rage 6, so he gives 12 damage to all of his dudes instead of only 6. And your units enter with melee weakness 2 instead of melee weakness 1. Great. Alright. You come down. You're there, there, there. We actually finally truly have enough energy for once. You know what? We'll do some damage to you. I don't really need to. Your Pyre's 240 damage? Why does my Pyre have 240 damage? I'm assuming it's from the Spirit Breaker's charge. I totally didn't realize that it had so much attack. I think that's unintentional. But I didn't notice this whole time that it had that attack. And or, I don't know if that just happened. If it did, that definitely, I think, is incorrect. I think the boss reward made it. Oh, that's right. I forgot that these give more. Yeah, you're 100% that's what it's coming from. Totally spaced out. Yeah. Yeah. Gives more HP and more attack, which is also kind of silly. Kind of feel like the ones that you get from Horde shouldn't do that, but whatever. Hall of Mirrors gives Gilda 4 eggs. Yes, because it's 2 for Gilda number 1 and 2 for Gilda number 2. It is a lot. Anyways, we're doing this in the correct game plan where we do this. And then we cycle some, and then we explode some enemies and live a decent life. Still not quite strong enough yet, but it's something. Well, I probably have to heal you, which I didn't really want to do, but I can do, because I'm losing a bunch of Horde, and I probably need to be a little careful about that. I mean, like, need is perhaps a strong word here, but want is definitely pretty reasonable. Definitely should have done this differently. Oh well, that's fine. Alright, I'll do one of them, because I do still want to get to 13 before the end of the battle, and I'm running out of time for that. Almost. Oh, and I didn't realize that the Silent Sentinel is dying, but, you know, these things happen. I think we're still okay. I didn't even get the lava armor because it was grafted onto him. Yeah, my deck is not, like, crazy strong. That would have been a good turn for the Death Roar, but so be it. Yeah. It is dangerous. Yeah, this is what I was worried about. I'm not clearing these nearly as well as I would like to be. Yeah, I think I needed to not lose the Silent Sentinel. Also, I probably am better suited to setting up on a higher floor, even if the Twisted Amalgams are going to hurt me. Honestly, not that big a deal. I was not expecting this battle to hurt me as much as it does, and yet here we are. Okay. I'm not going to use the Inequivalent Exchange, though maybe I should be using it. That's fine. Not gonna shoot my own dude. Though if that's the case, I probably should have used it on him so I could have healed him to full and then refreshed his cooldown immediately. But, here we are. We'll get rid of you. Just kill some threats ahead of time. Yeah, we'll hit you. We're still killing this thing here. And we take some damage. Oh no, that's fine. We can handle that. That's not the part I'm worried about. Could do the Death Roar, which is cute. Again, we have not made the best deck for it by any means, but it is cute. And this does still do 1 even when I'm at 0, which I keep forgetting about. You know what, we'll just go ahead and not kill you, because never mind, that's not enough, so we'll kill that instead. And then you're there, and you're there. And whatever, we're taking some damage, it's okay. That's not the big problem of our life. Alright, we're getting there. Turns out things are a lot less bad when we're killing more units before they have a chance to attack. I'll do that now, even though it's not without problems. Also, I probably should have used that elsewhere so I can kill something else that's upcoming. But oh well. Okay, so let's heal you to full. Let's just nuke some things, because we can. Kill the sweep dude, because that's the most damaging thing right here at the moment. Yeah, I know you guys want to ping my fire like the jerks you are. There are a lot of terrifying amalgams in this fight. Once again, another thing that punishes you for setting up top floor in this game, or at least setting up not bottom floor. Okay, well. Oh, I didn't actually need to do that here, because once again, could have used Phoenix's ability to kill him. But, so be it. I'm not too concerned about taking the pyre damage, even if it is a lot. That's a fair bit of damage to him, which is sort of appealing. Okay, you know what? We'll do a lot to you. It does also steal the Pyre Gel from these guys, which is maybe wrong, but we'll see. Okay, yeah, I take more damage. We all know. We all know. end at 13, but that's fine. Doesn't really matter. He's dead. Alright, that was a bit of a clusterfuck of a fight. It's fine. I took 20 damage, whatever. Who cares? Honestly, it could be more worth to refresh the Sentinel for spell weakness for equivalent exchange. I had thought about this. I didn't do it. I didn't want to experiment, but you make a solid statement. We don't have Dragons and Whelps. We will take the energy first turn. I will take one of these just for the sake of having it. Alright, well, we have more capacity even though we don't have any room for it. Though our Pyre now hits tremendously harder, which I did forget about when I was thinking about doing damage directly to Dominion with the inequivalent exchanges. But turns out we basically don't need that since we hit for nearly 300 already. Nonetheless, here we are. It's the Titans, everyone's favorite. I did forget that I wanted to do that. Here we go. You need to kill only one. No, we have to kill all of them. They have separate health bars, but they can't die unless they're all at 1 HP. Alright, let's do this in the order I meant to do it. I did forget that I was going to gain me extra energy back. That's fine. How do we enable the Titans battle? You have to unlock all of the Pyre Hearts first. Well, all except for the last 3, because you get them from the Titan battle. And then after you've done so, there's a cutscene you have to watch, and then in runs, once you get to bosses, there will be the option to turn on a trial, just like you can do for normal battles, and so enable the trials for each of the flying bosses, and then once you beat Seraph, it will give you the chance to fight the Titans. So, unlock the Pyre Hearts if you haven't already. Yeah, I'm not going to do that yet. You're welcome. I could do that. I'm not going to. We might actually struggle in this battle. I think we'll be okay, but I'm not like the most raw, powerful deck of all time. Like, Dominion is going to die, no problem. That is not an issue. But yeah, like, you're already dying. I took spells for you that do not matter. Still do it just for the sake of it. Okay. Well, we're doing some damage to Entropy. We are chunking through them, sort of. So I'm already doing 947 to you. Yeah, I don't want to do that because I do actually want to refresh your thing, otherwise you're going to die. Probably because you have a fair bit of corruption on you already, which is annoying. Whatever. Take some damage, who cares? Alright. Yeah, you're dying, which I don't love. I can't shoot you guys to death with a bloody moon. Yeah, you just get chunked down real quick. Don't love that part. Oh god, if I had done this before, I could have just killed you straight up. Well, I can. Yeah, you take a lot of damage with your increasing corruption. Partly thanks to Dominion being a jerk up there in the Pyre room. I definitely do not need to play the Pyrelites anymore, unsurprisingly. Yeah, you're a jerk. Well, you're still alive for now. So again, you're getting increasing corruption. But at least the dudes behind you aren't getting corruption, and he's constantly stacking up HP, and we're stacking up armor. Yada yada yada, here we are. Although, when not using Phoenix's ability as often, I am now not building up nearly as much Horde, which is not ideal. Yeah, you are dying now. Not surprised by that, even if I am disappointed. Alright, well. Our dude dies, but we just gotta kill Entropy, which is super easy to do now. Well, I was hoping to get a little bit more healing, but I can't play this after I play the Brain Spike, so I don't have any way to get a kill with this other than like doing the inequivalent change first, but then that reduces my Horde anyways, so we do that. Yeah, we just blow him up. But for my own enjoyment, I could do these things, but we'll just do this. Ta-da! Bit of a messy run, but it was fun. Again, I like that Monster Run allows me to do these things. Oh. And the Brain Spike was a real good pickup. Hey, we ended with a clean 2,000 gold. Ta-da! Look at all those cards we mastered. And another crown has been acquired. Yeah. How much did we actually take in... Yeah, so we did end above the damage that we started at in the Titan fight. So we actually didn't get any score loss for taking damage. How exciting. But there we go. Anyways, we'll do another run. We're going to do probably one more run. I need to get up for a moment, but we'll be back in a second. If you have any specific clan combo you want to see, let me know. Otherwise, we'll hit random again in just a moment. Alright, I'm back. And I did forget that Squeak had requested Banish. So we're going to do Banish. And I think he wanted Fel. But looks like Insane Fox wants Luna and Angels or Ors plus Banish. So we'll play one of those. We'll do Under Legion because I still don't have it at level 10. And we just played Luna, so we'll do that. And we'll do it with a random Pyre Heart. And we'll see how it goes. So, we're against Knockback, Archeon, Lifesteal, Kale, and Savagery. Any tips for fighting the Titan fight? I had a run where I had a lot of damage stacked at bot lane. Was unkillable too, but the Titan fight has no Relentless. So what happened was I killed the Pyre Titan and the mostly straight Titan, but I couldn't deal with the Entropy Titan as minions were blocking damage. Any advice? Oh, you were Shrooms, not Spores. Oh, my bad. I forgot to change it. Whoops. I do think I would have preferred that as the starter card for this right now, but I totally spaced out. I had infinite cell scaling on bottom floor with crazy Shroom scaling. Yeah, I mean, it's hard to give you advice without seeing your deck. It can be a little awkward with how large the waves are to get damage on Entropy. That is one point of balancing that I think we're probably going to see some adjustments on at some point. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if it stays where it is, but I know there's been some feedback already about it being a little too hard to cleave through those waves. But ultimately, even if you are having trouble getting through the waves to hit Entropy, if you can get Savagery down to 1, you will then be able to bypass Savagery, because this was an important change that was made at some point, but once Savagery is down to 1 HP, he no longer blocks hits, because it felt fucking stupid for him to block hits when he's at 1 HP as a permanent tank. There's no Relentless, so my build was just useless. If it was Relentless, it would have been an easy win. Yeah, I really dislike that that fight doesn't have Relentless. Yeah, I do wish that it had Relentless for a number of reasons. Well, this is an interesting start. Also, to evaluate what we're looking at, Infectory's good. Starting with the Rising Rage is very solid. Sword Maiden is not great in Banished. I mean, she can still be okay. It's just that she, like, really shines in Lazarus. But, like, double stacking her and getting 16 Valor per equip is still pretty solid. Like, even if you're just playing out, like, 2 equips on the floor, that's a fair amount. It's just that in Lazarus, you're like, it's a lot better. So, Titan's Edict is quite good, since we definitely are using Valor to some degree or another in this run. I kind of want to take Blood of the Apex, even though we don't have a starting equipment. I think we're going to do Blood of the Apex. I haven't gone to use it since we've gone live, so I think that's what we're doing. Do I want Savior or do I want Unchained? I think we are probably doing Unchained. It's also fairly cute with Blood of the Apex, since if we can get a good a good equipment and get some damage on it with Blood of the Apex, Fel will eventually get to Multi-Strike 2 at rank 3, and so she will be kind of the best user of any equipment. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. Though Savior is also just solid, especially into, like, Savagery, since it protects us from the backline enemies. So, we'll do this. I think I probably would be better served by Savior, but that's fine. And it would do the draw -1, which is a pain. It does cut into my ability to shift, but that's okay. Well, You're going there. Whoops. Unfortunately, I have no equipment to make use of. Well, you are going top floor. You're doing that. And then we'll make a troop. Also, I do need to remember that I've Echo the Time Father. It's not really pertinent for anything I have in the deck currently, but there are ways to make use of it. Okay, so we're gonna pull you up front. Oh, whoops. I was gonna pull Fel up front, but they're actually doing enough damage here that they would kill us. Because they were doing exactly 10, so... Anyways, I am leaking some dudes to the Pyre, that's fine. My start is lacking damage to some degree. God, and once again, they're doing too much damage. Like, I need something else to tank. I would like Fel to get her Valor armor, but that doesn't really matter if I'm losing all my HP to do it. Alright, well, let's do that, even though you're just gonna die. Okay. Well, we got one last shift at the end. That's fine. Hopefully we get some equipment. Preferably, like, Everlasting Light. I mean, there's a lot of things I would be plenty happy to get. Yeah, those are not them. Upbeat Warbler is okay. We already have Rising Rage, but I don't hate getting more Rising Rage. Kind of. So right now I need to draft for the Titans. Let's say Entropy, would you need to get backline access? What would you say you need for the other two Titans? So, I said this before, but I don't really draft with the Titans in mind at all. Technically, what you're supposed to draft for with the Titans is Savagery, some way to Descend him, or Daze him. For Entropy, just better Wave Clear, and better attack scaling so you can ignore the sap he generates. And Dominion, some way to sap it, or some way to give it melee weakness, or some spell that is going to end up doing more than 200 damage for you over the course of the, 9 turns that it takes to kill him. But mostly Dominion, you just play at the Pyrolite every turn and he dies, and you take a bit of damage. Like, if you come into the fight with enough HP, most of what happens in the fight isn't going to matter. Like, even if it takes you 20 turns, if you have enough HP, so be it. But, yeah. Do I want Upbeat Warbler? Kind of. I will try it. I might remove it later. Loam Coat is equipment. It's just not the equipment I want. It came with 60 HP. Was that too low? If you don't know what you're doing, yeah, it, might be a bit low. I am normally very comfortable with that fight at 45 HP or less, because I usually take between 30 to 45 HP. Propagate is cool. It is. I don't know that it really matters for Fel, though. It's kind of nice. It does give more Valor, but it's not like what I really want. Also, is there a Merchant of Arms right here? No. There is one here, though. So I could also take the Glow Up, though, which is Advance and Propagate. Which is also kind of cute. But I'm going to take the Loam Coat right now. It's whatever. I get a Calcified Ember, which I think is maybe not worth it, but I'm doing it. Like, I could do a large stone with somewhat impunity, since I have the Rising Rage. Also, Fel is only 2 capacity and could fit alongside a 3 capacity unit. But, let's see what we get. We'll take Demonic Fledgling, even though I'm not totally convinced we'll put him to good use. Well, we're gonna take Multi-Strike. I kind of want the Quick, but if we do end up using the Warbler, that will take care of that. And he is very good with Multi-Strike. Okay, Mark of Invasion. Here we go. And we draw the Loam Coat, which goes on Fel, so she's not going to die immediately to the invasion. The problem is I would like you to be shifting. But we'll shift Fel at least. And then we'll let you tank some damage. Too bad Propagate doesn't increase Multi-Strike. Yeah, it turns out there's like maybe some good reasons for that. But yeah. Alright, I want you to die. Yeah, whatever. I'm gonna freeze these. I'm not doing much with the Demonic Fledgling, but that is because I'm trying to make sure Fel gets kills. That's not a bad time for that. And then we can do some shifting, and we can do some shifting. We are not killing you, but that's fine. I've made choices in my life. I only take 1 hit. That's okay. Well, I'd like to get rid of the Calcified Ember, but I also want to shift more. I think it's probably worth getting rid of this, though. It's not like Fel is, like, slacking on damage scaling, since she's also scaling up her Loam Coat, which is a little silly that that's what she's using, but... I will play you to just get rid of you. It doesn't really matter because we're not shuffling the deck again after this point. Meanwhile, $30 with almost no swaps. Yes, that is true. I could have swapped you up front, actually. Nah, this is fine. And our poor Warbler dies against his wall of spikes. And Fel slays another foe. I don't think we need another Rising Rage. We will take this, though. Especially if we end up using the Loam Coat long term, which at this point, maybe we will. Yeah, Propagate is just silly, especially with Lazarus. You can get some random buffs and debuffs and snowballs into each with 50+ stack. Yeah, it's pretty good. I could take Gooey Flask for use against Dominion. I'll tell you right now, I don't really care in the slightest. Alright, we're going here. Although there's some good stuff that could be done here. I do like Steward's Quarters, but it matters a little less when I have Ascend. Yeah, I thought about doing the Swift Steel Dagger. Fight Club isn't bad. Triple stack. Magic power, -4. I could have you give damage shield 6, which is not bad. Freeze plus magic power. Sounds silly. It's not that good. I want it to be good, but it's not. It doesn't scale up like super fast, and you have to take a really bad blight to get it, and also like any card where you like really want that magic power is a card that you probably want to be playing often, and if you play it ever, then you don't get the bonus. If it gave like magic power every time you played it, that would be a different story, because then you could like hold over it and or other things, yada yada yada. Triple stack and proliferation would have been neat. Double stack, triple stack doesn't work with propagate. Unless I'm crazy, but I'm pretty confident it doesn't. Also doesn't work on spawn. Have this on a permafrost, pyre, slime, starter spell, works pretty well once in a day. Like, there are ways to get okay benefit out of it. Overall, I don't think it's worth it. I still kind of want to do this, just because that's a lot, but I'm going to skip it, I think. There's just a lot of disruption to my needs. Well, I really want something that I could combine with Fel's Loam Coat, but we're just going to chill out as is, I guess. We're gonna remove a couple things so I can hit the Warbler easier and so I can shift a little better. Propagate and spawn, not status effects. Well, they're not buffs, specifically. And double stack and triple stack and dualism are only for buffs and debuffs. So, yes, correct. Alright, so we're knockback Archeon, which is fine. Once again, we're going to Loam Coat it up. So I wouldn't be able to play the Warbler if I do this, but I could just... Yeah, we'll just do it this way. Yeah, I'll let those cycle, that's fine. Right, so, Warbler. And that's good enough. Look at us getting permanent valor. Okay, so here's the deal. We're going to move you up front, so Archeon knocks you back. He's going to kill that guy. Fel will then kill the other two and get... I did forget about the quick from the Warbler. Didn't matter. Still worked out the way that I intended. But definitely was a mistake. It's fine, though. Everything's okay. I really do not want or need these spawn effects. And here we are. God, she's one off from getting the kill on both of them. Well, so be it. She almost got both slays, but fine. I will just play those out. I don't need the Infectory or the other thing. Also, if I'd given the damage shields to Fel, she could have been propagating those. I didn't. It was a mistake. It's fine. I should have frozen some of these before so I wouldn't be drawing them. I thought I was going to freeze other things, though, and there we are. I'm going to move you up so that Fel is still the one who's going to get the kill here. I could have done that slightly different, in a different way, and it would have worked just fine without sacrificing her. Well, he gets the kill. So be it. We're trying to manage both movement and slays. Wings Radiance is kind of cute. I could use it on Dominion for big chunks of melee weakness. I don't really care about that. I'm probably just taking Tome of the Lost Path so I can do a little more flying, a little more shifting, even though it gives me a Calcified Ember. I'm not going to get another Demonic Fledgling because I'm probably just going to dupe the one that I have. Spore Launcher is great, even though he needs to be lower capacity. And Moral Mistress is okay, though she probably needs a little bit higher attack. So, I probably want more Ember. Though I do also want more other things, too. I don't really care about the Sword Maiden. Warbler could use some HP, I suppose. I kind of just want to go here and see what I hit. But I also can't, like, afford anything. We're going to go here. And also there is an armory that maybe gives me something I care about. I mean, Fight Club's fine. And I could take the Swift Steel Dagger, and then I wouldn't have to rely on drawing the Warbler. She'd also be able to kill wherever she's standing. Weapons suck so much. No. If you're saying, like, equipment in general are bad, no. They have a lot of uses, and they are overall pretty strong. Oh, this run. Yes. Yeah. Definitely have not been drawing the ones that I wanted. I am going to skip on the dagger. I might take Fight Club. Yeah, like, I don't think I need it is the thing. Nah, we're just going to skip it. And then Unchained 2, because we already committed to that. Dualism on you is not terrible. Dualism on the Fledgling, also quite good. I could do this. I don't think I need to. I think we're just going to remove some stuff. Namely, some of the Eager Conscripts. Actually... yeah, not what I wanted. I still would like to find a arms merchant that I'm happy with, but it's okay. Like, the Loam Coat is working. It's just not what I wanted. But, like, Loam Coat is good. And I've gotten it up to plus 32. Like, could be worse. Okay. We're going to play the Infectory just to get it out. Even though at some point it's going to let these guys harvest more. Give it time and it'll have enough damage. I mean, like, that is what makes Blood of the Apex good. Is, like, anything you get will eventually be good with it. I'm just going to play that there and take the damage. That's fine. Give me the coat. You're not the good child I wanted treatment. Feels bad, man. I mean, you know. Okay. Alright, I do really want to kill you, and that's the only way I can do it. I do want to get rid of the Calcified Ember, but... alright, well, so be it. Well, that's fine. Wasn't that interesting. So. Yeah, so we're going to shift you back there, then we're going to selfless sacrifice you up front. I guess I'll freeze that. I want to play the Super Calcified Ember, but again, I can't. It's okay. Yeah. Alright. We'll move you up front, play that out. Try to get rid of more eager conscripts in times to come. I'm not getting, like, the perfect number of slays. Oh, that's a thing. Well, that's fine. And then she flies back up to her position. I mean, it wouldn't be bad to let him get some armor, too. Especially because Fel already is stacking a bunch of damage shields thanks to the Loam Coat, but... Oh, I'm sorry. There was a reason I wanted her up front, though. Don't mind me. Fixing my minor mistake. There we go. And then we're just not going to use the Eager Conscript because we're just not. Yeah, it's fine. We'll do that. I'm not gonna, like, sit here and calculate where Fel gets the most number of Slay triggers from. I feel like she probably would have gotten a little bit more if I had let the Sword Maiden die, but I don't know. It's fine. And she gets another kill, and the Loam Coat continues growing in strength. I mean, Eagle Heart's good. Heroic Dive is cute. We'll take Eagle Heart, though. Do I need it? Not entirely, but I do like it quite a bit. Also, Liquid Courage, I think is pretty underwhelming, but maybe I'm happy to take it here. Turns out damage shields are pretty good. It's another way that I can get damage shields on Fel with her Loam Coat. But I also just like Eagle Heart. I'll take it. I think Liquid Courage is pretty underwhelming. Mushy Room is fine. I don't think I need it, but it is good. 50 damage coat, like Glass Cannon. Yeah, it is something. Sketches is interesting. The problem is that if I'm trying to use the Warbler with it, then there's a good chance it ends up on the wrong floor. There are ways around that. I also should have looked at the shop first, because you should always look at the shop first. I think I'm just skipping. Yeah. Okay. Well, I kind of want to use sketches, but I really should have looked at the shop first. Well, let's remove Consume. And let's do that. And let's Spell Chain this. There are actually probably better things to Spell Chain there, but it's not what I did do, so... That's fine. Duping the coat. I was actually going to dupe the Demonic Fledgling. I could dupe the coat. I'm not going to yet, though. Especially because, ideally, I want the Sword Maiden to always be drawing out the same one. And I might dupe it later, but not quite yet. Oh no, Heaven Seal, how will we deal with such terrible creatures? Okay. They do have a lot of reanimate, but that's okay. I did it slightly wrong. Oh, especially because I had the Just Cause still. It's fine. I just didn't quite shift them in quite as efficiently as I could have. Also, I don't have the Warbler here, but that's fine. Good early morning, what's going on? We are having a good time and murdering things. How? With millions of damage. Yep. Yeah, I should have saved the freeze for this turn. Well, I'll get rid of that. Even though I'm missing out on some shifting. And I don't have the Warbler. Well, there is... one way to get that. Now we'll just get rid of the Infectory. Again, I kind of have things in the wrong spot, but it's doable. Yeah, we'll just do it like this. Yeah, that's fine. Because then he brings the guy in range for Fel to kill, and then she also has to kill one of the reanimate dudes. And we're doing okay. Doing okay. Right. Again, would love the Rising Rage at a different time, but here we are. Alright, and then we're killing everything because we have a fair bit of multi-strike and our dudes are strong. Alright, now we can warble our way to the future with his beautiful sonorous tones. Yeah, this is fine. We'll move Fel there, and I should have enough to get all the kills. This way, Fel is still getting 2 slays, which is the best we can ask of her on any given turn. Oh no, look at that boss, so scary for us. Yeah, we're gonna get sapped. Oh well. Sometimes you gotta shift like your life depends on it. We did actually let a guy get to the top, which I did not realize, but that's my bad. Also, she does have 10 damage shields, which is pretty cute. Okay, well, this Eagle Heart is going to solve my problems. I just wanted Fel to end up in front, but I still wanted to be shifting my dudes. It was not perfect. One of them missed out on one of the shifts. I'm not worried about it. Okay, I do take 1 pyre damage, but it's at the cost of enjoying my shifts, so... Honestly, I probably should have moved her up front so that she could have gotten killed, so we'd be having 1 less person competing for kills. Not a big deal overall, but technically incorrect. Well, I do kind of want Punk Shredder. But that does throw off my plans a bit. Because then I'd also have to get him on the floor, which is a little awkward. You know what? I will still take him just because I can. And Truffles would be pretty nice if I were actually trying to utilize the Sword Maiden. But I'm not going to, and we definitely don't want Pox. With Freeze, it shouldn't be difficult. Yeah, that is the general game plan here. Kind of want to go for the Merchant of Steel. The removals are nice, and we can make the Punk Shredder harder to kill. But on the other hand, I could also maybe see something I care about. So... I don't think we actually need Imprison Zephyr. It is very awkward, especially getting to the Titan fight. Since on any fight before that, and sort of except for flying bosses, but at least flying bosses you can like daze, and you can't daze Entropy. Anyways, for any fight before that, like, even if you, as long as you're killing everything when you attack, it doesn't matter too much what ends up in front, but since I'm using Quick, which I don't have to, I guess, but if I'm using Quick, it's very easy for something bad to end up just in front of Savagery or Entropy and just get murdered. Anyways, we're not going to do that. We will reroll. Not helpful. Blood-Soaked Arena is fine. I don't think I actually need it. There's a dip between flying and non-flying. Well, so flying bosses appear before Relentless is the point that I'm making. And in this game, they attack every turn. So if my dudes attack with Quick and they shift around into kind of an awkward arrangement and something with low health ends up in front, and then when it's like Seraph's turn to attack, and then he just attacks and kills them, that would not be great. I'm gonna dupe that, I guess. In Monster Train 1, the big bosses also attacked, right? 2 of them did. Talos and specifically Patient Seraph. Arena's not bad with Oversack Floor. Like, it's good in general, and I am still debating taking it. Also, how much do I have right now? 6? I do have space for one more Deployment Ember if I wanted to do that. I don't think I need to make, like, another Demonic Fledgling. I could. They're strong. But I don't think we're going to need that overall. And I do have to budget at least 2 spaces on the floor for the 2 Hymnists, unless I want to stop using one. Which puts us at 5 units. I could still fit a 6th unit on the floor. And I don't have to make this deployable. The main thing is that I don't think I need that, and so I'm just going to skip it. It took me 4 tries to get Covenant 5 done. I'm so bad at this. Like, don't feel bad. A lot of people who came from Monster Train 1 have struggled adapting to Monster Train 2. Like, it takes time, because it does want you to play fairly differently. And you have to adapt to all the new mechanics and all that, so there's a lot to learn, but I think the experience of doing so is quite fun. I was tilting a bit, to be fair. I mean, that will also do it. Look at our 92 attack Loam Coat. which, might I remind you, normally starts with 0. God, I need to get rid of the Infectories. I forgot to purge more things. Yeah, not perfect, but this will suffice. And then we'll pull you up front. One of you misses out. Oh well, that's fine. And we'll play that there. And then we're going to freeze these so I can hold on to the Tome of the Lost Path. Oh, that's an ability granting spell. That made it so much better than I thought. Yep, that is what it does. This is a nice lineup. Not exactly the way that I want to do this, but this will work. Alright, I'm definitely going to waste this, but that's fine. And then she dies. Yeah. Evergrowth Tome, the Under Legion thing is the same way. I still have 3 more. Yeah, that's fine. We do that, and then that, and then that, and that, and you've shifted a whole bunch, and then you're gonna murder some dudes by popping them with Trample, and then we just beat on Kayle because why not? The lifesteal does not matter to us because we're just killing them first. If this were damage shield, it would be worse, but still manageable just because I'm rocking, you know, 6 decent attacks, which would be enough. Oh, whoops. I did do this slightly wrong. Totally spaced out that first, we need to let the birds fly. And then we just do that exact same thing. But this way we get more shifting, so. And the whole point is shift a lot and let Fel murder. Like, that's what we're doing. Alright, and then we take down half of Kayle's health. And we're still rocking 9 damage shields, thanks to the Loam Coat. Okay. Bird number 1 flies, bird number 2 flies, and then we can move you up front, and then Fel moves up front, and you get a little bit left behind, so be it. And thus, we still do our thing. And then Fel dances back and forth a bit, and we kill Kayle. Which does mean that we're leaving a couple things unkilled, but that's fine. I think we're doing alright. Spike of the Banished is alright. I could get a Hymnist. Another Hymnist. I mean, that is awkward as shit for me right now, but I'll tell you right now, I kind of want to do it. We are very close to getting the band back together. You know what, I'll take it. I don't know that we're going to use it well, but yeah, we'll take it. I think we want draw. Even though I also kind of just want more Ember. So like intrinsic on Rising Rage would also be kind of nice. Also, we could, you know, just get money and stuff. I think we're going here though. If you stack the whole band together, they merge into a one-size superstar turkey. That would be something. I would not enjoy a turkey, but, you know. That said, there is an achievement for getting all 4 hymnists on the floor at the same time. Which, again, is called getting the band back together. Which I don't think I have that achievement yet. I don't really remember what I do and don't have. I think we're going here, so I can just, like, give HP to the hymnists. And then we just pay for some removals, I guess. Or we go here, we pay for removals, and we just call that good. Hi, cat, you're in the way. I could also get some... I could also get, like, minus cost on things. You know what? I think I am going here. Who needs other things, really? Alright, Unchained 3. She has 3 attacks now. Cat, you're in the way. You're making it very difficult to see anything. Okay, well, I do like Wrath ability, but I think that's not what I'm going to take, even though it's what I would normally take. Anyways. The rail leads you along the path of the angel, a gravel stone path lined with angels forever frozen in stone. A few such statues still contain some lingering essence. You can infuse this essence with one of your own. The price of power, however, might not be what you expect. To grant your forces the powers of heaven. So Wrath is cooldown 3, attack immediately. Benevolence is restore friendly units to full health. And Courage is advanced, restore to full health, and gain armor equal to the amount healed. So that's the thing. It does not work with the book, by the way, because the book would overwrite the ability. But I think we're just going to put it on the Demonic Fledgling that we put on Fell's Floor so we can do a little more shifting. So be it. You've chosen the Fire of Courage. As you continue down the path of the angel, you can't help but wonder who these angels once were. Okay, so let's remove Consume, I guess. And let's -1 that, even though I could double stack it. I'll do that just in case we need it. And then I can't afford to remove more. Could take Holy Stone, who cares? Heaven Seal. Not gonna matter, though their Scourging is going to annoy me some. I could set up... Well, not really. That's fine. We'll just get annoyed a little bit. Yes, look at that beautiful coat. Look at it and weep. I get no artifact this run? Yeah, I don't have any. You are awkward, death metal hymnist. Okay, we're gonna play you out and then go 1 and 2. And then you go there. You go there. You go there. You go there. You can't actually get played out where I want, which does interfere with my draw. That's fine. We'll play you here. Don't actually need to worry about that. Or I could have played out one of the Eager conscripts. Anyway, the point is I'm freezing these and I draw 6. So I was trying to make sure that I wasn't going to not be able to draw something. Okay, bit awkward, that's fine. I'm just trying to make sure I can get the Hymnist on the floor to the Death Metal Hymnist. Which unfortunately costs a lot, which is awkward. God damn you all. Alright, we're gonna take some Pyre damage. I don't care. I'm gonna care a little bit, but not enough to not do this, so... Oh yeah, and Fel doesn't get to fly now is the only major problem with this plan. But hey. Oh, I did take a lot of damage, but hey. God, fucking Scourges. I knew this would be a problem, but it still displeases me. No one needs the Infectories. Yeah, I did this in not the right order, but an acceptable order. Okay, we'll do this. I have just all this stuff. Stupid Scourge cards, ruining lives. I mean, I still get a decent number of shifts, even so, just because I've got all the flyers. Alright. I sort of did that wrong, but that's okay. Alright, and then Fel goes on a murder spree and still gets to murder even more. Yes. How glorious. God, there's just so many fucking Scourges. And then everybody but Fel gets to fly, basically. But that's okay. It actually works out quite nicely with what we got in hand. And then she goes to the front, just sitting on a bunch of damage shields, and murdering her way along. I think it's got a cool visual design, gotta say. Yeah, this is fine. We're going to advance you, because it still triggers the shifts, but it doesn't steal any slays from Fel. If I were willing to take a lot more damage, I could have played out not all of those Scourges. Okay, so you go there. I don't care that they're getting spikes. Not in the slightest. My poor Hymnist. And actually, the fact that the Trample Hymnist died meant that I couldn't trample and kill those guys. Oh well. It's like 14 damage, it's okay. Well, there's Everlasting Light, which is one of the artifacts I kind of wanted. Or one of the equipment I kind of wanted way back when. I'm probably still going to take it, though it does mess with me to deploy that now. Combine it with Coat, yes. That is the general plan, though I'm running into problems. The only other thing I'd want more is Cursed Twin Blade or Void Armament, but those are obsessive, or a little bit obscene in cost. Even this is awkward for me, unless I get Attuned Whetstone in the final shop. Yeah, fine. I could take Ancient Pyre Tap. I don't really care, but it's kind of cute. You know what? I actually might take that, just because it leads to me not having to worry about the bird situation as much. And yes, I maybe shouldn't have spent quite that much. Yeah, there's Cursed Twin Blade if I want it. I don't remember if this works during deployment anymore. I think I'm pretty okay with just combining with Everlasting Light now. Oops, that is not what I meant to do. It does work in deployment. Well, that's fine. We're going to do this. And I don't have enough to remove. That's okay. Alright, we're gonna just get rid of these. I still have a bunch of chaff in my deck, but it doesn't matter. My deck is more than strong enough. But here we are. Oh no, he's gonna try to murder me. I think we'll be okay, even if I have to sacrifice a unit. Okay, so you're there. There. I could play you out. I'm not going to. Not that, like, losing HP really matters, but... Okay, we'll just get rid of that. Which does gain me 1 Ember after. Okay, so how do I want to do all of this? Like, I can do that. That. I could just sacrifice her. Which I think is what I'm going to do. Oh, and I don't have the Punk Shredder. That's fine. I can do other things. It's okay. Not a big deal. Alright, so we do that, we do that, we do that, and then we just do that, and we freeze these. Whatever, they're hurting the pyre, who cares? Who cares? Okay, so, you come out. Right. And then we'll move you back so we can shift again in the other direction, and then we shift again in the correct direction, and then we'll take some damage. Or, well, I could have done that with the Ancient Pyre tab. I'm not going to. Also, I could have played the Blight for the versatile Ember Staff. Totally forgot. Almost killed him? Yeah. I can kill him right now if I want to, which I probably will. Because all we gotta do is ascend his ass. And he's not really ready to fight us anymore. Yeah, that's fine. I will spend some HP on this. I don't really need to, but it's just so we can get more shifts on her. We did take a lot of damage. Most of that was self-inflicted. Well, some of it was self-inflicted. We did take a chunk of damage from the amalgams. Which if we really needed to, we also could have ascended those so that they wouldn't be on empty floors. We also could have probably set up on like mid-floor. Or just flown, fell down to a lower floor to murder something on her own. Alright, here's the Titans. Look at them go. Living their lives. We don't have any way to increase our damage to Dominion, so that's going to be the sticking point. We are going to take a fair bit of damage from all the Titans. I'm not too worried about it. Look at that. 213 strength, mostly Loam Coat. Look at it go. Probably should have played out the Stewards there. It's fine. Okay, so. I did forget that I had versatile Ember Staff, so I decided I would just use those. And then you're going to go front, you take a little bit of damage, you then gain tons and tons of armor. And then we'll just freeze these for later. And then whatever, we just beat Entropy to death almost. She dies, whatever. And then Savagery savages us. As one does. Okay, so. Alright, so you can fly, and you can fly. And then we'll just burn some more HP, because who needs HP in this fight, really? There we go. And then Entropy is already down. Those jerks are giving us Scourges now. Okay, and we'll play out the Infectory because it will trigger the Ember Staff. Cute. Okay. Well, I am burning HP just for the heck of it, but so be it. Well, we haven't quite killed Savagery, but mostly. He's not looking so good anymore. Alright, well, fuck this shit. burning a lot of HP for not great reasons, but here we are. God. Well, I have to wait for Dominion. As one does. Okay, we trigger the Ember Staff, which gets me that, which doesn't feel great, but that's fine. Okay, so we're gonna put Savagery up there. So he doesn't get to attack my Pyre directly for a turn. And then we knock him down to 1. He does his best to hurt me, and cannot. Well, I do think I don't have any damage shields right now, but that's not a big deal. Not when I'm just sitting here with, you know, so much armor. And my demonic fledglings are no slouches either, I'd like to point out. Like, they are also quite good. Yeah, I was hoping for a way to ascend him, or hoping for Fell's cooldown to be off, but it's not. We'll do that. It doesn't matter who attacks. I'm just going to give her damage shields. You know what? Nah. Eventually, Dominion will die. We are sort of saving ourselves a little bit of Pyre health by getting Savagery onto the right floor. Okay, we'll just move Fell up front. Here we are. He did get healed by those dudes a little bit, so he got back off of 1 HP, but now he's right back where he belongs. Okay, so you are going to die. In fact, you're actually going to die before I have to do anything. I was going to fly Fell down here. Actually, why bother doing that? Let's just get the maximal number of shifts we can on this turn. But yeah, I was going to fly her down to bottom floor to tank Savagery and prevent him from harming my Pyre. There we go. But there's not actually any need to do so. So we're just gonna buff our favorite friend. As she goes on a murder spree. I'm gonna burn a bit of Fire HP just for the sake of it. Ta-da! Look at her go! 596 times 4. Each of my other demonic fledglings is hitting for 300 some times 3. We're doing okay. Doing okay. Ta-da! Another win against the Titans. We did take a lot of damage on that, but that was mostly because I burned a bunch of HP to do it. It's fine. I had more than enough. I still had 24 afterwards. Like, it sucks to take that much damage, but it doesn't actually matter in any way. Especially because we were just waiting for Dominion to die for several turns. Tome of the Last Path is a good card. It is a card I enjoy quite a bit, especially when you are doing shift things. But even without, like, major shift things, it still has a lot of uses. And thus, another crown! Only So many left to do. Yeah, we got a lot to go. Okay. Of note, what did we end on? So Fel got 226 permanent valor, and the equipment had 253 attack. I guess Sapping and Pyroom is the only way to take no pyro damage versus the Titans. There are ways to not take damage other than Sap. But yeah, Sap is a way, but only a couple clans have access to Sap, which is part of why it frustrates me. But you can also like daze Dominion, and you can daze Savagery, or you can have a presence on every floor to prevent Savagery from damaging you. Like, if you daze Dominion, though, it does make the battle take a lot longer, unless you have ways to like apply a melee weakness, which again, only a couple clans can do, or ways to do a lot of damage with spells, except that the spell damage clan, Luna, doesn't really get to do damage with their spells because they can't use their conduit in the Pyre Room. There's also a couple ways to heal, like we saw with Pyreborn, that I had the heal based on Horde card. There's, I think, still some artifacts that heal. Maybe they got rid of those. I actually think they got reworked in something else. So, yeah, but points, there are some ways to like heal your Pyre and other things, and it only like tracks damage taken from how much you started at, how much you ended at between. It only tracks the difference between where you started and where you ended. So if you take damage, then heal it back, it does not actually count for score. But yes, there are very limited ways to actually engage with the damage that Dominion is doing, which I think is lame. It also, just because of the way it's designed, like, there's not many good levers for tuning the fight, because if you add more dudes to the waves, then it becomes very hard to actually get any damage to stick on Entropy. If you increase the damage that either the Curse of Entropy does, or Savagery, or Dominion does, then it basically just raises the minimum health threshold. Doesn't really change the fight. It just makes it more binary of, do you have 70 HP going into the fight? If so, you win. If not, you lose. Like, there's just not a lot of ways to tune it satisfyingly with how it currently works. Probably want to make some Monster 1 clans soon, unless you want to do long streaks of Monster in 1 clans only later, after you filled up most of the Monster Train 2 crowns. I mean, I probably will do exactly that. But we'll see. In my dream world, they would start working on a big update for the Monster Train 1 clans, and I could just wait for that to be released before I start doing them. But that probably will not happen, so we'll eventually get to them. But for the time being, I'm mostly just going to do Monster Train 2 crowns, because there's a lot to do, and they're fun. Anyways, I'm not doing one more, because it's late, and another run will take, like, an hour. And I should actually get some sleep and do other things. But yeah, there we go. Yeah, you are in the way. She is like trying to ram her head into my hand wherever I put my hand, trying to seek pets, as is her way. Anyways, we're stopping there for the night. Hope you guys had fun. I will be back on Monday. We'll play more Monster Train 2, because that's what we're going to do. I will probably not be starting as early as I did today, but I might still try to start, well, I don't know. I might try to start like 6 or 7 on Monday. I do kind of want to start getting back to streaming at that time, but I have other responsibilities I got to attend to, so it is what it is. But anyways, if you guys enjoy it, hope to see you back. I will be back on Monday. Have a great weekend. See you then.